Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 8. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is the Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. In our first match, we have two class rivals going head to head. From Class 1B, the guy WHO can copy your quirk with a touch NATO MONOMA. Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium, amplified by the cheers of the crowd. Monoma strode confidently onto the stage, his usual smug expression plastered across his face. Time to show the world why Class B is superior, he declared, stretching his arms as he glanced towards the tunnel. His gaze landed on Izuku, who began walking into the stadium. Versus the walking abnormality. He came first in both events, the class president of Class 1A. The audience erupted into even louder cheers as Izuku Midoriya emerged, his emerald green eyes focused and determined. He climbed the platform stairs, the roar of the crowd intensifying with every step. Monoma's smirk faltered briefly as he noticed the clear favoritism in the audience's reaction. You wanting heroes? He's got several, and each one is something special. We have Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted, his enthusiasm as electric as the crowd's excitement. The noise in the stadium reached a fever pitch as Izuku reached the center of the platform. His heart raced in his chest, not out of fear, but from the sheer energy of thousands of eyes fixed on him. The rules are simple. Knock your opponent out of the ring, knock them out cold, or make them surrender. Don't worry about injuries, recovery girls on standby. Present Mike explained with gusto. Izuku clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. It's hero time, he said, a confident smile spreading across his face. Monoma chuckled, his grin widening as he eyed Izuku's Omnitrix. Let's see what kind of tricks you've got. Put your ethics on hold for a minute, we want a showdown worth watching. Give us a bloodbath, Present Mike began before Aizawa's scarf whipped forward, slapping him in the face. Keep it professional, Aizawa growled, glaring at his overenthusiastic colleague. All right. Present Mike cleared his throat. Of course, anything life-threatening is off limits. Midnight will step in if things get out of hand. Midnight stepped forward, her whip cracking against the ground as her eyes swept over both fighters. Are you two ready? She asked, her voice carrying authority. Izuku's hand hovered over the Omnitrix, his gaze locked on Monoma, whose smirk remained unwavering. No words were necessary. Begin, Midnight declared with a crack of her whip. Izuku's finger hovered over the Omnitrix's activation button when a sharp, stabbing sensation from danger sense shot through him. In an instant, green electricity crackled around his body, and he narrowly dodged a surge of orange flames hurtling toward him. The heat licked at his side as the flames grazed his shoulder. Landing on the reinforced stone surface of the arena, Izuku clutched his singed shoulder, the pain sharp and immediate. He snapped his gaze toward Monoma, who stood a few feet away, flames roaring around his hands and a crazed grin plastered across his face. The fire's intensity made the air around him shimmer, and even from the opposite side of the arena, Izuku could feel the oppressive heat radiating from the inferno. Izuku squinted through the heat haze, his eyes widening in realization. Those flames, there. Monoma unleashed another torrent of fire, a searing wave that roared toward Izuku with terrifying force. Reacting quickly, Izuku leapt high into the air, twisting mid-spin to avoid the flames. He landed back on the platform, gritting his teeth as his hand instinctively covered the burn on his shoulder. Present Mike's voice echoed across the arena, matching the crowd's stunned reaction. Whoa, MONOMA, are those flames? And they're packing some serious heat. The only person I know with that level of firepower is Endeavor. How do you even get that quirk? Flashback. Endeavor. I'm such a big fan, Monoma said as he approached the pro-hero who seemed to scowl at him. Can I get an autograph? Monoma asked innocently. Endeavor proceeded to slap his hand away with notepad. Get out of my way. Flashback over. Back in the stands, Shoto gripped the edge of his seat tightly, his knuckles widening with anger. There was no mistaking it, he recognized those flames instantly. He had grown up with their overwhelming heat, endured their searing intensity firsthand. Monoma had copied Endeavor's quirk, and Shoto's jaw tightened at the sight of his father's flames being used so recklessly. "Come on, Dekiru," Ochako whispered, her hands clasped tightly as she watched Izuku narrowly dodge another blast of fire. "That's not looking good," Ojiro remarked, concern lacing his tone as he observed the scorch marks spreading across the arena. Fumikage folded his arms, his voice calm but grim. "The fates do not seem to favor Midoriya. He's already sustained an injury." "We shouldn't underestimate him," Momo interjected, her eyes steady as she followed Izuku's movements. "Midoriya always finds a way to overcome adversity." Yuga, who had been silent up until then, tilted his head thoughtfully. "Wait, wasn't Monoma's quirk some kind of mind control? That's how he got us onto his team before." "No, Monoma's quirk is copy," Ojiro corrected with a shrug. "Though I don't know the full details." Ochako perked up, glancing at Itsuka. "Kendo probably knows more. They're classmates, and she's always knocking him down a peg." Itsuka crossed her arms, smirking slightly. "Only because he's always being an ass." Their conversation was interrupted as another torrent of flames shot across the platform, slamming into one of the surrounding walls and leaving a massive scorch mark. The heat from the attack caused everyone in the stands to wince. "I can explain," Setsuna chimed in, her disembodied head floating over the divider. "Monoma can copy quirks, but he can't copy them all. For the ones he can only use them for 5 minutes after touching the user. He can store up to 3 quirks at a time." Bakugo snorted, leaning back with a smug grin. "No wonder that blonde idiot didn't try copying Deku's quirk." Zero scratched his head. "But why hasn't Midoriya transformed yet?" Momo's eyes narrowed as she focused on Izuku, who flipped over another burst of fire. "He's analyzing Monoma's tactics. If Monoma has multiple quirks in play, picking the wrong transformation could cost him the match. Midoriya's being cautious, especially after what happened during Capture the Flag." "Midoriya might not even know Monoma's time limit," Itsuka added. "That means Monoma has to finish this fight quickly, but Midoriya can drag it out as long as he needs to." "But whose quirk did Monoma copy?" Pony asked, her head tilting curiously. Shoto's voice cut through their chatter, low and filled with resentment. "He copied Endeavor's." The group fell silent as Shoto's anger became palpable. Ice crept along the armrests of his chair as his fists tightened. His mismatched eyes stayed locked on the battlefield, watching as Monoma unleashed another fiery onslaught. "Using my father's quirk to bulldoze his way through," Shoto muttered under his breath, the frost spreading. "I won't forgive you if you lose, Midoriya," he thought, his anger simmering beneath his composed exterior. "I'll be the one to defeat you. I'll be the one to deny my father. ... Hey, looks like your golden goose isn't doing so well," smirked MT. Lady. While they were on patrol duty, he had scolded the woman to not be distracted, but this time, he was the one focused on the television set. "Well, that quirk looks a lot similar to Endeavor. I hate to break it, too, but the kid isn't beating Endeavor's quirk. Is he even panicking?" "Mount," Lady said with a chuckle. "I can feel my pockets getting heavier." "No," Death Arms said as he blew a puff of smoke. "Mount." Lady gave a deadpanned expression and raised an eyebrow. "Huh. Look at his face," pointed out Death Arms. "That's not the face of someone who's panicking. He's gauging his strength. He's thinking. ... Monoma was panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face and soaking through his PE uniform, leaving visible stains under his arms. His breath came in short gasps as he smirked to himself. "Time to use Shinso's quirk. Everyone thinks it's touch-based, but that misconception works in my favor." His eyes focused on Izuku, studying his stance. Monoma had spent plenty of time observing Midoriya and his tendencies. One thing was clear: Midoriya would always jump to defend his classmates, no matter the situation. "Midoriya," Monoma called out, his voice tinged with mock sincerity. "There's something I've been meaning to say about your class." Izuku didn't respond but narrowed his eyes, already on guard. Monoma pressed on, his tone dripping with condescension. "I mean, everyone in Class 1A is so insufferably arrogant. And let's not forget Bakugo. He's like a toddler throwing a tantrum, always screaming at the top of his lungs. Our Kaminari, does that guy even have brain cells?" Izuku's eyes widened, his expression quickly shifting into a glare. Monoma grinned, noticing the reaction. And Yaoyorozu. Besides her intelligence, she's utterly useless. And don't even get me started on the invisible girl. How is she even? Don't you dare talk about my. Izuku bellowed, his fists clenching as one for all began crackling faintly around him. Monoma smirked triumphantly. IWI. His words were cut short as Izuku's fist slammed into his jaw with brutal force. Monoma staggered backward, stunned by the sudden blow, his smirk replaced with a grimace of pain. Friends! Izuku shouted, his green eyes blazing with fury. For a moment, Izuku stood still, one for all sparking faintly across his body. Then confusion flashed across his face. What just happened? Everything felt foggy. The memories rushed back to him in fragments. He remembered Monoma's words, the fog that clouded his mind, and the sharp stab of his danger sense snapping him out of it. Shaking his head to clear it, Izuku had charged forward, his fist meeting Monoma's face in a decisive right hook. Monoma stumbled but quickly retaliated, unleashing another wave of flames. The fire struck Izuku's shirt, and he could feel the searing heat as it began to spread. Acting on instinct, Izuku tore the smoldering fabric off, tossing it to the ground and stomping out the flames with quick, deliberate movements. The crowd gasped at the sight, the stadium falling eerily silent for a moment. Then, all eyes were on Izuku Midoriya, now standing shirtless in the middle of the arena. His toned, muscular physique was on full display, illuminated by the fiery glow around him. In the stands, the reactions were immediate and varied. Momo clasped her hands over her mouth, her white eyes fixed on him. Kyoka turned away quickly, covering her face with one hand while muttering something unintelligible. Ochako squeaked, shutting her eyes tightly and spinning in her seat. Itsuka's cheeks flushed a deep red as she tried and failed to keep her expression neutral. Abara gasped softly, her face warming as she averted her gaze. Yui blinked, her usual stoic expression betraying a faint pink hue. Pony's ears twitched as she blushed furiously, trying to process what she was seeing. Kanoko stared blankly, her face slowly turning red as she blinked repeatedly, attempting to comprehend the scene. Meanwhile, Setsuna broke the silence with a low whistle. Well, damn. Monoma rubbed his cheek, wincing from the impact of the punch. What the hell, I could have sworn I used his quirk. He muttered, his voice tinged with confusion and frustration. Izuku noticed Monoma's momentary distraction and seized the opportunity. The Omnitrix's dial popped up on his wrist, glowing faintly as it began to spin. From the stands, Shinso narrowed his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. How the hell did he break through my quirk? Shinso thought, his mind racing to piece together what had happened. Izuku twisted the dial, scanning for his next transformation. Alright, if he's got Endeavor's quirk, Izuku muttered under his breath, let's see how Heat Blast stacks up against the number 2 hero's flames. Monoma caught sight of the glowing Omnitrix and immediately reacted. Oh no, you don't. He shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames directly at Izuku. The fire roared across the arena, the heat palpable even to the audience. Izuku's eyes widened, but his reflexes kicked in. As the flames hurtled toward him, he slammed his palm onto the Omnitrix. A brilliant green flash erupted from his wrist, momentarily blinding everyone in the stadium. The audience collectively gasped, their eyes straining to make out what was happening. Suddenly, a blue blur zipped across the arena, too fast for anyone to track. The flames missed entirely, scorching the ground where Izuku had been just a second ago. Before Monoma could process what was happening, his head snapped violently to the side as if struck by an invisible force. His body was sent flying, tumbling across the arena floor in a heap. Monoma staggered back to his feet, his eyes locking onto Fast Track, who crouched low, green electricity crackling around his form. The arena erupted with excited cheers as the realization of Izuku's transformation sank in. Holy crap, did you see that speed? An audience member exclaimed. Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers. And Midoriya unleashes his residential speedster form Fast Track. That speed is insane, I could barely catch a glimpse. Hawks, no offense, but you might have to hand over the title of fastest hero to Midoriya. Being second best isn't that bad. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, some murmuring among themselves. A pro hero wearing a Hawks-inspired outfit crossed his arms, a smug grin on his face. Faster than the number 3 hero. Yeah, right, he scoffed dismissively. Fast Track crouched lower, the air around him rippling from his charged energy. Without warning, his form vanished, replaced by a sharp sonic crack. A streak of blue and black tore across the arena as the speedster alien blitzed forward, closing the gap between himself and Monoma with terrifying precision. Monoma reacted instantly, his body twisting as he unleashed a fiery shockwave. The roaring heat expanded outward, cracking the stone beneath it. Fast Track's blur veered sharply to the side, but his sheer speed hurled him dangerously close to the platform's edge. Fast Track dug his clawed feet into the ground, carving deep, jagged trenches as he forced himself to a halt. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom rocked the arena as the alien skidded to a stop, sending dust and debris blasting into the air. The force made the platform tremble, and the crowd shielded their faces against the rush of wind. Did he just break the sound barrier? A voice in the audience asked, stunned. The Hawks fan stared, his earlier smugness replaced with slack-jawed awe. Okay, yeah, he's faster than Hawks, he admitted reluctantly. The crowd erupted in cheers, the stadium alive with excitement. Monoma growled, wiping sweat from his face as he unleashed another jet of flames. This one hit harder, the roaring inferno twisting the air with blistering heat. Fast Track darted away in a blur, but Monoma tracked him, his flames scarring the platform and leaving molten trails where they struck. Fast Track zipped across the battlefield, his speed creating shockwaves as he dodged another devastating blast. The arena rumbled with every attack, cracks spider webbing across the platform's surface from the heat and impacts. Monoma roared in frustration, his flames surging in intensity. A massive torrent of fire erupted from his palms, the heatwave slamming into the stadium walls with enough force to shake the stands. Fast Track gritted his teeth, his body a streak of blue light as he charged forward. The flames snapped at his heels, licking dangerously close as he weaved through the fiery assault. Near the edge of the platform again, Fast Track dug in his heels, the momentum ripping apart chunks of the arena. Boom! Another sonic boom shattered the air as the speedster alien came to a screeching halt, the ground beneath him groaning under the strain. The dust cleared, revealing Fast Track crouched low, his sharp green eyes fixed on Monoma. The crowd roared with excitement, the deafening cheers echoing across the stadium. From the stands, the pro heroes watched with a mix of awe and curiosity, each analyzing the intense battle unfolding below. The kid's pretty fast, Yuki remarked, her gaze fixed on Fast Track. To move at such speed is impressive, but she cupped her chin, noting his obvious challenge with control. Maruko smirked, definitely faster than a certain bird boy. Hawk's eye twitched, a visible vein pulsing on his forehead. All right, he's faster than me, I'll give him that. Yuki chuckled softly. Sounds like someone's a little jealous, she teased. Hawks crossed his arms, forcing a grin. Okay, the kid's faster than me on the ground, sure, but up in the sky. That's my domain. He jabbed a thumb to his chest, confidence lacing his tone. Maruko snorted. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, bird boy. Yuki's thoughtful expression returned. Still, the enclosed arena might not have been the best choice for him, she noted as she watched Fast Track maneuver. Down below, Fast Track dodged another fiery torrent from Monoma, but the sharp turn sent him tumbling forward in a chaotic roll. He slammed his claws into the ground, carving deep gouges into the arena's floor. Boom! Another sonic boom reverberated through the air as he came to an abrupt stop. Dust and debris kicked up in his wake, forcing the audience to shield their eyes. Hawks smirked, leaning forward slightly. That speed of his is starting to be more of a hindrance than a help, he said, his tone tinged with amusement. Meanwhile, in Class 1A's section, Iida adjusted his glasses, his mechanical precision returning as he analyzed the fight. It's astonishing how far Midoriya's speed has developed, he said, his voice laced with admiration. Beside him, Kaminari's eyes widened as realization dawned. Holy crap, I keep forgetting just how insanely fast Midoriya is," he shouted, drawing nods of agreement from the others. Bakugo clicked his tongue, arms crossed tightly, though his sharp eyes stayed fixed on the fight. TCH. The nerd's just lucky he hasn't flown out of bounds yet. The class tried to ignore his grumbling, but Iida folded his arms, his voice steady but thoughtful. Yes, Midoriya's speed is quickly becoming more of a hindrance than anything else. As if on cue, Fast Track was forced to dodge yet another torrent of flames, narrowly avoiding the edge of the platform. Momo's expression tightened with concern. There's no denying it, the arena is far too limiting for Midoriya. Fast Track's speed is impressive, but he's running out of space. Kendo nodded in agreement, and with his trouble stopping on a dime, in an arena like this. She shook her head slightly. Midoriya is going to have to come up with one heck of a plan. Plus, Monoma's constantly blasting flames everywhere. Kyoka added, her voice laced with worry. That's a lot of heat to deal with in such a small area. Fast Track's body tensed as he struggled once again to dig his feet into the arena floor. He slid, digging deeper into the concrete, creating deep trenches as he fought to avoid hurtling out of bounds. Sweat soaked his fur, his every move calculated, but the flames kept coming. Monoma let out a controlled breath before unleashing a devastating jet of fire that slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent the very air shimmering. The intense heat radiated outward like a furnace, scorching everything in its path as the fire roared toward Fast Track. Fast Track's eyes narrowed, and for a split second, the chaos of the battle seemed to fade. The distant shouts of the crowd, the roar of the flames, it all slowed, and he could feel the seconds stretch like minutes. Okay, Izuku, let's think. The arena is too small for me to run around freely with Monoma constantly expelling this much heat. I can't get close enough to deliver a hit without risking getting burned. A determined expression crossed his face as he exhaled slowly. So maybe winning this fight isn't about going faster. The electric crackle around his body began to fade as he deactivated One for All, the vibrant energy dimming to a soft pulse. But by going slower. The electric crackle around Fast Track's body began to fade as he deactivated One for All, the vibrant energy dimming to a soft pulse. But by going slower. The world around him seemed to freeze for a brief moment, time slowing to a crawl. In that split second, he could see the fiery torrent of flames hanging in midair, suspended like an ominous wave about to crash. Fast Track took in the stillness, calculating his next move. Then, as if the universe itself snapped back into motion, the world unfroze. The flames surged forward, and Fast Track dodged with practiced ease, his body weaving through the heat as if he were dancing through the air. The flames melted the cement below, leaving a glowing scar in their wake. His eyes locked onto Monoma, who had exposed a small opening. Fast Track moved so quickly that he became nothing more than a blur. In an instant, he was behind Monoma, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. His foot connected with Monoma's back in a devastating kick, sending the boy rocketing across the stadium. The impact was thunderous, the sound of stone smashing against concrete echoing through the arena. Fast Track landed gracefully on the ground, his gaze fixed on Monoma. He watched as Monoma staggered to his feet, his body visibly changing. His skin had hardened into a rough, stone-like texture, the telltale sign of Kirishima's quirk now in play. Fast Track raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I didn't think the red-haired copy of Tetsu's quirk would be this useful, he muttered to himself, impressed by the unexpected resilience. Monoma grinned, his flames crackling around him like an inferno. No offense to the metal head, he said, his voice tinged with a mix of pride and arrogance. But now, let's see if you can keep up. With a deep inhale, Monoma unleashed another torrent of flames, the blast ripping through the air with terrifying speed. The flames roared toward Fast Track with the intent to incinerate. Fast Track darted to the side, narrowly avoiding another torrential blast of flames. The heat of the flames had lost some of its previous intensity, and Fast Track's sharp eyes caught sight of Monoma's strained movements. Sweat poured down his face, his breath coming in heavy gasps as he tried to keep up the barrage of fire. There was a visible tremor in his stance, and Fast Track noticed that a portion of Monoma's forearm was burned, the raw skin charred and smoking. Monoma, clearly aware of his waning stamina, sneered through clenched teeth. I suggest you surrender, or I'll burn you, he growled, pushing his body upright despite his evident exhaustion. His flames roared to life once more, but this time, the color shifted. The once orange blaze now turned a fierce, molten blue. The intensity of the flames shot up dramatically, their heat palpable even from a distance. Fast Track had no choice but to shield his eyes, the blinding light of the flames making it impossible to see clearly. The stadium itself seemed to shudder with the rising temperature as waves of heat poured from the blue inferno, distorting the air around Monoma's outstretched hands. A collective gasp rang out from the audience, the extreme heat now threatening to cook the very air. The stone floor around Monoma began to crack, his flames leaving scorch marks across the ground as if the arena itself couldn't withstand the rising temperature. This boy, Endeavor's voice was low, tinged with frustration. He's being reckless. Oh no, Dekiru, Uraraka cried out, her voice filled with panic. Hagakure, feeling the heat radiating from the arena, glanced around with wide eyes, the sweat on her face visibly beading. The heat is rising. Do you think Midoriya will be okay? Momo's fingers curled into a fist, clutching her chest as she looked at the flaming inferno before them. Her heart hammered in her chest, but her voice held a note of certainty. I have no doubt Midoriya will be okay. But even she couldn't deny that the flames had become something far more dangerous. Fast Track narrowly dodged a massive fireball that detonated on impact, the resulting explosion sending a shockwave of searing heat rippling through the arena. He shielded his face with an arm, his fur singed at the edges, and stumbled back, panting heavily. Each breath felt like dragging in hot coals as the oppressive heat weighed down on him. Okay, Izuku, he thought, his mind racing even as his body screamed for relief. Focus. He squinted through the shimmering haze that distorted the air, his gaze locking onto Monoma. He's got Endeavor's quirk right now. Hellflame. Fast Track gulped, beads of sweat sliding down his face as he struggled to form a plan. What's the weakness? The world slowed again as he tried to piece it together, the deafening roar of the crowd and Monoma's relentless flames fading into a dull hum. His eyes darted to Endeavor in the stands, his stern expression unchanging, and then to Todoroki, whose mismatched gaze held a quiet intensity. Endeavor, he burns out if he uses too much energy too fast. Fast Track's eyes widened. That's it. The world snapped back into motion as Monoma hurled another fireball, this one blazing hotter than the last. Fast Track dodged to the side, weaving through a continuous barrage of fiery blasts. The arena bore the scars of Monoma's onslaught: scorched earth, charred stone, and smoldering flames licking at the edges of the platform. The air itself seemed to burn as Monoma's attacks came faster and sloppier. Finally, Monoma halted his assault, hunched over and gasping for air, his body trembling under the strain of the intense heat. Fast Track stood tall, despite the ache in his limbs and the heavy heat pressing down on him. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, before smirking and gesturing at Monoma with his thumb. Come on, Monoma, is that all you've got? He taunted, his voice ringing out across the stadium. Kyoka's sharp hearing picked up his words, and her eyes widened in alarm. What is he doing? She muttered, her heart pounding with worry. The crowd fell silent for a moment, shocked by Fast Track's boldness. Monoma's head snapped up, his expression darkening as Fast Track continued. Seriously, I thought you had the quirk of the number 2 hero, not some 2-bit villain with a knockoff fire quirk. I'm barely breaking a sweat here, Fast Track said, his voice dripping with mockery as he wiped his forehead dramatically. Monoma's flames flared brighter, and the audience gasped. Fast Track gestured to his chest, grinning. Where's the firepower? Come on, bring the heat. One big blast, right here. Dekiru, what is he doing? Ochako asked, clutching her hands together nervously. Kyoka's heart hammered against her ribs, her fists clenched tightly. Greenie, don't do something stupid, she muttered under her breath. Suyu tilted her head, her large eyes narrowing. Ribbit, he has a plan, right? Those flames are way too intense. Mina bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Midori. Bakugo scoffed, his arms crossed as he leaned back. Stop worrying. The damn nerd's not getting fried that easily. Itsuka stood, her hands gripping the railing in front of her. He's right, she said firmly, though her voice wavered slightly. I know Midoriya, he wouldn't take a risk like this without a plan. She exhaled sharply, clutching her chest. Please let this work. ... Monoma scowled, the arena now resembling a furnace. The intense heat distorted the air, causing Midnight to shield her face from the blistering wave. HMPH, Monoma sneered, flames crackling violently around him. I'm not sure if the heat has fried your brain or if you're just desperate, but I'm done playing around. Don't blame me for what happens next. He clenched his fists, his smirk widening as the flames swirled faster, the air itself roaring with energy. Fast Track stood firm, his feet digging into the scorched ground, eyes locked on Monoma. He didn't flinch, his body taut with determination. Monoma roared, pulling both arms back as a massive torrent of flames erupted from his hands. The fiery wave surged forward like an inferno unleashed, the heat melting cement as it tore through the air straight toward Fast Track. The crowd erupted in panic. Oh no, Dekiru, Ochako, Tsuyu, and Momo cried out in unison, fear lacing their voices as the flames roared closer. Midoriya, shouted Tenya and Denki, alarm etched across their faces. Holy crap, isn't that going too far? Mineta yelped, backing away instinctively. Come on, Green, Kyoka urged silently, her hands trembling as she gripped the railing. Somebody stop him, Pony shouted in English, her voice lost amid the chaos, though a few around her understood. Itsuka's fists trembled as she clutched them tightly, her heart pounding in her chest. Fast Track inhaled sharply, the oppressive heat pressing against his skin. His eyes shot open, glinting with resolve, and in an instant, he shot forward, lightning crackling around him. The crowd gasped as he dashed toward the wall of fire, his body a blur of motion. The heat lashed at him, searing the edges of his fur, but he pushed through, moving faster than anyone could follow. Then, with precision born of instinct, Fast Track twisted mid-run, his movements sharp and deliberate. He began circling the flames, running tight loops around the roaring inferno. The blazing torrent, initially aimed at him, bent and curved under the force of his momentum. Lightning sparked from his body as he manipulated the air currents, his speed pulling the flames away from their original trajectory. The fiery wave twisted and spiraled, its destructive force redirected. The heat was unbearable, but Fast Track gritted his teeth and pushed harder. The crowd watched in awe as the flames coalesced into a vortex, spinning faster with each second. The orange and blue inferno swirled around Monoma, trapping him at the center of a blazing tornado. Monoma's eyes widened in shock as the fire spun wildly around him, his control over the flames slipping. The intense heat and pressure forced him to stagger, his breath coming in labored gasps. Fast Track, still running at breakneck speed, gritted his teeth as his limbs began to tire. The blazing tornado raged around Monoma. Wait, what is Midori doing? Ashido asked, her tone laced with confusion. Todoroki's eyes widened in sudden realization. He's overheating him, trapping Monoma in his own flames. Wait, Zero interjected, his brow furrowed. But isn't that Endeavor's quirk? Isn't it like trying to overheat a campfire or an oven? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't sound smart, Kirishima admitted, scratching the back of his head. You idiots, Bakugo snapped, dragging a hand down his face in exasperation. Quirks have limits. Even Endeavor can't just blast fire endlessly without paying for it. There's always backlash. He jabbed a finger toward the swirling tornado of flames. We all have our limits. And Midoriya just found his, Momo added, her voice steady but tinged with awe. Inside the inferno, Monoma staggered as the intense heat became unbearable. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, sweat pouring down his face. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to launch another fiery blast, but the effort only added to the raging vortex around him. Fast Track, observing Monoma's struggle, saw his chance. The copied flames had reached their peak, their intensity faltering as Monoma's quirk timer began running out. Fast Track skidded to a halt, dragging his feet across the scorched arena and leaving deep marks in the melted cement. The flames around Monoma sputtered and dimmed, shrinking until they were no more than flickering embers scattered across the ground. The once molten cement began to cool and solidify, its glossy surface hardening in uneven patches. Monoma was left kneeling in the center of the battlefield, his body drenched in sweat and trembling from exhaustion. His breaths came in shallow, labored gasps, the fire that had once surrounded him reduced to a faint wisp of smoke curling into the air. Fast Track cracked his knuckles, a smirk tugging at his lips, and in a blink, he vanished from his spot. He reappeared directly in front of Monoma, whose eyes widened in shock. Fast Track had his fist cocked back, aimed low with unsettling precision. "Man Crusher," he muttered, just loud enough for Monoma to hear. Before Monoma could react, the punch connected squarely between his legs. A choked gasp escaped him, his knees buckling as he crumpled to the ground. His face contorted in agony, and within moments, he was clutching his manhood, foaming at the mouth as tears streamed down his cheeks. The entire stadium fell into stunned silence. Present Mike's sunglasses slipped from his face, hitting the ground with a soft clatter. The girls gasped collectively, their hands flying to their mouths. Aizawa, uncharacteristically wide-eyed, blinked a few times in disbelief. The men in the crowd winced in unison, their faces twisting in sympathetic pain. Some instinctively crossed their legs, looking away as if the mere sight of Monoma's collapse was too much to bear. "Ah," someone said before outrage. "That is low," Zero said, "even if it is Monoma. Fuck, that's just evil, man. How could you hit him in the tenders? Yikes. A blow to the scrotum unforgivable," Iida declared, crossing his arms sternly and averting his gaze. "Even if it is Monoma." Kendo, however, couldn't help herself. A chuckle escaped her lips, and she quickly wiped away a tear of laughter. The boys in the stands shared a collective shiver of dread, many instinctively placing their hands over their own precious areas for protection. On the field, Midnight visibly shivered, gripping her whip tightly as her hand trembled. She cleared her throat shakily, raising her voice. Monoma is more than immobile. Midoriya wins, she announced, though her tone betrayed her unease. The crowd erupted into cheers, their energy shaking the stadium. "Hell yeah, that was epic," Setsuna hollered, pumping her fist in the air. "But the way it ended was so unflashy," Aoyama remarked, frowning slightly. "It was super manly, except for the last part," Tetsu added enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. "Didn't think Midoriya would pull off a win like that," Sato said, shaking his head in amazement. Bakugo let out a sharp HMPH, before standing abruptly and beginning to walk away. "Wait, where are you going?" Kirishima called out, leaning forward in his seat. "My match is next, stupid hair." Bakugo snapped without turning around. "It's not like they're gonna let Deku fight again after that." Uraraka froze in her seat, a cold sweat forming as the realization hit her. Her match with Bakugo was next. Tsuyu noticed her unease and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Ochako, we'll all be rooting for you." "Why yeah, you've got this," Jiro added, though her voice carried a hint of nervousness. The idea of going against someone as explosive and volatile as Bakugo made her uneasy. "And besides," Tsuyu added with a small croak, "they still need to fix the stadium. You'll have a little time to get ready." Uraraka nodded slowly, taking a deep breath as she tried to steady herself. Her eyes shifted back to Izuku. Fast Track panted heavily as the cheers of the crowd filled the stadium. Even though the match had ended in an unconventional way, the audience roared in approval, their excitement electrifying the air. As the adrenaline subsided, Fast Track reached for the Omnitrix module. With a flash of green light, he returned to his human form, revealing Izuku still shirtless, his well-defined muscles on full display. For a moment, there was silence among his classmates, but Mina's jaw dropped, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Did Midori always have those muscles?" she stammered, unable to look away. Several others blinked in surprise, their eyes trailing over Izuku's physique. Yeah, we've seen them all the time in the locker room," Kirishima said, shrugging as if it was no big deal. "He is more built than I thought," Tsuyu muttered, a faint blush dusting her cheeks as she avoided eye contact. "Purge sinful thoughts, purge sinful thoughts, purge sinful thoughts," Abara whispered fervently, her hands clasped in prayer as she squeezed her eyes shut. Wow, Midoriya's, wow, Setsuna said, her usual teasing tone replaced by stunned amazement, her face glowing red. A soft click interrupted their stunned silence. Everyone turned to see Yui holding up her phone, nonchalantly snapping a photo. Without missing a beat, she took 3 more, her face calm despite the amused glint in her eyes. Kodai, Kendo exclaimed, her face burning as she pointed accusingly at her classmate. You can't just do that. Yui glanced at her briefly. I'll send you some, she replied evenly, taking another photo. Kendo opened her mouth to argue, but her words faltered. She sat back down, covering her face in shame as her blush deepened. Momo, meanwhile, tried her best to avert her gaze, her cheeks flaming, but her resolve faltered. Despite her best efforts, her eyes kept drifting back. Kyoka had her hands over her face, trying to cover the redness spreading across her cheeks. She peeked through her fingers, though, unable to help herself. Kodai, send me some if you don't mind, Setsuna called out suddenly, waving a hand in the air with no shame. Yui gave her a casual thumbs up, leaving the others in varying states of disbelief, embarrassment. Naomi's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew hero course students were physically fit, but this was beyond her expectations. The Izuku Midoriya she remembered had been skinny, wimpy even, but now he looked like he could be competing in the Olympics. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she found herself struggling to look away. Midoriya's. Wow, one girl muttered, her voice trembling as she fanned herself, trying to cool down the heat rising in her face. Why yeah, another girl stammered, her own cheeks a matching shade of red. I guess that's why the girls seem to like him, someone else admitted begrudgingly, her tone tinged with jealousy and regret as she recalled past comments about no one ever wanting to date him. The murmurs of awe and surprise were cut short by Kaminari's loud voice. Wait, but Yaomomo, haven't you, felt him up before? He asked with zero tact, grinning mischievously. The air turned deathly still. All the girls whipped their heads toward Momo, their expressions darkening as an almost tangible murderous aura filled the room. Oh, she did, huh? Mina said, raising an eyebrow and staring pointedly at Momo, her tone sharp but teasing. Momo froze, her eyes darting nervously between her classmates. A small, involuntary squeak escaped her lips as she instinctively shrank under their gazes. I can explain, she squeaked, raising her hands defensively. Explain, Kyoka repeated dryly before glaring daggers at Kaminari. She punched him hard on the shoulder, causing him to yelp in pain. We told you to keep that to yourself, you idiot. Toru turned her attention to Kyoka, her arms crossed. Oh, and you knew about this, huh? She asked suspiciously. Kyoka visibly paled, her usual cool demeanor vanishing. She gulped audibly, trying to make herself seem as small as possible. I'm in danger, she muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Ochako sat in silence, trying to suppress the storm of emotions swirling within her. She avoided looking directly at Izuku, but her gaze kept flickering toward him against her will. Finally, with her cheeks glowing pink, she stood abruptly. I'll just head to the waiting room, she mumbled quickly, trying to escape the growing tension. As she left, she cast a quick, flustered glance at Izuku's shirtless form before hurrying away. Mount. Lady stood, her mouth agape, staring at the jumbotron in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Izuku had made it through. See, told ya, Death Arms said, flashing a grin while Kamui, perched on his shoulder, cawed in delight. To think you were betting against the only guy who could hook you up with 4 arms, Kamui teased, his tone dripping with mockery. Mount. Lady's face flushed a bright red as she crossed her arms. Whatever. He still has more fights to go. It's not over yet, and when he loses, I'll swoop in with my autograph and my dazzling charm to make him feel better. She winked confidently at the 2 men, who both stared back at her, unimpressed. Yeah, right, Death Arms muttered dryly. No way a kid with a copy quirk can truly master Endeavor's power. No one can top the original. True, but still him beating Monoma is an impressive feat, Kamui pointed out, giving Mt. Lady a knowing look. Looks like I'll be hitting the jackpot soon. Mount. Lady rolled her eyes and huffed away, clearly still not convinced. Back in the waiting room, Ochako walked with her head down, her anxiety about fighting Bakugo building by the second. But there was something else gnawing at her. Focus, Ochako, you can do this. Her mind wandered to Izuku, to the moment she had seen him with Itsuka. Her chest tightened, her heart racing with a mix of jealousy and confusion. Why does she have to confess? Just, why can't things just, she groaned, slapping her cheeks and clenching her fists. Okay, Ochako, whether she confesses or not is none of your business. The thought left a hollow, painful feeling in her chest. Just don't think about Dekiru. You have one goal in mind. Beat Bakugo. Ochako tried to refocus, but her steps felt heavy, and the pit in her stomach only deepened. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her. Uraraka, wait up, Itsuka called out, breathless. Ochako froze, her heart thudding in her chest. She turned slowly, offering a strained smile. I wanted to wish you luck, Itsuka said, panting slightly, her eyes bright with sincerity and warmth, a small but genuine smile on her face. Oh, Ochako stammered, thanks. The words felt hollow, even as she tried to force a cheerful tone, rubbing her hands together nervously. You know, Midoriya has a bunch of notes on Bakugo. I'm sure he'd be happy to help you, Itsuka offered, her voice soft but filled with concern. Ochako shook her head quickly. Thanks, but it's all right, she replied quietly, the tightness in her throat making her words sound smaller than she intended. Deku is amazing. He's already catching the pros' attention so quickly. Even in the capture the flag, I was basically backup for Todoroki. Her voice trailed off, and she tried to shrug it off. But I think I need to handle this on my own. He's always been so incredible, but I've realized I've been relying on him too much, Ochako continued, her voice cracking slightly. She clenched her fists, fighting the urge to let her emotions spill. I want to push myself to grow, just like he always does. She turned away, taking a deep breath, her mind a swirl of conflicting feelings. Everyone's fighting for their futures. So we're all rivals. That means I have to give it my all. I need to stop leaning on him and stand on my own 2 feet. Itsuka watched her leave, her expression thoughtful, and a bit of sadness flickered in her eyes. She sighed softly before speaking again. You know, even Midoriya gets help from time to time. Ochako froze mid-step, her thoughts crashing together in an instant. He couldn't do a roundhouse kick to save his life when I started teaching him, but now he's. Itsuka's voice trailed off, a soft blush creeping up her cheeks as she looked down, trying to hide the flustered smile that played on her lips. Anyway, Itsuka said, pushing through the awkwardness, just saying, you have information on your opponent. It's not that uncommon to learn their strengths and weaknesses. You don't have to do everything alone. Ochako clutched her chest, fighting the tightness there. I don't want to rely on him, but. She glanced at Itsuka, her emotions overwhelming her. Yeah, I guess. But I'm fine. Don't worry, I can do this on my own. The words left her lips with a shaky confidence. Okay, Itsuka replied gently, her expression softening. You know it's not a bad thing to ask for help from friends and Midoriya. She said, her voice trailing off with a hint of warmth, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Ochako turned away. Thanks, but I'm okay. Just even Midoriya needs help. We may be rivals, but who says we can't help our friends out? Itsuka said. Plus as professional heroes it's kinda expected to know your opponent. Itsuka gave a wink. If it were me I'd totally be having Midoriya tell me everything he knows. Well, I should go. Itsuka said, clearly trying to give Ochako space, but there was an unease in her voice. Wait, Ochako called out before she could leave, her voice desperate, caught between fear and curiosity. Itsuka stopped and turned back, her expression curious and patient. Do you really plan on confessing to Dekiru? Ochako asked, her voice quieter than usual, almost hesitant. Itsuka's face softened, her gaze becoming unreadable for a moment. Ochako blurted out, unable to stop the rush of emotions. I mean, he gets so flustered, and we're all working to be heroes. She stumbled over her words. Is confessing to him a good idea? And even if you start dating, then that's a whole heap of problems. Dekiru's aiming for symbol peace, and are you really going to confess to him? Itsuka met her gaze, calm and unwavering. She turned on her heel, her ponytail swaying behind her. Yes. Geez, the sports festival is getting more violent every year, grumbled Recovery Girl, her eyes scanning Izuku's injuries as Toshinori sat beside her. You've got first and second degree burns, some bruising, contusions, and mild ligament damage. She leaned in and gently kissed his arm, her body glowing with green light. Izuku sighed in relief as the pain started to subside. Thank you, Izuku said, his voice filled with gratitude. Recovery Girl then moved on to attend to Monoma, still unconscious on the other side of the room. Toshinori, chuckling, commented, for someone with danger sense, you'd think you'd avoid getting so banged up. Izuku winced slightly at the remark, slouching a bit in his seat. Well, I'm not perfect, he muttered, rubbing his neck. But I think I finally understand what's going on. I'll figure it out. Izuku paused for a moment, his brow furrowing in thought. There was this one weird moment during the fight. Danger sense went off, but everything just went blank for a second. Then, it was like danger sense just woke me up again. He sounded confused, still trying to make sense of it all. Toshinori raised an eyebrow. Wake you up, young Midoriya. From what I saw, you didn't seem to be under any kind of attack during the match. Izuku shrugged, his expression uncertain. Maybe it was that Shinso guy's quirk. I don't know. It happened so quickly, I couldn't really catch what was going on. Toshinori nodded. Yeah, that's the challenge of learning to adapt in the heat of battle. Izuku groaned. And now I have to unlock and master 7 different quirks. Toshinori corrected him, a calm smile on his face. 6. You already have 1 active quirk. Izuku blinked in confusion. Wait, what? With your current quirk, that leaves 5 more you'll be unlocking, Toshinori explained. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. But, weren't there 8 previous users? If the first one's out, I should get the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7th, and then your quirk, right? Toshinori laughed softly, shaking his head. Ah, now I see where the confusion came from. Young Midoriya, I was quirkless too, just like you. Izuku stared at him, stunned. Quirkless. Toshinori smiled warmly, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. Yeah, I was. Honestly, I see a lot of my younger self in you. Izuku felt a surge of disbelief and admiration. The number 1 hero was quirkless. The thought left him both awestruck and inspired. Toshinori gave him an encouraging pat on the back. Anyway, you should head back. Uraraka's match will be starting soon once they finish fixing the arena. I'm sure she'd like your support. Izuku blushed furiously and stammered, I don't know what you mean, All Might. He quickly stood up and rushed out of the room, trying to escape the teasing smile on Toshinori's face. Before he left, he glanced back at Monoma, still unconscious, foam at his mouth. Izuku winced slightly. Sorry, Monoma, he muttered under his breath. As he made his way down the hallway, his thoughts raced. I can't believe All Might was quirkless, he thought, feeling a strange sense of connection. If he could make it this far, then I can too. The number 1 hero quirkless just like me. He smiled. With renewed determination, Izuku decided to take a detour to find Uraraka, his heart beating faster with every step. Uraraka stepped out of her waiting room, her heart pounding in her chest. Her hands were clammy, and she had to stop for a moment to shake off a nauseous feeling. God, I feel like I'm about to throw up, Ochako thought as she released a heavy sigh, trying to calm her nerves. This is it, my chance to show the pros what I can do, she thought, clenching her fists and taking a deep breath. Just as she steeled herself, a familiar voice called out from behind. Uraraka. She froze mid-step, startled by the sound. Turning around, her heart fluttered as she saw Izuku jogging toward her, his ever-present notebook in hand. He was panting slightly, his expression a mix of determination and exhaustion. Her eyes softened involuntarily, and her cheeks turned pink as her pulse quickened. Izuku huffed, leaning forward and resting his hands on his knees. Sorry. I wanted to catch you before your match. Guess the side effects of recovery girl's quirk are still, He looked up at her mid-sentence, and their eyes met. For a moment, the world seemed to pause. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he noticed her flustered expression, her cheeks rosy and her lips slightly parted as though she wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Ochako, on the other hand, felt like her heart was about to burst from her chest. The two stared at each other, caught in a moment they couldn't quite explain, before Ochako finally snapped herself out of it, her face even redder than before. She shook her head as if trying to dispel the swirling feelings inside her. Dekiru, what are you doing here? Ochako stammered, then quickly realized how rude that must have sounded. I mean, congratulations on winning your match. Izuku couldn't understand why Ochako had been looking at him like that or why her face was so red. For that matter, why was his own heart pounding so hard? It felt like standing there and talking to her was as intense as facing the Nomu all over again. He stood upright, his face still flushed. I know Bakugo can be scary, but, Izuku stumbled over his words, trying to calm his racing heart. And well, you're always helping me, so I thought. Izuku scratched the back of his neck, struggling to organize his thoughts. Since you're always supporting me, I just wanted to say good luck. I know you can do this. Ochako's breath hitched, and her heart raced even faster at his words. She could barely process what he was saying. She was too focused on the sincerity in his voice and the earnest look in his eyes. You have so much faith in me, even though I don't think I'm all that great, Izuku continued, his voice growing steadier. But you don't seem to ever doubt me. So, I'm putting my faith in you, too. And, he paused, smiling softly. I hope you know I'm going to beat you in the semifinals. Ochako's face turned a deep shade of red, and she gave him a shaky thumbs up. I'll see you in the semifinals, Dekiru. Izuku grinned, reaching into his notebook. By the way, Kachan always starts with a right hook. His reflexes are insane, so getting a touch on him won't be easy. Whoa, Dekiru. Ochako waved her hands frantically. I don't need. I know you're going to say no, Izuku said, cutting her off with a sheepish smile. But you've done so much for me. Giving you a little advice about Kachan makes me feel like I'm helping you for once. Ochako blinked, her heart fluttering again. I don't do that much, she muttered. Realizing she was taking up precious time, she took a step back. I should get going, she called, waving as she turned to run off. But after a few steps, she looked over her shoulder, her cheeks still tinged pink. Wish me luck, Dekiru. Izuku stood there for a moment, watching her retreating figure, his heart still pounding in his chest. He smiled softly. Good luck, Uraraka, he whispered, his voice full of quiet confidence. As Izuku was about to leave, the sound of Ochako's waiting room door opening stopped him in his tracks. He froze like a statue when he saw Iida step out. A wave of awkwardness washed over him, realizing someone might have overheard his conversation. As expected of our class representative, encouraging our classmates and friends. Iida exclaimed, wiping away a theatrical tear. Izuku chuckled nervously, thinking Iida was being a bit overdramatic. Thanks. But, come on. We should head out and watch her match, he said, trying to change the subject. Don't worry, Midoriya, I'm sure Bakugo wouldn't use his full explosions on a girl, Iida reassured him as they began walking back toward the arena. Izuku cringed slightly at the thought. Yeah, he would, he muttered, causing Iida's jaw to drop. Kachan doesn't care about things like gender. He sees everyone as a challenge. Besides, holding back wouldn't make sense when we're all trying to give it our best. That's just not who he is. Iida nodded thoughtfully as they arrived at the Class 1A seating area. The energy immediately shifted as their classmates noticed them approaching. Midoriya, that was amazing. Hiroshima called out, giving him a thumbs up. Holy crap, congrats, dude. Mina added, bounding into his line of sight. You were like whoosh, then bam. And the next thing we knew, you were on the other side of the arena. Taking on the number 2 hero's quirk and surviving. Impressive, Tokiyami remarked with his usual quiet intensity. From the Class 1B side, Kanoko peeked over shyly. Why, you were really cool, Midoriya, she said softly, her cheeks turning a faint pink. Izuku's face flushed at the compliment. Thanks, he replied, rubbing the back of his neck. But, now I know to avoid going up against Fast Track. Getting launched out of bounds like that was kind of humiliating. You still pulled through in the end. Mina grinned. That recovery was epic. Seriously, you're a total powerhouse out there. Midoriya, we saved you a seat, Iida announced, gesturing to the middle row. Izuku glanced around and saw Mina patting the seat beside her with a playful smirk. Come sit next to me, she teased. He hesitated briefly but then moved to the middle row, ultimately taking a seat between Tsuyu and Ishido. Iida, standing off to the side, deflated as he noticed where Izuku sat. That was my seat, Iida mumbled dejectedly. Sorry, Iida, Mina chimed in quickly. Mind if I sit here? I promise I'll owe you one for this. Iida adjusted his glasses, his usual resolve returning. Not to worry, he said before settling next to Shoji. Kyoka and Momo were seated directly behind Izuku, with Toru taking the spot beside them. As Izuku sat down, the conversation shifted back to his fight with Monoma. I still can't believe how you countered his fire blast at the end, Tokiyami commented. It was really close, Tsuyu added in her straightforward tone. You could have been burned badly. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Though I do wish the Omnitrix gave me a more fire-resistant form. Okay, seriously though, Greenie, Kyoka cut in, her tone sharp but tinged with concern. Do you have a death wish or something? Charging headfirst into Monoma's fire like that? I get the whole never give up thing, but that was seriously stupid. Izuku's face flushed red, and Kyoka smirked at his reaction, leaning back with a teasing glint in her eyes. Keep pulling stunts like that, and I might have to start calling you Burned Broccoli, she teased, the nickname making clear reference to how close he'd come to getting scorched. Still, Momo interjected, her voice calm but carrying a note of admiration. It was an incredible display of adaptability. To be able to shift the flow of the battle so effectively. The pros are definitely taking notice. Her cheeks tinted pink as she added, it was inspiring, to say the least. Izuku turned to her, startled by the compliment, but before he could say anything, Kyoka smirked again. Yeah, adaptability or not, just try not to get yourself fried next time, Greenie, she said, her teasing hiding the genuine worry in her tone. Izuku blushed at the praise, quickly turning his attention to the arena as the next match was about to start, hoping to focus on anything but the growing heat on his cheeks. Next to him, Tsuyu rested a finger on her chin, her large eyes narrowing slightly in thought. After a moment, she called out, Midoriya. Izuku glanced at her curiously. You know I like to say what's on my mind, Tsuyu said plainly, her tone calm but pointed. Yeah, why? Izuku asked, feeling a flicker of unease. Your quirk is a lot like All Might's, she stated, tilting her head slightly as if it was the most natural observation in the world. Izuku froze, his mind going blank for a second before scrambling to respond. What? My quirk isn't anything like All Might's. There are so many differences like, I transform. And there's green electricity, and, his words tumbled out in a frantic rush. Hold on, Kirishima interrupted, rubbing the back of his neck. All Might doesn't, break his bones every time he fights, though. Izuku sighed in relief, hoping the conversation would shift. Unfortunately, Monoma chose that moment to return from the infirmary, his usual smug expression firmly in place. Well, yeah, sure, Monoma said, casually waving Kirishima's argument aside, but that's kind of a terrible comparison. The group collectively frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. Monoma smirked, clearly relishing the moment. I mean, All Might's a 40-year-old man with decades of experience and training with his quirk. Of course, he doesn't break his bones anymore. But the raw power, it's basically identical. You all saw Midoriya during the USJ fight when he used 4 arms, right? He was basically All Might with an extra pair of limbs. The group fell silent as they recalled the incident. Red electricity had crackled around Izuku's transformed body, and for a moment, he truly had resembled a younger, less polished All Might. Yanagi from Class 1B joined in, her voice thoughtful. It could also be an example of quirk singularity, the idea that quirks are evolving to become stronger, sometimes too strong for our bodies to adapt to. Momo's face darkened with concern at the idea. She agreed with Unagi's observation but didn't like thinking about the potential consequences for Izuku. Todoroki, sitting nearby, listened silently, his expression unreadable. While he didn't say anything, he couldn't deny Monoma's logic. Izuku, however, was panicking internally. Damn it, Monoma, just stop talking. The group's attention zeroed in on Izuku, their curious and concerned gazes making him sweat. Thankfully, the tension was broken by Present Mike's booming voice. And he was kind of famous in middle school. This isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd erupted in cheers as Bakugo strode into the arena with his usual scowl. Izuku slumped in his seat, exhaling in relief as the focus shifted to someone else. Bakugo's intense glare locked onto his opponent as Present Mike continued, his voice electrifying the stadium. Versus, she's the one personally rooting for a brighter future. From the hero course it's Ochako Uraraka. Ochako stepped onto the platform, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she faced Bakugo's unrelenting stare. Izuku tensed in his seat, his hands gripping his knees tightly. As the tension in the arena grew palpable, Tsuyu stood and moved closer, settling into the seat beside him. Next match is, that match. That is bound to be the most upsetting, Tsuyu said nervously. I feel like I might look away the entire time, Kyoka said. Izuku had bead of sweat run down. You can don it, Uraraka. Midoriya, she said softly, placing her hand over his. Izuku blinked in surprise, looking down at their joined hands. Tsuyu. You looked like you needed someone to calm you, she said matter-of-factly, her expression neutral but kind. I'm worried about Ochako too. Izuku felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, though his heart still pounded in his chest. Why yeah, he stammered, turning his gaze back to the arena. Ochako raised her hands, adopting a ready stance as Bakugo's palms began to crackle with energy. Do your best, Uraraka, Izuku thought, his jaw tightening as he watched the confrontation unfold. This battle is about to explode. Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium. Bakugo, holding his arms out to his sides as small explosions popped and hissed in his palms, smoke curling upward ominously. Naomi glared at Ochako, her fists clenching tightly. She couldn't shake the memory of Ochako standing up to her, defending Deku of all people, Deku. It made her stomach churn to see how blatant Ochako's feelings for him were. Ishida leaned back in his seat with a smirk. Damn, this is going to be a bloodbath. Let's rock. Izuku watched with bated breath as Ochako rushed toward Bakugo, her eyes fierce and unyielding. She tried to anticipate his right hook, but Bakugo swung his arm faster than expected, unleashing an explosion that sent her sprawling backward. Izuku's breath hitched, his knuckles whitening. But to his amazement, Ochako climbed back to her feet, bruised but undeterred. She sprinted forward again, disappearing into the smoke Bakugo left in his wake. Bakugo shifted to blast another direction, only to see a discarded UA jacket fluttering to the ground. His crimson eyes narrowed too late. Ochako emerged from behind him, her fingertips mere inches from his back. She's got him, someone shouted from the crowd. Bakugo twisted instantly, an explosion bursting from his palm. The force struck Ochako squarely, sending her hurtling across the arena. No. Izuku's voice cracked as he leaned forward, gripping the railing. Kachan's reactions are too fast. From the stands, Kaminari shook his head. With that kind of reflex speed, it's impossible for her to close the gap. She can't activate her quirk without touching him, and Bakugo's not giving her a chance. She just needs one touch to win, Iida argued, his tone heavy with hope. Momo frowned, biting her lip. Even if she touches him, he can still use his explosions to stay airborne, she thought, her analytical side battling against the part of her that desperately wanted Ochako to succeed. Ochako charged again, only to be blasted back once more. Each time she hit the ground, she forced herself up, her uniform scorched and her skin marred by burns. Not yet, Ochako's voice rang out, defiant and raw. She surged forward again, but Bakugo met her with another explosion, slamming her into the fractured concrete. Izuku flinched with every hit, his worry etched across his face. "This is too much," Kyoka muttered, her hands flying up to shield her eyes. "Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but, this is," Iida said. "This is a massacre," a pro-hero in the stands murmured grimly. Her earlier substitution attempt failed, and now she's just throwing herself at him. Monoma scoffed, rolling his eyes. "What an idiot. Shouldn't someone stop this?" A spectator shouted at midnight, their voice rising above the murmurs of the concerned crowd. "He's going too far." Ochako, battered and bruised, pushed herself up once more. Blood trickled from the corner of her lip, but her eyes never wavered. She dashed toward Bakugo again, her determination unbroken. "Not yet," she screamed, her voice cracking under the strain. Bakugo's relentless explosions tore apart the arena floor, but Ochako kept running, refusing to back down. The air filled with the acrid scent of smoke and sweat as the crowd fell into an uneasy silence. Izuku gritted his teeth, his heart aching as he watched her tenacity. "Ochako," he whispered, both in awe and agony. "You're absolutely right. I mistakenly left out Yuba's internal motivations and his reasoning for stepping in as a way to make amends with Izuku. Let me correct this and restore that key aspect of the scene while keeping the flow intact. Here's the revised rewrite. Hey, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl." Yeah. The crowd erupted, their shouts of disapproval echoing across the stadium. Boos and jeers filled the air, aimed squarely at Bakugo and his unrelenting assault. There's booing from part of the crowd. But honestly, I also feel the saw. Aizawa, with a sharp movement, elbowed Present Mike in the ribs, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Was that a pro saying he's playing around?" Aizawa asked, his voice as dry as his expression. "How many years have you been a pro? If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore. Go home and look into changing careers." Aizawa's glare was as cold as steel, silencing not only Present Mike but a good portion of the stadium. The crowd murmured in confusion, unsure of what Aizawa was trying to say. His words hit differently for the pros in the stands, some of whom shifted uncomfortably in their seats. What do you mean, Eraserhead?" Present Mike finally managed, his voice cracking slightly under the weight of his friend's judgment. "Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent," Aizawa said evenly. "She made it this far because she's strong. It's because he respects her that he can't afford to hold back or let his guard down." The battle raged on below, Ochako pressing forward despite taking blast after blast. Yuba sat far away from his old group of friends, watching the match with growing frustration. Bakugo was seriously being praised for this. For blasting a girl who was clearly struggling. It made his blood boil. Yuba leaned back, arms crossed tightly, but his thoughts wandered. He knew how much Ochako meant to Izuku. He also knew he owed Izuku, big time. After everything he'd done standing by and letting others torment him, he has no right to be hero. But maybe, just maybe, this was his chance to do something, even if it was small. Yuba scowled as he watched another blast knock Ochako back. His jaw tightened as a memory surfaced. One of his heroics instructors in his trashy old high school drilling the basics into his class. Heroes take down their opponents efficiently and minimize collateral damage. Anything else is just reckless. Yuba clenched his fists. That lesson stuck with him, even now. And looking at Bakugo's smug, unmoving figure, it was clear the blonde didn't care about that principle at all. Aren't heroes supposed to take down their opponents as efficiently as possible? With as little damage as possible? Yuba shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. What the hell do you mean he's taking her seriously? If he did, he'd go on the offensive instead of standing there toying with her by just countering her attacks. A hush fell over a portion of the stadium as people began to murmur in agreement. That's a valid point. The focus shifted back to the fight, and it became glaringly obvious that Yuba was right. Bakugo hadn't moved more than a few steps from his starting position, simply countering Ochako's every attempt to get closer. The crowd grew louder, their frustration boiling over. You think this is hero material? What kind of hero beats someone to a pulp just because they can? Have some decency and stop torturing the girl, you brat. Maybe you need to look for a different profession. The jeers grew louder, spilling over into the commentary booth as present Mike fumbled to regain control of the narrative. Bakugo isn't going to win over any fans with this kind of display, Midnight muttered under her breath. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as Yuba's words stirred the crowd into a frenzy against Bakugo. Jesus, can't believe the crowd turned on Bakugo like that, Kirishima muttered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. They do have a point, Setsuna said, leaning back in her seat. The guy's basically just toying with her. Yui added with a curt nod, her gaze fixed on the arena. Itsuka turned to Izuku, noticing how tightly he clutched his notebook, worry etched on his face. His eyes flicked between the battlefield and the ground as though willing Ochako to keep standing. Monoma smirked, clearly enjoying the spectacle. That's the thing about villains, they get too busy toying with the hero until the hero pulls a fast one and flips the fight. He elbowed Itsuka and gestured toward the sky. Itsuka's eyes widened, and then an ear-to-ear grin spread across her face. He's gonna pay for not going on the offensive, she said confidently, her tone brimming with excitement. Izuku blinked, confused, as he glanced at her. The smoke began to clear, revealing Ochako still on her feet. She was battered, panting heavily, but her eyes burned with determination. Not yet, Bakugo thought, narrowing his eyes. She's tougher than she looks. For the first time, he felt the sting of respect. It's about time, Ochako said weakly, her voice trembling but firm. She brought her hands together, pressing her fingertips together. Thanks, Bakugo, she muttered. Bakugo tilted his head, confused by her words. For not letting your guard down. She finished aloud, her voice strong. Release. Bakugo's eyes widened. It can't be helped from where Bakugo is, Monoma cut in, his smirk widening as he now commanded everyone's attention. But it's embarrassing for a pro in the stands to start booing without noticing what's really happening. The crowd turned to Monoma, intrigued. She kept her body low while advancing, Monoma explained, pointing toward the sky. She concentrated his attacks on the ground, storing up weapons. Then she blinded him with relentless attacks to narrow his field of vision. The audience collectively gasped as they followed Monoma's gesture. High above the arena, a massive collection of rubble and debris hovered in the air, shimmering slightly under the midday sun. She was using her quirk all along, Monoma finished, his voice filled with smug satisfaction. I'm gonna win, Ochako shouted, her voice carrying over the stunned silence. She released her quirk, and the debris began to rain down toward Bakugo like a meteor shower. A meteor shower, Present Mike exclaimed, his jaw dropping. You should have noticed, Aizawa said flatly, his tone holding a trace of disapproval. She had a desperate plan like that up her sleeve. Mina yelled, her jaw nearly hitting the floor. Around her, the rest of Class 1A and B watched in shock, their eyes wide as they pieced together Ochako's strategy. Izuku's mouth fell open as he stared up at the sky. She had a plan all along, he said in awe, pride swelling in his chest. Watching her fight stirred something in him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. His heart raced as he watched Ochako give her all, refusing to back down no matter how dire the odds. Shaking his head, he tried to dismiss the emotion and focus on the fight. Ochako sprinted toward Bakugo with everything she had left. With this much debris, whether he dodges or counters, there'll definitely be an opening. She thought, at that moment, I'll get close and finish it with my secret move. Her eyes burned with determination as she extended her hand toward him. I will win. I'll win and be just like Dekiru. She was inches away, just fingertips away from reaching him. Victory was within her grasp. But Bakugo moved faster. He raised his palm and unleashed a massive explosion toward the sky. The shockwave obliterated the debris in an instant, scattering dust and smoke in all directions. The force of the blast sent Ochako flying back, slamming her into the ground. The sheer power of the explosion rippled through the stadium, making the audience stumble back in their seats. A few spectators were even blown off their feet by the shockwave. Silence followed, broken only by the sound of debris falling like rain. "Since you're friends with Deku, I thought you'd be up to something." The smoke cleared, revealing Bakugo standing unscathed. Ochako's heart pounded in her chest, her breath hitching as her wide eyes locked onto him in disbelief. How is he so strong? Her voice trembled, filled with horror and awe. It wasn't just her. Izuku was equally stunned, his eyes wide in shock. That was at least twice as strong as the explosion he fired during the battle trials, Izuku thought, feeling a nervous chill run through him. To think he did that without any support items. Just how much power did he gain in the last month, Kachan? Bakugo delivers a satisfying explosion. He blasts boldly through Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike's voice cracked, unable to hide his shock as he struggled to comprehend the sheer force on display. Bakugo stood tall, breathing heavily. His shaking arm was a sign that even he had pushed himself to his limits. "That was close," he muttered, but his usual arrogance never left his gaze. Ochako's mind was reeling, trying to process everything in a haze. I did everything I could. But he wasn't fazed at all. Her legs trembled, threatening to give way beneath her, yet she refused to let herself fall. Her breath came in short gasps, her body screaming for rest. But in the midst of it all, a burning desire began to surge inside her. "No." Her voice was low, yet filled with resolve. "I want to be like Dekiru. He wouldn't give up." Izuku's unwavering determination flashed in her mind, his struggle, his constant fight to push beyond his limits. She thought of how he pushed himself every single day, not just for himself, but for everyone around him. He's pushing himself every day. Ochako stood, her body visibly weakened, her legs shaking as though they could give way at any moment. But her resolve was ironclad. "For me, for my parents, I can't give up, I won't give up." Bakugo smirked, clearly entertained by her persistence. He raised his hands, explosions crackling in his palms. His eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to see how far she would push herself. But Ochako wasn't listening. She wasn't thinking about Bakugo anymore. The memories of Izuku flooded her mind, his smile, his stuttered words, how he always got flustered but never gave up. How he believed in her, even when she didn't believe in herself. Why am I getting stronger? Ochako thought, her body moving of its own accord. Despite the exhaustion that weighed on her, despite every instinct telling her to stop, she stood taller, her determination refusing to be crushed. The rubble around her began to float, her quirk activating with an intensity she had never felt before. The realization hit her all at once. I can do this. I'm not just doing this for myself. I'm doing this for him. Her hands glowed a vibrant pink as the ground beneath her feet cracked and shifted. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as his feet slowly lifted from the ground. The shock of the moment hit him harder than any explosion ever could. "What the hell?" Bakugo shouted, his voice tinged with disbelief as his body floated upwards. He struggled against the force, his usual confidence faltering for just a moment. The entire arena was in stunned silence, even Class A and B standing frozen. Denki stammered, wide-eyed, "What's happening?" His voice was almost a whisper, unsure if his brain had short-circuited again. The others shared confused glances, jaws hanging open. Izuku, too, couldn't process what was happening. Her quirk, it lets her nullify the gravity of anything she touches. So, how is Kachan floating? Ochako's breath was ragged, her body trembling with the effort of controlling the floating debris. But through the chaos in her mind, one single thought pushed through with clarity. "I love him." Her chest tightened with the force of the realization, and the rubble in the arena shifted, rising even higher. Ochako moved her hand, her eyes locked on the floating Bakugo, her newfound strength making the very air crackle with power. For the first time, she wasn't just using her quirk mechanically, she was wielding it with purpose, with raw emotion driving her. The rubble spun around her, controlled by her will. She didn't need to think about it anymore. It was natural, it was instinctive. And all the while, Izuku's image stayed in her mind. She could feel his belief in her, his kindness, his unwavering support. And in that moment, she knew this was for him. For herself. For everyone. Can you all believe this? Somehow, Uraraka actually managed to make Bakugo float. This is unbelievable. Present Mike's voice thundered across the stadium, matched only by the astonished gasps of the crowd. In the stands, Aizawa's typically stoic expression betrayed a flicker of surprise. "I don't understand," he muttered, narrowing his eyes at the scene unfolding below. His gaze shifted to Uraraka's glowing hands. "Those movements, they almost look like..." He glanced toward Midoriya in the stands. "Galilean mechanics." Bakugo floated amidst rubble and debris, chunks of the arena helplessly orbiting him in the air. His expression twisted in shock, but it lasted only a moment before his fiery resolve reignited. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. He clenched his fists, preparing to unleash his explosions. There was no way he was losing, not after coming this far, not after setting his sights on surpassing Deku. Ochako glanced at her own hands, noticing the faint pink glow radiating from them. Her heart pounded in her chest, faster and harder as thoughts of Izuku fueled her determination. She clenched her fists tightly. "I can do this," she whispered to herself. "I will do this." She smiled, a fierce light in her eyes as she hurled the floating rubble toward Bakugo. The boy's instincts kicked in immediately, his palms erupting with violent explosions. One after another, the blasts obliterated the incoming boulders, sending shards scattering across the arena like shrapnel. Ochako didn't let up. She flung more debris with everything she had. Bakugo snarled, widening his stance midair as he thrust his palms outward. With a deafening roar, a massive explosion tore through the air, scattering the rubble out of bounds in a fiery display. Ochako gritted her teeth, sweat pouring down her face. She thrust her hand forward, targeting Bakugo directly. A sudden force shoved him backward, the boundary lines drawing ever closer. Realizing the danger, Bakugo twisted midair, thrusting his palms behind him. "Die!" he roared, releasing a colossal explosion that countered her gravitational push. The sheer force sent shockwaves rippling across the arena. "I'm going to win," Ochako shouted back, her voice echoing with unyielding determination. She poured every ounce of her strength into her quirk, pushing harder against him, trying to send him flying out of bounds. Bakugo's explosions came faster and fiercer, but the strain was evident. His skin began to tear under the relentless force, his palms bloodied and raw. Every blast sent jolts of searing pain up his arms, yet he refused to stop. Izuku gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white. His heart pounded as he watched the brutal struggle unfold. Finally, summoning every bit of courage, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come on, Uraraka. You can do it. Throw him out. I know you can win." The crowd fell silent for a split second, stunned by the normally shy boy's impassioned cry. Then, as if ignited by his words, the arena erupted into cheers. "You can do it, Uraraka," Tsuyu shouted, clutching Izuku's hand. "Show that jerk who's boss," Kyoka yelled, her usual sarcasm replaced by raw support. "Go Uraraka, you can do this," Momo called, her voice full of encouragement. "You can do it," Iida added, his fists clenched in solidarity. "Yeah, beat him," the rest of Class 1A joined in, their voices blending with the roar of the crowd. "Come on, you heard Midoriya. Let's go, Uraraka," Present Mike bellowed. "Show them what you're made of. You're supposed to be unbiased," Aizawa deadpanned. "Screw that, take that blonde hothead out of here." The crowd erupted in a frenzy, voices overlapping in a cacophony of support for the underdog. "You can do this, Uraraka. Show him you're stronger. Keep fighting." Ochako's body screamed in protest as she pushed harder, every muscle trembling under the strain. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her vision blurring at the edges. But she couldn't stop. She refused to stop. The weight of the crowd's cheers, her classmates' belief in her, and her own resolve burned brighter than the pain. Bakugo wasn't faring much better. His explosions were beginning to falter, each blast weaker than the last. Blood dripped from his torn hands, splattering onto the cracked arena floor or floating briefly in the air before falling. His teeth clenched so hard it felt like they might crack. "Damn it," Bakugo roared, pouring the last of his strength into a final, desperate explosion. The blast tore through the air with enough force to momentarily silence the crowd. "No. Damn it," Ochako whispered, her voice breaking as her quirk finally gave out. The rubble fell to the ground with a loud crash, and Bakugo, no longer suspended, dropped like a stone, landing on the arena floor with a heavy thud. He winced as he landed, his body collapsing onto his knees. Ochako staggered, her legs buckling beneath her as she fell face first onto the ground, unmoving. The arena was silent for a moment, the only sound the labored breathing of Bakugo as he looked at his bloodied hands, his expression a mixture of frustration and relief. Uraraka is out of commission. Bakugo wins, Midnight announced, her voice carrying over the stunned silence. The crowd let out a collective groan of disappointment but quickly followed it up with a round of applause for Ochako's valiant effort. Murmurs rippled through the stands, a mixture of admiration and critique filling the air. Man, that girl was one hell of a fighter. Seriously, she held her own against him of all people. I was rooting for her. She deserved that win more than Bakugo. Yeah, but she pushed herself too far. You could see she was running on fumes by the end. That Bakugo guy really screwed himself over. If he'd gone on the offensive sooner, he wouldn't have almost gotten tossed out. Overconfident jerk. Guess that's what happens when you underestimate someone like her. Still, props to him for not holding back, but man, she's got guts. She's the real deal. Win or lose, she just proved she's going to be a hero to watch. Izuku felt his heart sink as he watched Uraraka being carried away on a stretcher. Her exhausted, unconscious form was a painful reminder of how much she had given. After a few minutes of staring blankly, he wiped his eyes and stood, his chest heavy with guilt and sadness. No one tried to stop him, it wasn't hard to guess where he was going. His footsteps were slow, deliberate, as he made his way toward her waiting room. His mind raced with possible things to say. Fighting and strategizing came naturally to him, but offering comfort. That was a battle he never felt prepared for. I'll see you in the semi-finals, Dekiru. Uraraka, I'm sorry, Izuku muttered under his breath, his voice trembling as he wiped away another tear. She had fought harder than anyone, pouring her entire heart and soul into the match. If the fight had gone on any longer, she might have won. But now, the thought of how devastated she must feel hurt more than anything else. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice Bakugo coming up the stairs until they were nearly face to face. The two locked eyes, and Bakugo's expression immediately twisted into a snarl. Yo, what the fuck were you thinking? Why don't you just fucking die already, you piece of shit? Bakugo spat, his voice dripping with venom. Izuku flinched but didn't respond. Annoyed, he turned and continued walking. He had more important things to focus on, a friend who needed him, and Bakugo's insults didn't matter right now. Deku, Bakugo barked, his voice rising as he followed after him. Hey, don't ignore me, he shouted, anger flaring when Izuku didn't even glance back. Izuku stopped in his tracks, his shoulders stiff. A gnawing sensation of frustration bubbled in his chest. It clawed at him, threatening to spill over, but he forced himself to take a deep breath and kept walking. You put that shitty plan in her head, didn't you? Bakugo accused, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. That made Izuku stop. Sparks of green electricity crackled faintly around his body as he clenched his fists. The plan that had her flinging herself around so recklessly. Bakugo continued, his tone sharp, as if daring Izuku to deny it. Izuku slowly turned his head, his green eyes narrowing. Don't fuck around and try to bust my goddamn balls with this bullshit, Bakugo growled, stepping closer, his teeth bared in frustration. Izuku exhaled, steadying himself before he finally spoke. No, that's not it, he said, his voice calm but firm. He turned to face Bakugo fully, standing his ground. The plan, all of it was Uraraka's idea. She came up with it herself to beat you. Bakugo's glare deepened, his scowl hardening into something darker, but Izuku didn't flinch. So, if anyone was busting your balls, Izuku continued, his tone cutting, then it was Uraraka. She was the one tossing you around, not me. Without waiting for a response, Izuku turned and walked away. Bakugo stood frozen for a moment, as he glared at Izuku, burning a hole right through his head. Izuku walked slowly down the hallway, his heart heavy as he made his way to her room. When he finally reached the door, he paused, taking a deep breath before gently opening it. Ah, man, I lost. Huh. Izuku was greeted by Ochako sitting on the bed, beaming at him with a smile. She was wearing a new PE uniform, wrapped up in bandages from her injuries, but still somehow looking so positive. I got carried away at the end thinking I could win. Dang it, Ochako said, her voice cheerful, though Izuku could catch the tiniest hint of sadness behind it. Uraraka, what about your injuries? Are you okay? Izuku asked, surprised by her upbeat attitude. She'd fought so hard, and still lost, yet here she was, trying to put on a brave face. Yeah, recovery girl took care of me. It was just moderate nurse white stamina, I'm all good to go. But man, Bakugo was real strong. He totally got me. I was so close, though. But this just shows I gotta get stronger, Ochako said, raising her fist in frustration. Izuku stared at her, still concerned. Are you sure you're alright? I'm fine. Better than expected, Ochako chirped, but then her phone buzzed. The caller ID read, Daddy. She quickly pushed the phone toward her chest, trying to hide it. I mean, you should start looking forward, kinda like you, Dekiru. You fall, but then you get back up and come back stronger. Yeah, but, go, Ochako urged, giving him a gentle push toward the door. The other matches are coming up, and I'm sure you want to take notes on their quirks. Izuku hesitated for a moment. But, don't worry about me. Go, Ochako insisted, pushing him out of the door before closing it behind him. He could hear the faint sound of her sniffling as she locked the door, and his heart ached. Once the footsteps outside faded, Ochako pulled her phone back and dialed her father's number. After a few rings, he picked up. Sorry for not picking up, Daddy. Dad. It's fine, don't worry about it. Sorry for calling when you're busy. Yeah, you might have lost, but it was such a close match. I almost crushed my coffee cup when your meteor crash started. My hand's gonna bruise from your mom squeezing it so hard. And then when you made everything float? I was cheering for you like the whole crowd was. Dad. I want to support you and Mom as soon as I can. Dad. Chako, we'll be fine. No need to rush. Your focus should be on being a hero, first and foremost. Then you can shower your old man with moolah. Plus, the business is booming a bit. Ochako sniffled, trying to hold back the tears. Really? Dad. Yeah, the city's been going through some crazy stuff lately. Kids riding birds, others being chased by knights. And then there's the dragon ripping through the city. It's not perfect, but we're doing all right. Ochako's tears started to fall. Dad. You've got next year, and the year after that. So why are you rushing to win so quick? But Dad, I lost, and I wasn't incredible. I got slaughtered out there. Ochako's voice cracked as she wiped at her eyes. I thought I had a good plan, but as soon as it failed, I had nothing. The last move was a miracle, and I still lost. My self-confidence. It just blew up right in my face. Dad. Chako, we're fine. Don't rush things. Your feelings remind me of how kind-hearted you are. That's why I know you'll be a great hero. Thanks, Daddy. At that moment, Ochako couldn't hold back anymore. Her tears flowed freely, but she still had a smile on her face as she whispered her thanks. Outside the door, Izuku wiped his own tears away. After hearing the conversation, he stepped back inside, not able to just leave her alone in this moment. Ochako froze, surprised by his sudden presence. Dekiru? What are you doing here? She asked, quickly wiping her face. God. Sniff. I'm such a mess. Ochako wiped at her face, her hands trembling as the tears kept coming. She let out a broken laugh, trying to mask her emotions. This is so embarrassing. Izuku stammered, shifting awkwardly as he rubbed the Omnitrix on his wrist. I knew you weren't okay, he said softly, his voice hesitant but full of concern. You don't have to pretend. Not with me, at least. And there's no way you're not frustrated after that match. Ochako stepped forward and began pushing him weakly, her shoulders shaking as fresh sobs broke through. I'm fine, okay. Just go, she muttered, her voice trembling. When Izuku didn't budge, she began hitting his chest with weak punches, her arms trembling with every motion. Just go. I don't need you to worry about me. I'm fine. Izuku didn't flinch, his hands hovering uncertainly as he spoke, his tone firmer now. Look, I know I'm probably the worst guy to help with this, but I can't just walk away when I know you're hurting. Especially when you're trying so hard to hide it. Ochako bit her lip, her hands still pressed against his chest as she tried to suppress another sob. Izuku hesitated, then stepped closer, lowering his voice as if afraid to scare her off. Take it from the guy who's practically a pro at beating himself up. You were amazing out there. Ochako let out a bitter laugh, her teary eyes darting away. Amazing. I got wrecked, Izuku. I tried my best, and I still lost. The crowd saw it, you saw it, I failed. You didn't fail, Izuku said quickly, clasping her hands in his own before she could pull away. She flinched slightly at the contact, her hands cold against his warm palms. You were incredible, Ochako. That meteor shower, that was genius. You had Kachan on the ropes. Do you know how hard that is? You stood up to him, and you didn't back down. That's not failing. If that's not makings of a great hero, then I don't know what is. Ochako shook her head, her lip trembling. But I didn't win. I didn't even come close. He wasn't even trying at the start, and you made him regret it, Izuku interrupted, his voice rising slightly in intensity. You pushed him to go all out. You took his explosions head on just to turn them against him. You fought with everything you had, and everyone saw that. The crowd wasn't booing you, they were cheering for you. He gave a small, lopsided smile. I mean, even Kachan called you by your name. That's basically a compliment coming from him. Ochako let out a shaky laugh, covering her mouth as a few more tears slipped down her cheeks. You're just saying that. I'm not, Izuku said earnestly, leaning slightly closer, his grip tightening on her hands. You proved how strong you are. You didn't give up, even when things looked bad. That's what being a hero is about. You're amazing, Ochako, and I never doubted that for a second. Ochako's resolve crumbled as the weight of his words sank in. Her voice broke when she whispered, "It's not your job to cheer me up." Izuku's expression softened, and he smiled gently. "Yes, it is, because we're friends. And when you're hurting, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Before he could say anything else, Ochako threw her arms around him. Her movements were sudden and desperate, her fingers gripping tightly at the fabric of his shirt as though she were afraid he might disappear. She buried her face against his shoulder, her sobs muffled but unrelenting as she clung to him. Izuku froze, startled by the sudden hug, his arms hovering awkwardly at his sides. But as the seconds passed and he felt her trembling against him, he slowly wrapped his arms around her. His touch was hesitant at first, his hands barely brushing her back, but as her body shook with each sob, he pulled her closer, his grip firm and reassuring. I'm sorry, Ochako mumbled, her voice muffled against his shoulder. I'm such a mess. You don't have to apologize, Izuku said softly, his voice steady even as his heart raced. He could feel her warmth seeping through his shirt, and despite his burning cheeks, he began moving one hand in slow circles across her back, hoping to soothe her. Compared to how much I cry, this is pretty tame. Ochako let out a small, tearful laugh at his awkward attempt to lighten the mood, her grip on him tightening even further. She nestled closer, her head tucked beneath his chin, as his steady breaths began to calm her. For a while, they just stood there, her sobs quieting as the tension slowly drained from her body. Izuku's arms stayed firmly around her, his hands steady as they conveyed what words couldn't, a silent promise that he wouldn't let her face this alone. Finally, Ochako pulled back slightly, her hands lingering on his arms as she gave him a watery smile. Thank you, Dekiru, she said quietly, her voice still shaky but filled with gratitude. I think I wanna head back to class now. Izuku nodded, stepping back, but before he could leave, she grabbed the back of his shirt, stopping him in his tracks. See, call me by my name, Ochako murmured, her gaze fixed on the floor. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and her cheeks flushed as she added, when we're alone, call me Ochako. Izuku's face turned bright red, his heart pounding so loudly he was sure she could hear it. Her own thumping against her chest. Why yeah, he stammered. Okay, Ochako. Itsuka glanced at the entrance to the Class 1A spectator booth. What's taking him so long? She wondered, her thoughts interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. When Bakugo entered, The girls collectively groaned, their expressions clearly unimpressed. "Tch," Bakugo muttered, noticing the disappointment plastered across their faces. "You know, that was a pretty intense match," Shiro said, beads of sweat on his face. "Yeah, maybe now he'll think twice before underestimating someone," Kyoka muttered under her breath, her tone biting. From the 1B seats, Monoma smirked. "Man, the crowd really hates you, Bakugo. You're practically the villain of the whole sports festival. I think everyone's just waiting for someone to take you down." He chuckled, "especially after the way you blasted that fragile girl." The girls of both classes turned to glare at Monoma, clearly irritated. "Shut up. Just shut your damn mouths," Bakugo barked as he strode to his seat. "Seriously, do you even realize a hero's supposed to take down a villain with as little collateral damage as possible?" Monoma pressed on. "Tch," Bakugo scoffed, plopping into his seat. "I was waiting for her to pull some cheap trick. A hero always wins. No way I was losing to that." He paused for a moment, his tone softening slightly. "And besides, where do you see fragile? She was tough as hell. Winning means that much to him, huh?" Mina mumbled under her breath. "All right, let's continue on." Present Mike's voice boomed. "It's the shocking, sparking, thinks he's a lady killer, Denki Kaminari." The crowd roared with enthusiasm as the girls of Class 1A and 1B chuckled at Kaminari's groan of embarrassment. Footsteps sounded again as Izuku and Ochako rushed into the booth, both panting slightly. "Did we miss anything?" they asked in unison, their voices overlapping. "No, Ribbit, it's just getting started," Tsuyu replied. "Versus the fully equipped with support items, from the support course, Mei Hatsume." "So, he's up against someone from the support course," Kyoka mused, crossing her arms. "I wonder what kind of fight this'll be," Tsuyu added curiously. What's that?" Sato asked, pointing in confusion. Everyone's eyes landed on the peculiar sight. Kaminari held two wires in his hands, each connected to a power station that Mei had somehow dragged onto the field. "All right, ready." Mei grinned as Midnight cracked her whip and yelled, "Start." "Yeah, sure, but you're keeping your end of the bargain, right?" Kaminari asked warily. "Of course," Mei beamed. "This is the perfect opportunity for me. Anything else would just be a waste of time." Has the fight started?" Present Mike asked, baffled. "It has," Aizawa replied flatly, already pinching the bridge of his nose, "but I can feel the headache coming." "Hello, everyone." Mei's voice suddenly boomed across the stadium. She hijacked the speakers, Aizawa groaned. What's happening?" Ochako asked, tilting her head. "Looks like they made some kind of deal," Iida deduced, adjusting his glasses. "But why would Kaminari agree to this?" Tsuyu asked. Kyoka deadpanned. "Tsuyu, did you forget what that creep tried to pull before?" The boys exchanged confused glances while Izuku turned toward the girls. "You don't actually think he made some sort of deal just because she's a girl, do you?" Izuku asked hesitantly. Kyoka and the other girls gave him a flat look. "Okay, you've got a point," Izuku conceded sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Meanwhile, Mei began presenting her babies, hard selling her gadgets to the support companies in the audience. Using her quirk, Zoom, she scanned the crowd, gauging their reactions with laser focus. Kaminari's purpose became clear as he powered her more energy-intensive inventions. "This is gonna take forever," Mineta groaned, earning nods of agreement from the rest of the class. 20 minutes later, Izuku had fallen asleep against Ochako's shoulder, while Kirishima snored lightly. Mina was sprawled across Hagakuri's lap, and Kyoka dozed off against Momo's shoulder. Ochako, however, remained awake, her face a bright shade of pink as she sat frozen, Izuku still leaning on her. She stared straight ahead, desperately trying to ignore the warmth of his breath against her neck. "I've presented each and every last one of them," Mei declared triumphantly, wiping her brow. "There's nothing left." With that, she stepped out of bounds. Mei Hatsume has stepped out of bounds. Kaminari advances to the second round. Midnight announced, her voice tinged with confusion. Izuku, Kirishima, and Mineta jolted awake, each wiping drool from their mouths. The girls stirred soon after, stretching and yawning groggily. Ochako, however, was still frozen in place, her heart racing. The boy she'd quietly admitted to herself that she loved had fallen asleep on her shoulder, and for the entire 14 minutes, she hadn't moved a muscle. Kaminari slurred, having short-circuited from powering Hatsume's devices for so long. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Kyoka burst out laughing, joined by Ochako. "Oh man, he's such an idiot." Kyoka giggled, her blunt tone laced with genuine amusement as she wiped tears from her eyes. Ochako joined in, her earlier embarrassment fading as the booth filled with laughter. "Nice work with the advertisement, Kaminari," Siro teased, flashing a grin. Kaminari groaned as he slumped into his seat. "Unlike a certain blonde with explosions, I prefer not to hurt a defenseless girl. I'm a gentleman," he said, affecting an exaggerated English accent. The girls collectively rolled their eyes. "Shut up, Pikachu," Bakugo barked, glaring daggers at the electric user. Kaminari flinched in response. "Whatever, dude," Kaminari muttered. "You do realize that kind of mindset is going to get your ass handed to you, right?" Kyoka said dryly, shooting him a deadpan look. "Yeah, seriously, it's not manly to hold back just because you're fighting a girl," Kirishima chimed in with a firm nod. Mineta leaned forward with a sly grin. "Oh, dear Kaminari, you lost your golden opportunity. She practically turned you into a human billboard. You should have turned her into your personal exhibit." Groans of disgust erupted across the group. "Ew. Gross. Blech." Suyu turned her disapproving gaze on Mineta. "I thought you said you'd stop being a perv," she said with a disappointed croak. Mineta raised a finger, as if making a noble proclamation. No, I said I wouldn't be a perv when our lives were in mortal danger. Outside of that, it's fair game." The collective groans deepened, and Mina shook her head in exasperation. "You guys could really take a page from Midoriya. He actually knows how to treat a girl," she said, smiling. Izuku blinked, feeling the sudden weight of attention. Nervous but wanting to contribute, he recalled something Kevin used to say. Kevin always said, "You have to treat a car like you treat a woman," he offered with an awkward smile. The air in the booth froze. Bakugo slapped a hand over his face. Kirishima muttered a prayer under his breath. Kaminari and Mineta both bit their lips, struggling not to burst into laughter. Shoji and Tokiyami silently shook their heads, as if mourning a tragedy. The girls, meanwhile, slowly turned their heads toward Izuku, eyebrows raised in unison. A few radiated an ominous aura. Izuku froze, feeling sweat bead on his brow. A small voice in the back of his mind whispered, "I have made a grave mistake." "Go on," the girls said in eerie unison. Izuku gulped. No, I sense I have made mistakes of some kind," he stammered, a shiver running down his spine. "Hey, look, the match is starting," Ochako called out hurriedly, mercifully cutting the tension and saving Izuku from further self-inflicted disaster. "You're in my way," Shoto said coldly, his tone dripping with disgust as he stopped in front of his father on the way to his match. His mismatched eyes barely glanced at Endeavor before locking forward again. Endeavor stood firm, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Shoto. After a brief pause, he spoke, his voice laced with irritation. "You're acting disgracefully, Shoto." Shoto's scowl deepened as he stepped to the side, intending to walk past his father without another word. Endeavor turned slightly, following his son's movements with a burning intensity in his eyes. "If you used the power on your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in the obstacle course and capture the flag. Stop this childish rebellion already. You have a duty to surpass All Might. Do you understand? You're different from your siblings. You're my greatest masterpiece." The words made Shoto stop in his tracks. His fists clenched at his sides, his face twisting with anger. He turned his head just enough to glare at Endeavor, the sheer hatred in his gaze striking like a dagger. "Is that all you can say, bastard?" Shoto growled, his voice low but venomous. "I will win, using only Mom's quirk. I won't use your damn power." Endeavor's expression remained stoic, but the tension in the air thickened. His voice softened slightly, though it carried a sharp edge. "Even if that works now, you'll soon realize the limits of that power." Shoto said nothing more, storming away toward the arena. The roar of the crowd grew louder with every step, but his father's next words cut through the noise like a knife. Your battle with that Midoriya boy only have proven that. Alright, folks, we have a match between two students from prominent families. First up, the son of Endeavor, Todoroki. Todoroki stepped onto the arena, ice spreading from his right side and chilling the air as he moved into position. His expression was stoic, though his eyes burned with determination. And his opponent, the billionaire genius, Billy Billions. Billy approached confidently, adjusting his high-tech gauntlets and boots with a smug grin. You know, Todoroki, you're living proof that quirk marriages do work, Billy began, his tone dripping with mock admiration. Shoto's brow twitched in irritation, his patience already wearing thin. I mean, just look at you, Billy continued, slipping on another piece of gear. Perfect quirk, perfect school, perfect opportunity. Honestly, I wish Yaoyorozu could see this. She's so naive, always talking about ethics and, feelings. And don't even get me started on that peasant she's been hanging around with. Begin. The word had barely left the announcer's mouth when Shoto slammed his foot down. The ground cracked beneath him as a tidal wave of ice surged forward, consuming the arena in an instant. The temperature plummeted to Arctic levels, and in one terrifying moment, a colossal glacier erupted into existence. The ice wall soared into the sky, its jagged peaks glistening like a frozen mountain, towering above the stadium. The sheer force of the attack sent a shockwave rippling through the stands, and the audience collectively gasped in awe. The arena fell silent as everyone stared at the glacier in stunned disbelief. The massive structure shimmered ominously under the sunlight, dwarfing the entire arena and leaving no room for escape. Holy crap! Death Arms and Kamui Woods exclaimed in unison from outside the stadium, their jaws practically hitting the floor as they gawked at the glacier visible from the street. Inside, the temperature was unbearable. Izuku and the others scrambled to back away from the overwhelming cold, their breaths visible in the frosty air. Tsuyu collapsed into a light sleep from the sudden chill, and Momo immediately created a thick blanket to cover her. Meanwhile, Ishida stood frozen in the stands, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. His body trembled involuntarily as he stared at the mountain of ice, unable to process what he'd just seen. He's just a first year. Ishida muttered under his breath. A first year did this. No last name, just Todoroki. I can't. Ishida's shaking, someone whispered nearby, their voice tinged with disbelief. He's Endeavor's son, someone else said, their voice breaking slightly. But still, this is insane. Ishida swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he forced a chuckle. Man, I almost feel bad for Bakugo, he said, his voice strained. Facing this guy in the finals. Yeah. Good luck, buddy. Now that's real power, Naomi whispered. I guess the match is. Crack. The ice split with a deafening sound, startling everyone as the glacier began to fracture. Atop the icy mountain, Billy emerged from the crevice, his body trailing steam as he raised his arms to the sky, ready to launch his counterattack. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he darted to the left, just in time to avoid Billy's powerful descent. Billy slammed his boots into the ground, sending a shockwave that rippled through the arena, cracking the floor beneath them. Todoroki, why all the hostility? Billy sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. Look, why don't you give up and go run back to your daddy? I need to teach that peasant a lesson he won't forget. Another burst of ice shot from Todoroki's outstretched hand, but Billy responded instantly, smashing through the freezing assault with ease. Shoto's eyes darkened, his frustration rising. He charged forward, sending another blast of ice at Billy, but the billionaire crushed it effortlessly again, showing no sign of slowing down. You really piss me off. Todoroki's voice was as cold as the ice he controlled. With another roar, he fired off yet another trail of ice. Each attack shattered on impact, but Todoroki's resolve remained firm. You think you can just buy whoever you want. Shoto's tone was emotionless, but the anger in his eyes betrayed him. You think you can just take Yaoyorozu's choice away, or any woman you desire. Billy scoffed, but Todoroki's words cut deeper than he let on. From the hallway, Endeavor, watching the match with intensity, could hear every word. His eyes flickered with anger, his flames sparking to life, though he remained silent, watching his son's determination. Billy, however, was too blinded by his arrogance to notice Todoroki's approach. He didn't realize Shoto was closing the distance until it was too late. With one swift motion, Todoroki grabbed Billy's gauntlet, encasing it in ice before the billionaire could react. Billy's boots activated, and he leapt into the air, trying to gain the advantage. What does it matter to you? I was promised her, and I always get what I want. Regardless of her feelings for that whelp, I'll beat you so badly that Yaoyorozu will beg me to stop. Todoroki's cold gaze didn't falter. With the flick of his wrist, he sent a trail of ice rushing upward, trapping Billy's feet as he landed. Billy's movements slowed as his legs were frozen in place. Another blast of ice quickly ensnared his other foot, then his remaining gauntlet. With each successive attack, Todoroki methodically closed in. HMPH. Todoroki's voice was sharp, full of contempt. So you plan to beat Midoriya to a bloody pulp until Yaoyorozu agrees to marry you? That's the most disgusting, idiotic thing I've ever heard. With a final, decisive movement, Todoroki shattered Billy's remaining gauntlet, leaving the billionaire vulnerable. He then pinned him down with a force that left no room for escape. Billy, struggling, could feel the weight of Todoroki's training and power pressing down on him. His strength, honed through years of physical discipline, kept Billy from gaining any leverage. The cold was suffocating. Billy could see his own breath as it escaped invisible clouds, a testament to the frigid air Todoroki commanded. The arena was silent, save for the crackling of ice and Billy's muffled grunts. Even Midnight and Cementos, caught in the freezing air, were visibly uncomfortable. The audience, stunned by the shift in power, watched in stunned silence as Todoroki maintained his unyielding hold. You think because you have power and prestige, you can treat people like pawns for your own selfish goals. Todoroki's eyes locked onto Billy's with an icy glare. Everything about you disgusts me. You're no better than a parasite, using others to fuel your pathetic ambitions. Todoroki wasn't looking at the boy beneath him, instead at the hallway he existed, a hardened gaze towards Endeavor. Billy's eyes flashed with fury. Shut up, you don't know anything about me. His voice was a low, snarling growl, but the anger in his eyes revealed his helplessness. Todoroki didn't reply, his gaze unwavering. Midnight stepped forward, inspecting Billy's condition, and saw that he was truly pinned. Billy, can you move? Midnight asked, her voice calm, but there was no response, only a strangled groan as Billy continued to struggle beneath Shoto's unrelenting grip. Then I'm sorry. Midnight raised her whip, ready to call the match in Todoroki's favor, but Billy cut her off with a furious scream. Shut up, you street whore. I refuse to lose. He kicked and thrashed desperately, but it was clear he was powerless to escape. Midnight's expression hardened. With a crack of her whip, she declared, Todoroki wins. Billy Billions is immovable. Shoto released his hold and stepped back, his breathing calm, though the chill in the air remained thick. He adjusted his shoulders, his face as cold and stoic as ever, before turning and walking toward the hallway. His father's gaze followed him, but no words passed between them. Kyoka sat there, her body trembling slightly as she watched Todoroki's overwhelming display of power. A deep unease settled in her chest. She knew Todoroki was intimidating, but seeing him release such devastating attacks sent a chill down her spine. Her ear jacks, while a part of her, felt so much less reliable in comparison to Todoroki's raw force. Without her boots, she could already tell this match would be a one-sided affair if she were ever to face him. Todoroki is pretty intimidating, huh? Kaminari muttered, shivering as much from fear as from the cold in the air. Why yeah, I mean, he basically froze an entire side of the field in one move. Kirishima added, still awestruck. He looks sad, more than intimidating. Izuku thought to himself, studying Todoroki's cold exterior. Despite the sheer power Todoroki displayed, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper troubling him, something hidden beneath his icy facade. I mean, I feel sorry for whatever poor soul is going up against him. No offense, but their chances are nearly zero. Before Kirishima could finish his sentence, he, Kaminari, and Mineta were all hit in the head by a book. Momo's expression was stern as she stood, her finger raised in reprimand as she gestured to the still shivering Kyoka. The three boys froze, immediately realizing what they'd done and clamped their mouths shut. Kyoka, still visibly shaken, looked down at the floor, embarrassed by the attention. Sensing her discomfort, Momo, ever the calming presence, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Kyoka blinked, the warmth of Momo's touch snapping her out of her anxious thoughts. She looked up at Momo and gave a small, appreciative smile, nodding as a gesture of gratitude. Izuku turned around, offering Kyoka a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, you just have to give your best." Kyoka rolled her eyes, crossing her arms in frustration. "Easy for you to say," she muttered. "This is going to be such a one-sided fight." Izuku rubbed his hands nervously, trying to find the right words. He then remembered what Kyoka had said earlier. Didn't you say that what makes you a true hero is standing up for what you believe in?" Kyoka's face flushed a deep red as she looked at him in disbelief. "Shut up. Don't throw my words back at me." Momo, who had been quietly observing, nodded thoughtfully. "It won't matter if you win or lose." "Lose, but go on," Kyoka said with a slight smirk, still hugging her knees to her chest. "But the fact that you stood your ground is what truly matters," Momo continued, her voice warm and encouraging. "That's an admirable quality, and I'm sure the pros will take notice." Kyoka slowly let go of her knees and sat up, her shoulders relaxing. "Thanks," she said quietly, the warmth of Momo's words slowly melting her anxiety. "Next, we have Class A versus B," Kirishima announced, cupping his face with his hands in excitement. Mina glanced at the brackets, her eyes lighting up when she saw her match was next. She jumped to her feet. "Well, guess it's my turn. It'll probably take them a while to melt all that ice, so I'll get ready," she said, her voice full of energy. She leapt out of her seat, then paused, glancing back at the bracket. "After my fight, there's 2 more matches before Kendo and Midoriya." Her voice faltered slightly as she looked down, clearly deflated. "Never mind," she muttered before walking off. Izuku noticed her downcast expression and turned to Uraraka. "Hey, did it seem like Mina was kind of sad just now?" The other girls quickly realized why Mina was upset, but none of them were ready to spill the beans. They didn't want to be the ones to say, "Hey Midoriya, we all totally like you, pick one," especially when some were still unsure about their feelings. Uraraka, on the other hand, wasn't ready to confess yet, and some of the girls, like Kyoka, assumed Izuku wouldn't like them or find them attractive. "Nope, didn't notice a thing," Uraraka said, perhaps a little too quickly. Momo and Kyoka shook their heads, while Tsuyu, who was asleep on Hagakuri's lap, mumbled something incomprehensible, also shaking her head. Izuku gave a confused shrug, but Kirishima, watching the exchange, thought it was a bit weird that no one pointed out how clearly upset Mina had been. Wait, she wasn't. They didn't notice a thing. Kirishima thought to himself, his brow furrowed in confusion. "I know I'm not the best at picking up on how people are feeling, but maybe it's something personal." The ice that had surrounded the arena was finally clearing up, and the next match was about to begin. Ojiro broke the silence. "So, how do you think this match will go?" "Mina's up against Kamakiri from Class 1B, Izuku said, flipping through his notebook. He glanced up at the clearing field, trying to gather his thoughts. Well, I don't know much about Kamakiri's quirk, but from what I've seen, he can erupt blades from his body. Mina will have to get in close, but..." Ojiro interrupted, finishing Izuku's sentence. "She might get stabbed and turned into a shish kebab." "Why yeah," Izuku mumbled, his thoughts racing. He could already imagine how dangerous this fight might be for Mina. "My money's on Ashido," Toru chimed in confidently. "Her acid can dissolve Kamakiri's blades, and with her agility, I don't see why she should lose." "Kamakiri, shred her clothes, expose her pink skin completely," Mineta yelled, raising his fist in the air, his perverted grin plastered across his face. The girls from Class B all exchanged disgusted looks, collectively thinking, "Wow, he really is the worst." "You pervert," Kyoka shouted at the short-haired boy, her voice filled with indignation as she glared at Mineta. Izuku winced, feeling uncomfortable with Mineta's comment, but the rest of the group stayed focused on the upcoming match, the tension palpable as the arena continued to clear. And for our next match, we have a showdown between Class A and Class B. From Class A, the Acid Queen herself, Mina Ashido. Mina strutted confidently into the arena, her usual bright smile plastered on her face as she pointed towards her opponent. "I'm gonna kick your butt, Kamakiri." And from Class B, he's quirk as sharp as he looks, Togarukamakiri. Todoroki walked into the arena, his eyes focused, his body tensing as he stretched his limbs. "I can't lose. Monoma will never stop ing if I do." He cracked his knuckles, the anticipation of the match building within him. "Sorry, Porcupine, but I can't lose either." Mina grinned, her stance ready. "Begin." Midnight's whip cracked through the air, signaling the start of the match. Mina wasted no time, her agility taking over as she dashed toward Kamakiri, her acid quickly spreading ahead of her to create a slippery, fast track. She aimed to get in close, knowing full well the range of Kamakiri's deadly blades, but she was confident in her speed. Kamakiri stood motionless, a dark grin playing at his lips. Without warning, blades erupted from his arms, his back, and even his legs, sword-like protrusions of steel extending from his body with an unnerving precision. Mina's eyes widened as the first set of blades shot toward her. "I've got this," she thought, leaning backward with perfect flexibility as a blade narrowly missed her, slicing through the air where her head had been moments before. She didn't waste a second, rolling to the side to avoid the next round of blades, her body agile as ever. Her acid trail created a smooth surface, allowing her to move at a blistering pace. Kamakiri's next blade shot out, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Mina sidestepped, flipping gracefully over another incoming attack. But Kamakiri was relentless. His blades exploded from his body in a flurry of sharp strikes, each one faster and more precise than the last. As Mina neared, she miscalculated the trajectory of the next blade. Shit! Before she could react, a large blade erupted from his forearm and stabbed straight into her shoulder, puncturing her skin with a sickening sound. The pain shot through her body like fire, but she didn't scream. Her breath hitched, her vision blurring for a split second as the sharp steel held her in place. "Gah!" The silent scream escaped her lips, her shoulder impaled by the blade, but she refused to give up. The audience gasped as the shock of the hit reverberated across the stadium, some holding their breath as Mina fought to stay on her feet. Her hands clenched into fists, blood dripping from the wound. Class 1A watched in shock and horror as Mina was stabbed right through her shoulder, blood dripping steadily onto the arena floor. "Mina!" Izuku shouted, his voice laced with panic. "Oh no, Mina!" Hagakure cried out, her voice trembling with concern. Momo's hands flew to her mouth in shock, her eyes wide in disbelief. Uraraka gripped Izuku's hand tightly, her fingers digging into his skin as her heart pounded in her chest. Izuku, himself, looked horrified, his face pale as he watched his friend bleed. Kirishima stared in disbelief, his own stomach churning. Mina had been one of his longest friends, and seeing her in pain was more than he could handle. Izuku's heart raced as he saw the blood dripping from Mina's wound. His mind froze, he wanted to rush down and get her to Recovery Girl immediately. He squeezed Uraraka's hand tightly, fighting to stay calm. "Come on, Mina, you've got this. Win. Kamakiri has stabbed Ashido. Talk about drawing first blood." Kamakiri, his stance unwavering, looked at Mina with a mixture of coldness and hesitation. "Yield," he said, his voice clipped. "I don't want to lose, but I also don't want to hurt you more than I already have." Mina, her breathing sharp from the pain, slowly pulled herself off the blade, her hands clutching her bleeding shoulder. The agony shot through her, but she refused to show weakness. Ignoring the sting in her arm, she bolted forward toward Kamakiri. He didn't hesitate. More blades erupted from his body, cutting through the air with a dangerous hiss. But Mina was already in motion, her flexibility allowing her to lean back just in time to avoid the first blade. She rolled to the side, avoiding another swipe, before skating across the arena using her acid, closing the distance between them. The next blade came at her, but she didn't dodge this time. Instead, she leapt into the air, twisting her body, her acid melting the blade as it approached. Kamakuri's eyes widened as his weapon dissolved before his eyes, but Mina was already on the attack, charging forward with even more speed. Some of her clothes were burned by the heat from the acid, but she kept moving, a flurry of action as she launched another glob of acid straight toward him. Kamakuri was forced to sidestep, the acid hissing as it burned the ground where he'd been standing. Damn it, Kamakuri swore, frustration in his voice. He lashed out with more blades, but Mina dodged with a fluidity that seemed almost effortless. She repeated her earlier maneuver, melting the next set of blades as they came toward her, then she closed the distance, slamming a surge of acid onto his skin. He winced, the burn causing him to stagger back. She wasn't done. Mina threw herself at Kamakuri, her fists launching toward him with relentless precision, landing punch after punch in the spots where her acid had already burned through his armor. He grunted in pain, struggling to keep his ground as she twirled him around and threw him into the air, using her acid to melt the blades trying to stop his descent. Kamakuri landed, but before he could steady himself, Mina was on him again. She threw another stream of acid at his chest, the liquid sizzling as it burned through his clothing and skin. He screamed in agony, but Mina didn't give him any time to recover. With a fluid motion, she uppercut him, sending him reeling back before launching a powerful roundhouse kick to his face. Kamakuri staggered, clutching his broken nose, blood trickling from it. He glared at her, but there was no fire in his eyes anymore. She was too much for him. Mina stood over him, her breathing heavy but steady, placing her hands on his shoulder. Her expression softened, but her words were firm. This should just hurt. It won't leave any permanent damage. Kamakuri's eyes widened in shock as pain surged through his body from her grip, the sizzling sound of his skin searing under her touch. His whole body trembled as the agony spread through him, his voice breaking as he screamed in pain. "Give up," Mina said, sweat beading on her forehead as she fought to catch her breath. "I surrender," Kamakuri gritted out, his voice strained with defeat. Mina released her hands from his shoulder, her chest rising and falling with each labored breath. The moment she did, Midnight's voice rang out, loud and clear. "Toguro Kamakuri has surrendered. Mina Ashido wins." The crowd erupted into applause, the intensity of the fight leaving them breathless. Class 1A erupted into cheers as Mina was announced the winner. "Good job, Mina," Hagakure yelled, waving her arms wildly. "Way to go, Ashido," Kirishima shouted, throwing his fist up in the air. "You totally crushed it. You did great," Uraraka called out, a wide smile on her face. Izuku, standing among his classmates, wasn't as loud, but he offered a proud thumbs up to Mina. Class B, although a little disappointed, made sure to cheer for their classmate. "You did great," Kendo shouted, giving Kamakuri an encouraging smile. "You were awesome out there," Shota added, grinning at the outcome. Class 1A only got lucky. Setsuna teased, a playful glint in her eyes as she glanced at the victorious Ashido. Kodai and Yangai raised a sign that said, "Way to go," while both of them offered supportive smiles. As Mina and Kamakuri were placed on stretchers, Mina winced slightly from the pain, but her expression was bright, despite her injuries. "Hey, sorry for stabbing you," Kamakuri said, his voice somewhat awkward but sincere. Mina turned her head toward him, flashing a wide smile. "No worries, dude, it's all part of the fun, right? Sorry for burning you, though," she chuckled, trying to ease the tension. "Yeah, well, I guess both of us got a little carried away," Kamakuri said with a slight laugh, the pain in his body still lingering but lighter now. "I just couldn't hold back when I know my quirk can slice someone clean in half. It's hard not to be a little lethal, you know." Mina grinned, her eyes twinkling. "Lethal, huh, I get it, your quirk's intense, but we gotta work with what we got." Her tone was light, trying to keep the atmosphere friendly despite the battle. Kamakuri let out a short snort of laughter, then glanced over at her. "Yeah, I guess we do. And with that, Class A takes the lead in the rivalry. Next up, Hitoshi Shinso from the general course." The crowd turned their attention as Shinso stood from the general course stands and calmly made his way toward the arena. And on the other side, We have the master of hardness, guaranteed to make any woman. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Aizawa's voice cut through, followed by a loud bang. Ack! The sound of someone tumbling to the floor echoed across the stadium. Quote. Moments later, the microphone crackled as it was hastily adjusted. Quote. Ajiro Kirishima is his opponent. Just start already, Aizawa grumbled, his irritation palpable. What happened to Mike? The stadium collectively murmured in confusion. As if ignoring the chaos, Kirishima walked confidently out of the tunnel, meeting Shinso, who approached from the opposite side, both now standing in the arena. Kirishima hardened his skin, his arms bulking up like weapons, and smirked. Listen up, General Ed. Like hell, I'm gonna lose to you. Shinso folded his arms, his expression calm. No offense, dude, but your quirk's not exactly versatile. You're kind of predictable. Oh, we'll see about that. Begin. At the signal, Kirishima charged forward, fist cocked back, his battle cry echoing. Shinso ran straight at him, his expression focused. I just need him to hit me a few times. Keep up the act until I get my opening, Shinso thought, planning his strategy. You're friends with that raccoon-eyed freak, right? Shinso taunted, just as Kirishima's fist slammed into his midsection. The impact knocked the air out of him, sending him staggering and wheezing. Don't call my friend that, Kirishima growled, his voice low with warning. Shinso wheezed, clutching his side but managed to gasp, Don't call who? Raccoon eyes. Kirishima, fueled by anger, went for a decisive blow, but Shinso rolled to the side, dodging just in time. As Kirishima's arm extended, Shinso grabbed it, smirking through the pain. You let that explosion jackass call her that all the time. What kind of friend does that? Shinso sneered. Shut up. Kirishima started, but then his body froze mid-motion, his eyes going blank. Shinso straightened, his smirk widening. Walk out of bounds. Kirishima, under Shinso's control, turned around without resistance and walked obediently out of the ring, the crowd gasping as the match ended abruptly. A handful of Class 1A and 1B students had gathered outside Recovery Girl's office, hoping to check on Mina and Kamakiri after their intense match. The small hallway quickly became crowded, voices overlapping as they tried to peek inside. There's way too many of you. Get out, Recovery Girl barked, her tone leaving no room for argument. Behind her, Nurse White reinforced the order, ushering the students out with firm resolve. Hey, come on, old lady. Let us see our friends. Setsuna protested, only for Recovery Girl to grab her cane and swing it with surprising accuracy. A chorus of, ow, and, hey, that hurts, erupted as students scrambled to avoid the blows. When her sharp gaze landed on Izuku, he gulped audibly, backing away with his hands raised in surrender. No need for that, ma'am. I'll leave right now. He stammered, retreating toward the hallway. Eventually, all the students were herded out, leaving the door firmly closed behind them. Please give Kamakiri my blessing, Abara said softly, bowing before walking off toward her waiting room with a serene yet worried expression. Tell Kamakiri he was super manly, Tetsu added, giving a thumbs up before jogging away, his boisterous energy cutting through the tension. Izuku lingered near the door with Hagakure, both glancing back at it in concern. I'm sure Mina's fine, she's tougher than she looks, Hagakure said, trying to reassure the green-haired boy, though her voice betrayed a hint of worry. Why yeah, but still, Izuku muttered, his brow furrowed. The two reluctantly made their way back toward their seats, their unease lingering. As they were about to sit down, a loud announcement boomed through the stadium speakers, freezing them mid-motion. Kirishima has walked out of bounds. Hitoshi Shinso wins. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and Izuku whipped his head toward the arena, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. No way, Kirishima lost, Uraraka said, her voice rising in surprise as she leaned forward in her seat. Hagakure clutched at her invisible chest. He's one of our strongest fighters. How could this happen? Izuku dashed to get a better look. In the arena, Kirishima stood just beyond the boundary line, staring down at it in confusion. Realization hit him, and his shoulders slumped in disappointment as the announcer declared Shinso's victory. The match wasn't even 5 minutes, and he lost. Shiro muttered, his brows knit together as his gaze flicked to the retreating figure of Hitoshi Shinso. Aoyama's hands fidgeted nervously, his golden belt shimmering. Je suis un peu nerveux, he murmured in French before straightening up and flipping his hair dramatically. But fear not, this foe will still fall to my dazzling charm. Kyoka folded her arms, shaking her head. How did this even happen? She asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Ojiro, who had been quietly analyzing the match, spoke up. It looked like Kirishima went for a punch and managed to land a solid hit, but Shinso grabbed his exposed forearm and then Kirishima just walked out of bounds. Like he was in a trance. Ah, man, how the heck are we supposed to beat someone we can't even touch? Kaminari groaned, throwing his hands up. Meanwhile, Monoma sat perched in the Class 1B section, his smug smirk visible even from a distance. I told you my plan would work, Shinso, he muttered to himself. They all think it's just your quirk requiring touch. They won't even think to keep their mouths shut. You'll get everything you need without lifting a finger. Back in the stands, Izuku narrowed his eyes at the arena, his analytical mind racing. What's really going on here? He murmured to himself. Mina lay in her bed at Recovery Girl's office, staring at the ceiling, her body still aching from the earlier match. When she heard the announcement, her eyes widened. Kirishima lost, she whispered, disbelief evident in her tone. No way, Kirishima lost. Tetsu muttered from the stands, his shock mirroring the rest of the audience. Ha, not even 5 minutes, and he lost. Monoma crowed loudly, a smug grin on his face. Oh well, guess Class A is all talk. I thought you were supposed to be better than our class. Monoma froze mid-taunt as Midoriya cracked his knuckles, his usually kind demeanor replaced with an intimidating glare. Kendo, who had been moments away from physically silencing Monoma herself, stopped in surprise as he gulped and sat back down, shielding his manhood with both hands. You know, Kaminari said, leaning back with a smirk, I felt bad about how Midoriya busted your balls earlier, but now. Nope, any sympathy just went straight out the window. He mimicked tossing something away for emphasis. Snickers erupted from both classes, though most tried to stifle their laughter. Monoma's face burned red as he scowled in embarrassment. Midoriya, I cannot condone such uncouth behavior. Iida chastised, chopping the air with fervor. A strike to one's scrotum is an unforgivable act. Unforgivable, sure, Izuku replied with a sheepish shrug. But, effective. And to be fair, it's not like I came up with it on my own. Wait, Kaminari said, clutching his knees in mock fear. Someone taught you that? What kind of deplorable person would teach such a heinous move? Iida demanded, chopping even faster now. Monoma crossed his arms, scoffing. Whoever it was must be a sadistic lunatic. Probably some twisted. Kendo, Izuku interrupted, glancing pointedly at the girl. Monoma turned pale, his smug expression vanishing as his eyes went wide. Slowly, he turned his head toward Kendo, who was cracking her knuckles with an unamused smile. The guys nearby instinctively leaned away from her, clutching themselves in subtle fear. She gave me a very personal demonstration, Izuku added, visibly shivering at the memory. The girls turned to Kendo with wide eyes, their disbelief palpable. Kodai, her usual calm broken, lightly slapped Kendo's arm. Ow, Kendo protested, rubbing the spot. HMPH, Kodai huffed, crossing her arms in a pout. He's fine. Kendo defended herself, shooting Izuku a glare. Not the point, Kodai shot back, her tone stern. And you'd inflict that kind of pain on others. For shame, Midoriya, for shame, Iida declared, earning scattered laughter from the group. As the laughter subsided, the defeated Kirishima returned to the stands, his head hanging low. A heavy sigh escaped him as he dropped into his seat. Hey, Kirishima, don't sweat it, Shiro said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. The guy just got lucky, that's all. Why yeah, you were super manly out there, dude. Kaminari chimed in, trying to lift his friend's spirits. And next year, you can totally get your payback. Mineta added, standing up and punching the air. Give him a knuckle-hardened sandwich before he even gets the chance to use his quirk. Even the usually quiet Kota gave Kirishima a thumbs up of encouragement. Kirishima smiled faintly, some of the weight on his shoulders lifting. Thanks, guys, I appreciate it. Don't let the loss get to you, Izuku said with an encouraging nod. You did great out there. Now it's just a matter of learning from it. Indeed, Tokiyami said, crossing his arms, his voice calm and assured. Learn from defeat so that history does not repeat itself. Dark Shadow emerged with an enthusiastic grin. What Fumi's trying to say is, we'll beat him up for you. It gave Kirishima a playful thumbs up. The group chuckled as Kirishima settled into his seat, his spirits visibly improved. Next up, we have the Boy of Steel, Tetsu from Class B. Present Mike announced, his voice booming across the arena as the crowd erupted in cheers. Kirishima joined the cheers for Tetsu, pumping his fist in support, while Class B enthusiastically backed their own as well as Abara Shiozaki, the next competitor. And now, the assassin of Class B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. From the hero course, it's Abara Shiozaki. Present Mike continued as Abara gracefully entered the arena, her vines coiling lightly around her shoulders. Abara paused, bowing politely before speaking into the mic. Pardon the interruption, but I must protest. What do you mean by assassin? I have come here to compete honorably, not to harm my opponent. I'm sorry, Present Mike stammered, flustered, but Abara wasn't finished. In truth, I enrolled in UA high school not to pursue any malicious intent, but to bring salvation and guidance to those in need, she explained, raising a hand. A mysterious ray of sunlight illuminated her as if the heavens themselves approved of her words. I said, I'm sorry. My bad. Please forgive me, big guy. Present Mike pleaded, looking skyward with mock desperation. She's not a saint, you know, Aizawa deadpanned from the announcer's box. Present Mike rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Right, forgot for a second there with the whole divine light thing. Abara offered a serene smile and bowed once more. Your understanding is appreciated. May we all compete with righteousness in our hearts. All right, let's get this started. Midnight declared, cracking her whip. Begin. The crowd roared again as Tetsu immediately coated his body in gleaming steel and charged forward like a freight train. Abara raised her hands, her vines springing to life in an intricate web. If I allow myself to be caught, I risk defeat, Tetsu thought as he dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding the initial wave of vines. But Abara's control over her quirk was masterful. The vines didn't stop, instead chasing Tetsu relentlessly. Before he could react, the ground beneath him rumbled, and a second set of vines burst upward, cutting off his escape. Ah, crap, Tetsu thought, his movements faltering as the vines wrapped around his legs and arms, tightening with surprising strength. He gritted his teeth, straining against their hold, but the more he struggled, the tighter they became. Realizing the risk of him breaking free, Abara swiftly extended her vines and launched him off the platform in a single fluid motion. Tetsu is out of bounds. Abara Shiozaki wins, Present Mike announced, the crowd erupting in applause. Ah, man, Tetsu lost. That sucks, I was really rooting for him. Kirishima groaned, slumping back in his seat. But he still put up a good fight, Shiro added, trying to cheer him up. Ah, man, I was hoping to see that angelic babe get her clothes ripped off. Mineta blurted out with a drooling grin. There was a collective pause as everyone stared at him in disgust. How exactly would that even happen? Kyoka asked, one eyebrow twitching in irritation. I mean, Tetsu doesn't have claws or anything sharp. Well, he could pin her down and... Don't finish that sentence. Kyoka's voice was dangerously low, her earphone jacks snapping like a whip. Ugh, you're one seriously sick bastard, you know that. Shiro said, leaning away from Mineta in obvious revulsion. Whatever. Mineta waved them off as if their reactions were trivial. Kyoka rolled her eyes before scanning the group and noticing someone was missing. Wait, where's Midoriya? Oh, he left a few minutes ago, Uraraka said casually, pointing toward the exit. Kyoka frowned. Huh, Guess he wasn't interested in sticking around for Mineta's pervy commentary either. A few minutes earlier, Izuku stood up alongside Itsuka as their match was about to begin. They both walked down the hallway towards their waiting rooms. As they walked, Itsuka couldn't help but steal glances at him, her thoughts drifting to the others. So they also have feelings for him, Itsuka thought, her heart stirring with a mix of confusion and determination. She could sense the unspoken tension among the girls, but she also understood why it had to remain unspoken for now. It wasn't the right time. Her footsteps slowed slightly as she processed her own feelings. Maybe I should just tell him. No, if I tell him now, it'll just get in his head, she thought, biting her lip. I need to fight him without him overthinking about a girl liking him. This match has to be about strength, not feelings. Izuku, sensing her shift in demeanor, turned to her with a concerned look. Hey, Kendo, you alright? He asked. Itsuka's face flushed slightly, caught off guard by the question. She quickly cleared her throat. Why yeah, I'm okay, she said, her voice a little higher than usual. Just a little nervous about the fight, she added, scratching her head awkwardly. Izuku raised an eyebrow, not entirely convinced. You sure? You're usually more confident, he said. Itsuka sighed, rolling her shoulders as if to shake off the weight on her mind. I guess I just have a few things on my mind, she admitted. She slapped her cheeks lightly, trying to refocus. But regardless, I need to focus. No way I'm gonna lose to you, she said with a determined smile. Though, she paused, turning to face him. I'll try not to make it too painful. Izuku blinked in surprise before grinning. I think I should be saying that, he replied. Itsuka couldn't help but laugh at the playful exchange. Oh, overconfident, are we? She teased with a smirk. I'm not overconfident, it's just that I've been training, and I know you're strong, Izuku said, quickly falling into his usual rambling mode. But, you know, I don't underestimate you. You've got so much potential, and you've really grown strong, Kendo. Itsuka snorted, interrupting his nervous rambling. Don't worry, I'll make sure when I kick your ass, it's painless, she said, her playful tone masking the nervousness beneath. Izuku looked at her, wide-eyed, his face slightly red. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat. The silence between them felt heavier now, and he could sense the shift in their interaction. Itsuka turned away, her heart pounding. She bit her lip, then blurted out, her voice a little quieter than usual, hey, how do you feel about calling me by my first name? She could feel her face turn crimson as she tried to avoid his gaze. Izuku froze, his eyes widening as he processed what she had said. His face mirrored hers in color, and he stood frozen for a moment, not sure how to respond. Why your first name? He repeated, his voice cracking slightly. Yeah, you know, like how everyone else does. Itsuka quickly added, her nerves spiking. If it's uncomfortable or, it's totally fine if you don't want to. I'd like that, Izuku said, his heart racing. His face was a deep shade of red, and he could barely meet her eyes. Itsuka, it feels more natural, right? He gave a small nod. I'd like that a lot. Itsuka's heart fluttered at the sound of her name coming from his lips. She turned quickly to hide her smile, the warmth spreading through her chest. Well, don't come crying when I beat you, okay? She said with a teasing tone, trying to cover up her sudden rush of emotions. Izuku, still flustered, nodded quickly, his face a mix of determination and embarrassment. I won't, he replied with a grin, though he couldn't stop the flush on his face. Good luck out there, Itsuka. He's versatile and powerful, and he's already taken down a Class B student in a nut-cracking defeat. The announcement was met with a few chuckles from Class A, as Monoma's face turned a deep shade of red in embarrassment. Will his winning streak continue? From the hero course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out to the roar of the crowd, his heart racing but his expression calm. Show her what you've got, Midoriya. Kirishima shouted, his voice full of encouragement. Take this and, Mineta was about to say something perverted, but Zero quickly wrapped him up in tape. No, we don't need any of your pervert rants about ripping clothes. Zero quipped, shaking his head. Versus. Mike pointed dramatically to the other side of the arena. The big sister WHO keeps Class B in check. From the hero course, Itsuka Kendo. Good luck, Kendo, Setsuna cheered. Win it, Kendo, Tetsu yelled enthusiastically. Don't lose, Kodai added, her tone unsure as she looked between Izuku and Itsuka, unsure who she was rooting for. Show this Class A monster who's boss and shatter his scrotum. Stomp him until he can't feel his pelvis. Monoma screamed, shaking his fist like an old man telling kids to get off his lawn. That attack really hit you hard, didn't it? Sabaraba teased with a grin. Quiet, Monoma muttered under his breath, clearly embarrassed. These two were on the same team before, but will they be able to fight against each other now? Let's find out. Izuku and Itsuka met in the arena, their eyes locking. Izuku wasn't sure why, but he felt butterflies in his stomach, a strange nervousness creeping up on him. Before he could analyze it further, Itsuka smirked at him. He instinctively returned it. So, we're finally here, Izuku said, trying to keep his voice steady despite the flutter in his chest. Yeah, may the best fighter win, Itsuka replied, her smirk widening. Izuku couldn't help but feel the confidence in her tone. Oh, I will, Izuku answered, a playful challenge in his voice. His words seemed to surprise Itsuka, but she didn't back down. There was something about seeing him exude confidence that made her smile a little. Are you both ready? Midnight asked, her voice carrying through the arena as she glanced from one fighter to the other. Kendo's expression shifted to a more serious one as she settled into a focused stance, her palms open and her posture straight, prepared for whatever Izuku would throw at her. Izuku mirrored her stance, bending his knees slightly, his fists clenched tight as he focused. He could feel the weight of the match. This wasn't just a spar, this was a fight for pride. Midnight cracked her whip, and the fight was on. In an instant, Izuku activated full cowl, the surge of power lifting him off the ground as he bolted toward Itsuka. She reacted quickly, enlarging her hands to meet his speed. With a quick sidestep, Izuku slid between her legs, using the momentum to launch himself into the air. His leg came down hard, aiming for her face. The kick connected, sending Itsuka stumbling back, but she regained her balance immediately, a fierce glint in her eyes. I guess not, Itsuka muttered to herself, sweat trickling down her forehead. She swiped her enlarged fists at him, but Izuku was already flipping in the air, evading her attack with precision. As he descended, Itsuka shrank her hand, and with the force of a speeding truck, she slammed her fist toward him. Izuku reacted instinctively, raising his arms to shield himself. The impact rattled his bones as he was sent crashing to the ground, but he quickly rolled to his feet, eyes determined. Kendo advanced again, her movements calculated as she threw a punch. Izuku blocked, his arms vibrating from the force, and he immediately countered, throwing a jab that sent Kendo skidding back. He's faster, stronger, and his battle IQ is insane, Kendo thought to herself as she steadied herself, adjusting her strategy. Izuku's blows were relentless, every strike a precision tool aimed at breaking through her defenses. Her palms were burning from the repeated blocks, and she could feel the pressure of his strength. Kendo shrank her fist, her mind racing. She knew she had to land a decisive blow, but Izuku's speed kept throwing her off. In a split second, she leapt forward, catching him off guard with a quick jab to his ribs. But Izuku was already in motion, leaping into the air, his feet connecting with the side of her head. The blow rattled her, but she shook it off, moving with lightning speed to strike at his chest. Izuku staggered back as Kendo caught his fist mid-swing, her grip firm despite the pain in her side. With a quick pivot, she drove her knee into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Izuku gasped, retreating a few steps. Kendo clutched her stomach, the pain shooting through her, but she steeled herself. I can't lose here. Not like this, she thought, determination coursing through her veins. I can't even keep up. And if what Uraraka said is true, he's still at 8%. Kendo charged again, sending a powerful flying kick toward Izuku. He dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding her foot. In one smooth motion, Kendo enlarged her hand, attempting to catch him mid-air. Izuku's reflexes kicked in as he shot both feet out, knocking her hand away and breaking free from her grasp. His energy flared, and he exploded forward with the force of a freight train, landing a powerful blow to her midsection. Kendo staggered back, her body bruised from the impact. Before she could recover, Izuku swept her leg from under her, bringing her crashing to the floor. In a flash, he had her pinned beneath him, his hands pressing down on her arms as she struggled to push him off. Both fighters were breathing heavily, their bodies bruised and battered. Kendo's eyes narrowed, staring up at him with defiance, despite the pain in her chest. "Yield," Izuku said between labored breaths, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. "Oh no, Kendo," Uraraka gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched the fight unfold. "Midoriya is incredible. His movements are so fast," Iida exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. "Plus that strength. It's like he's his own transformation." Class B exchanged nervous glances, clearly taken aback by the display of power. Kendo's face twisted in determination as she felt Izuku's grip weaken slightly. "Izuku, you should know me better than that," she growled, her voice sharp with defiance. Izuku gritted his teeth, feeling his strength start to wane. His body was aching, and despite the full cowl activation, it wasn't enough. "She's not going down easily," he thought, frustration creeping in. His muscles screamed for relief, but he refused to let up. With a desperate surge of power, Izuku's energy flared once again, pushing his full cowl even higher. The familiar green crackling energy enveloped him, and he put everything into his strength, but Kendo wasn't backing down. In fact, she seemed to be getting stronger with each passing second. Her body trembled with raw power, and the ground beneath her feet cracked as her fists grew larger. Midnight's gaze narrowed as she saw Izuku's struggle, her whip poised but hesitating. Kendo's power was undeniable now, her hands tightening and releasing, like the buildup of an unstoppable force. "I'm not giving up," Kendo shouted, her voice cutting through the arena. Her resolve was palpable, and the intensity of her voice was matched only by the sheer strength emanating from her. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he realized what was happening. "Is she getting stronger?" he muttered, awe creeping into his tone. Kendo gave one final push, her foot smashing into Izuku's chest and launching him into the air. Izuku coughed, the air knocked out of him as he struggled to regain his balance. His vision blurred for a moment, but Kendo wasn't about to let him recover. In a flash, Kendo was on her feet, her instincts taking over like a finely tuned machine. She shot into the air with a powerful leap, the ground beneath her feet cracking with the force of her takeoff. A shockwave rippled through the arena as she ascended, her hands clenched into massive fists. Izuku tried to shield himself, but the sheer speed and power of Kendo's assault were too much. As she reached him, her fists slammed together with terrifying force, enlarging in midair as she brought them down toward him like a hammer. Izuku's heart raced as he realized the magnitude of the attack. His hands flew into a defensive position, trying to shield himself, but the force was overwhelming. Kendo's fists crashed down on him with a deafening boom, the impact sending a shockwave through the arena. Izuku felt his body hit the ground like a bullet, his bones rattling from the sheer power of her blow. A cloud of dust exploded upward, masking the aftermath of the devastating attack. Classes 1A and 1B stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. The ground where Izuku had crashed into was now nothing but a crater, the arena trembling from the intensity of the collision. Bakugo, who had been watching from the sidelines with his usual intense gaze, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. His hand instinctively went to his forehead as he stared at the dust cloud. "TCH, she's got some serious power." Class 1B's reaction was just as shocked. Monoma's jaw dropped, while Tetsu's eyes were fixed on the cloud of dust, his body stiff. She did that." The audience was eerily silent for a moment before an uproar of gasps filled the air. Everyone, from the students to the teachers, could only stare, mouths agape, at the sheer force Kendo had just displayed. And in the VIP box, Maruko's eyes gleamed with pure excitement. She could barely contain herself as she grinned, her teeth flashing in the dim light. "This is where the fun begins." Kendo descended back to the arena floor with a thunderous thud, the impact from her landing cracking the ground beneath her feet. "Holy crap, where the hell did that crazy strength come from?" Present Mike's voice echoed across the stadium. "What the hell is up with these first years? Kendo herself looked down at her hands, panting heavily. She was momentarily stunned by what she had just done. Her knuckles ached, and her chest heaved with each breath. Did I really just, she thought, amazed at the sheer power she had unleashed. But the momentary quiet was shattered when a vibrant green light erupted from the crater where Izuku had landed. A flash of energy crackled outward, sending faint tremors through the stadium. All eyes turned toward the swirling dust cloud, anticipation thick in the air. The audience leaned forward, straining to see what was emerging. The glowing green light dimmed. Then, Present Mike's voice exploded through the speakers. "Oh, you know this form. The four-armed champion." The stadium went silent, breaths held collectively as the towering figure began to pull itself free from the rubble. Slowly, a massive 12-foot titan emerged, brushing off chunks of stone like they were dust. Mount. Lady's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips parted in stunned disbelief. No way, that's... The dust cloud rippled and cleared as a tremendous shockwave burst outward, scattering debris and forcing the audience to shield their eyes. Itsuka stumbled back slightly, her arms raised to brace against the wave of pressure. Even the pro heroes watching in their VIP box flinched from the winds. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, his fiery aura flickered faintly in response as he gripped the armrest of his seat. "That wind pressure, it's reminiscent of him," he muttered, his mind flashing back to memories of battles with All Might. When the dust finally cleared, there he stood, four arms, Izuku's towering alien form, in all its intimidating glory. His four muscular arms flexed as he cracked each knuckle, the sound echoing like small explosions. Red electricity danced across his body, sparking faintly from his shoulders. A smug grin tugged at his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You're right, Itsuka," he said, his voice deep and confident. "I know you won't give up. But you should know," he clenched all four of his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I don't give up either." Itsuka's heart skipped a beat. Seeing him use one of his strongest forms was both terrifying and exhilarating. A smirk played on her lips despite herself. He's incredible, she thought, stealing her resolve. Four arms shifted into a fighting stance, his movements surprisingly controlled for such a massive form. He took a deep breath, lowering the energy output from one for all just slightly. 2%, he muttered to himself. All Might said I should be careful using one for all with four arms, but I can't hold back now. The crowd remained eerily quiet. The awe of the scene before them rendered them speechless. Not a single cheer rose from the stadium, just stunned silence. Present Mike, feeling the tension in the air, tried to rally the audience. I know Kendo's strength was breathtaking, but why is everyone so quiet? Come on, cheer these kids on. Aizawa glanced at Present Mike, his usual deadpan expression tinged with subtle amusement. You remember how Midoriya entered this competition, right? Why yeah, what about it? Present Mike asked, confused. Well, Aizawa began, leaning closer, Midoriya was registered quirkless. Since he couldn't officially enter with a quirk, he signed up as Four Arms manager. I still don't see the problem. Aizawa sighed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Apparently, during those matches, a lot of female pros, and some males, started becoming interested in Four Arms. Mike blinked. Wait, you mean they? Oh no, his face paled as realization dawned. They had no idea he was, 15. Yep, Aizawa replied bluntly. Mike coughed awkwardly into the microphone, his usual boisterous demeanor faltering. Ahem, so, this is awkward. Death Arms and Kamui Woods were barely holding it together, their snickers resembling schoolboys gossiping over a juicy secret. Mount. Lady, meanwhile, sat frozen, her face a brilliant shade of crimson as she processed the revelation. So, Kamui Woods began, trying to contain his amusement. Not one word. Mount. Lady's voice was low and dangerous, her clenched fists trembling with barely restrained fury. Or I'll turn you into mulch. Kamui Woods backed off, hands raised in surrender, but Death Arms couldn't resist. So that's what she meant by, a little young. Mount. Lady groaned, burying her face in her hands. I can already see her stupid, smug grin. She let out a frustrated growl before muttering under her breath, I can't believe I have a crush on a teenager. Dash dash dash. In the stands, the reaction couldn't have been more different. 4 arms as Midoriya, one spectator whispered. The realization spread like wildfire among the male heroes and fans. They exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Then, as one, they erupted, fists pumping into the air as the entire stadium roared with excitement. Yeah, go 4 arms. Don't lose to her. Win. Give USA fight we'll never forget. Don't you dare lose, kid. Miruko's voice boomed above the chaos, her intensity unmatched. Class 1A and 1B weren't as celebratory. Watching the fight unfold, an uneasy tension spread among them. He's actually using 4 arms? Kaminari asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Isn't that a bit overkill? Mineta squeaked, visibly trembling. Everyone recalled the USJ's strength was unmistakable. They barely could take on the Nomu. One punch had taken out most of the classes, but 4 arms. He tanked them and delivered just terrifying blows. Knowing Kendo would be going up against such terrifying strength was honestly terrifying. The crowd's cheers reached a fever pitch as 4 arms stood tall, his massive frame radiating power. He flexed all 4 arms, the sound of his knuckles cracking reverberating through the arena. Opposite him, Kendo wiped blood from her lip, her stance unwavering. 4 arms activated full cowl at a modest 2%. The crackling green lightning danced along his crimson skin. Her strength is no joke, he thought, eyeing Kendo. I need to make sure I don't go too far. The moment he charged, the ground beneath him shattered. Kendo braced herself, her hands enlarging just in time to meet his first strike. Their fists collided with an ear-splitting boom, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. Kendo skidded backward, digging her heels into the ground to stop her momentum. Damn it, he's still stronger, Kendo thought, her arms trembling from the impact. 4 arms didn't give her time to recover. He leapt high into the air, all 4 fists raised to bring down a devastating blow. Kendo rolled to the side as his fists slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater and a shockwave that sent her tumbling. Fueled by determination, Kendo surged forward, landing a solid punch on his jaw. 4 arms staggered slightly but quickly retaliated, his fist slamming into her stomach. Kendo's eyes widened as the force lifted her off the ground, blood escaping her mouth in a spray. The punch left a shockwave that rippled through the stadium, silencing the crowd momentarily. Crap. 4 arms thought, his eyes widening. Did I go too far? But as Kendo soared through the air, she gritted her teeth, twisting her body to regain control. A memory flashed in her mind. Training sessions with Midoriya. She smirked. She clapped her hands together midair, unleashing a massive thunderclap. The shockwave tore through the arena, momentarily disorienting 4 arms as he braced against the force. Before he could recover, Kendo descended, her hands swelling to maximum size. With a ferocious yell, she clapped her palms against either side of 4 arms' head. The resounding boom echoed across the arena, and the towering fighter staggered, his balance thrown off. But 4 arms wasn't done. Through the disorientation, he lunged forward, lowering his massive head. Kendo's eyes widened. Oh no, his head slammed into her chest like a battering ram, sending her flying. She crashed into the arena wall with a thunderous impact, cracked spider webbing through the concrete. Holy crap, Kirishima yelled, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. I can feel those blows from here. Midoriya's going too far, Mineta wailed, clutching his head. He's gonna kill her. No, Bakugo said sharply, his eyes glued to the match. She's tougher than you think. He's giving his all to beat her, he added, his voice low but firm. They've been training together, Uraraka said, gripping the edge of her seat. Though worry filled her eyes, there was a spark of pride in her voice. He knows she won't go down without a fight. Kendo was on her legs, swaying unsteadily. I can't feel my hands, she murmured, looking at 4 arms, her vision blurry and her body trembling from exhaustion. She wiped the blood from her face, but her movements were sluggish and strained. Her feet wobbled, threatening to give out beneath her as the world around her spun. 4 arms, equally battered and bruised, could sense her weakening state. His own balance was thrown off, his legs unsteady from the relentless battle. Yet, there was no retreat in his mind. Both of them, locked in a final, desperate clash, were determined to push beyond their limits. They charged toward each other with everything they had left. The air crackled with tension as their steps pounded against the arena floor. A final, explosive collision of power erupted in the center of the battlefield. The impact was like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the arena that kicked up a massive cloud of dust. The sound of the collision was deafening, like the very ground itself had cracked open. Midnight, caught off guard by the sheer force, stumbled back, hands instinctively reaching to shield her eyes from the dust storm that enveloped the arena. Hey, I can't see. How am I supposed to commentate if I can't see? As the dust began to settle, the crowd held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Through the haze, a figure emerged. Izuku Midoriya, back in his human form, his chest heaving with exhaustion. His body was covered in bruises and cuts, blood streaking across his arms and face, a testament to the brutality of the battle. He was still holding Kendo in his arms, her limp form cradled against his chest in a bridal carry. Her eyes were closed, and she was unconscious, her body barely responsive. Izuku staggered forward, his breath ragged as he struggled to maintain his footing. Midnight, still wiping her eyes from the dust, saw the scene unfold and immediately raised her voice to announce the result. There, Itsuka Kendo is unconscious. Izuku Midoriya wins. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar of excitement. The sheer intensity of the match had left everyone in awe. Here's the rewritten version based on your context. Class 1A cheered in excitement after the battle. Now that was a battle, Kirishima exclaimed, his grin wide. Yeah, who knew Kendo could pack so much power? Kaminari added, his eyes still wide in awe. A muscle babe that could break me like a twig. Mineta gulped nervously. So hot and terrifying. I'm sad and glad that I'm not in 1B. Because you'd be red paste? Zero teased, raising an eyebrow. Because I'd be red paste. Wait, what? Mineta stammered, his face turning pale. Sorry, dude, but whatever you did to piss off Kendo, I'm happy to stay out of it, Zero replied, smirking. I don't want to witness your murder. You guys wouldn't actually let any of the girls end me, would you? Mineta pleaded, looking around. The boys of both classes looked at him, but none answered. They just turned their gazes away, clearly uncomfortable with the thought. Seriously? Mineta shouted. However, the girls of Class 1A and 1B were eerily quiet, their expressions unreadable. They weren't paying attention to the boys at all, their focus elsewhere. So, she's probably going to do it, huh? Hagakure murmured, a thoughtful look on her invisible face. Yep, Uraraka said, a slight tremor in her voice. She tried to steady herself but couldn't hide her nerves. Right after they heal the wounds, Tsuyu added quietly, her gaze distant. The girls collectively fell silent for a moment before a few of them stood up, heading towards the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom, Uraraka said, voice shaky. A chorus of agreement followed from the other girls. Yeah, us too, Momo said, and the others nodded. The boys exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was going on. All of you? Shoji asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Uraraka said, her face a little red. At the same time, Iida asked, now thoroughly perplexed. Yes, Hagakure replied, her tone slightly awkward. There was a moment of stunned silence, before the boys just shrugged. All right, they said collectively, still baffled but willing to let it go. Setsuna facepalmed in exasperation. This is ridiculous, she muttered under her breath, though her tone hinted at some underlying concern. Kendo was placed on a stretcher, the robots carefully taking her away. Izuku stood there, looking somewhat guilty, his gaze focused on the ground. She'll be fine, Midnight reassured him, her voice gentle, but Izuku just looked down, unconvinced. You know, I'm sure she wouldn't have given up no matter what, Midnight continued, her tone softening. You showed her respect and fought as an equal. And you didn't like hurting her. I'm sure you don't like hurting anyone. Izuku nodded slowly, his expression conflicted. No, not really, he admitted quietly. And that's what will make you a great hero, Midnight said with a warm smile. A compassionate heart is far better than powerful fists. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little at her words, though his guilt still lingered. Just then, Cementos approached, looking somewhat irritable, his brow furrowed and his stance tense. I suspect that every time you step onto the arena, you're going to end up destroying it, huh? He asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Izuku and Midnight both glanced at the destroyed arena, the damage still evident. Probably, Izuku replied honestly, his shoulders sagging slightly. Cementos glared at him for a moment before sighing dramatically. Nezu is paying me extra for this, he muttered, almost begrudgingly. Izuku chuckled sheepishly, but the tension in the air still remained. With that, Izuku turned to head toward Recovery Girl, still feeling the weight of the battle on his shoulders. ... Smack smack smack, ow, 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 okay, I'm sorry. You reckless boy, you broke this girl's bones. I expect this nonsense from that explosion-loving brat, but not from you. Recovery Girl scolded, each smack of her syringe punctuating her words. Kendo, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight. No wonder he's scared of her, she muttered under her breath. But before she could dwell on it too long, Recovery Girl turned her attention to her, raising her syringe ominously. Kendo's eyes widened in fear, and she gulped. Smack thwack, smack, ow, okay, I'm sorry, please stop, Kendo whimpered, trying to shield herself from the barrage of smacks. You broke 3 of his ribs, Kendo. And you gave him a concussion. Recovery Girl chided, her voice firm as Kendo flinched back in fear. Izuku watched the scene, sweat beading down his forehead, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. So that's what it looks like from someone else's perspective, huh? He commented, sweat dropped at how frightening Recovery Girl seemed as she scolded Kendo. Nurse White, who had been quietly observing the scene, finally placed a hand gently on both Izuku and Kendo's hands, offering them a bit of healing energy to help them recover their stamina. He wiped his brow, leaning back against the bed. Phew, that was intense, he sighed, looking at the 2 students, clearly worn out from all the action. Recovery Girl softened slightly, though still holding her syringe, turning her attention to Nurse White. Oh, dearie, these kids have been so violent, she said with a soft sigh. Sorry about that, Nurse White. I think you've overused your quirk a bit today. Nurse White waved her concern off with a tired smile. I'm okay, Chio, he reassured her, clearly not bothered by the strain, though his exhaustion was visible. Kendo, finally recovering from the shock of her reprimanding, grabbed Izuku's arm, gently pulling him away from the bed. Come on, Midoriya, she said, her voice light as she began to drag him toward the door. I think we should leave these 2 alone. ... Izuku and Itsuka began walking side by side, the silence between them heavy but not unpleasant. Itsuka's hands were clasped tightly together in front of her, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her chest. Izuku glanced at her, noticing her flushed cheeks and the slightly dazed look in her teal eyes. We should head back to the stands, he suggested, his voice casual. I kinda want to see Tokiyami and Yaoyorozu's match. His words only made Itsuka's face turn a deeper shade of crimson. She bit her lip, her heart racing even faster. She glanced at him, her gaze lingering on his kind green eyes before she abruptly stopped walking. Izuku, realizing she wasn't beside him anymore, paused and turned around. Itsuka, he asked, her name rolling off his tongue with ease. Hearing him call her name made her heart flutter, any lingering doubt or hesitation melting away. Steeling herself, she grabbed his arm gently, her head bowed, her face flushed a deep red. Come with me, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen Itsuka so flustered before. Her trembling form and the fact that she couldn't even meet his gaze caused his own face to heat up. He could swear he could hear the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat. Sure, he stammered, his voice shaky. Together, they began walking again, the world around them seeming to slow as the tension between them grew. Itsuka brushed her hair back nervously, her resolve firm despite her overwhelming nerves. Unbeknownst to them, from around a corner, a group of girls peeked out, their faces equally flushed. They exchanged nervous glances, their hearts pounding with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Should we really be doing this? Kyoka whispered, her voice laced with guilt. This wasn't my idea, Yui muttered, her tone flat but her expression slightly pink. Yeah, but, Ochako trailed off, unable to find the right words. Shish, they'll hear us if you keep talking, Momo scolded in a harsh whisper, pulling them back further into the corner. This is most uncouth, Abara said, her cheeks dusted pink with embarrassment. Barging in on such a private moment. Oh, don't act so righteous. You're here too, Setsuna teased, smirking as Abara's blush deepened. Why are we even doing this? Pony asked, clearly flustered. I just wanted to see some romance. Mina admitted with an excited grin, though the slight crack in her voice betrayed her nerves. Toru nodded quickly in agreement, though her wide eyes suggested the same half-truth. Ochako fidgeted, her fingers curling into her pajama pants. I just wanted to make sure he's okay, she said softly, but her voice lacked conviction. Suyu, always the blunt one, chimed in. We just wanted to see what would happen. Let's not pretend otherwise. The girls fell silent after that, all of them feeling their hearts clench as they watched Itsuka guide Izuku further down the hallway. Itsuka closed the door behind her, sealing off the empty waiting room. Her heart pounded so loudly in her chest she feared Izuku might hear it. Across the room, Izuku stood nervously, fidgeting with his hands, unsure of what to expect. So, what did you want to talk about? Izuku asked, his voice hesitant. Itsuka's face flushed red as she tried to gather her thoughts. I've been thinking about, it's. She paused, struggling to find the right words before stepping closer to him. Her teal eyes briefly met his before she looked away, her voice trembling. You're always so dedicated, always working so hard, it's one of the things I. She hesitated, her hands balling into fists before she continued. Admire. Respect. Izuku smiled softly at her words, feeling a small wave of relief. But her next words caught him completely off guard. And like about you, she finished, her face turning a deep shade of red. Izuku froze, his face heating up as her words sank in. His heart raced, his mind spinning in all directions. He couldn't look away from her, his wide eyes searching hers for any hint of doubt or hesitation. But there was none. Itsuka noticed his stunned expression and let out a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of her head. I'm not really good at this, she muttered, looking at him with a mixture of shyness and determination. Izuku gulped, unsure of how to process what she was saying. Itsuka, where are you going with this? He asked, his voice shaky. Itsuka inhaled deeply, willing her nerves to settle. I've been trying to figure out how to say this, and every time I try, it comes out wrong. But, I know I need to say it, or I'll regret it forever. She clenched her fists tightly, her resolve firming. I like you, Izuku Midoriya. Itsuka declared, her voice ringing out clear and earnest. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. Behind the door, the girls who had followed them held their breath, their expressions mirroring his disbelief. She actually said it. Izuku's thoughts spun wildly. She couldn't mean she likes me in that way, could she? He shook his head slightly, trying to ground himself. His face burned with embarrassment as he stammered, I like you too, Itsuka. For a moment, her heart soared, until his next words made her expression falter. You're an amazing friend. I don't mean it that way. Itsuka interrupted, her voice raising slightly in frustration. She stepped closer to him, her teal eyes locking onto his. I like you, not just as a friend. I really like you. Her confession hung in the air, thick with emotion. Izuku stared at her, his mind blank except for the pounding of his heart. He wasn't sure how to respond. Behind the door, the girls exchanged uneasy glances. Kyoka fidgeted with her earphone jacks, biting her lip. Momo folded her arms tightly across her chest, her usually calm demeanor cracking. Ochako looked down, her hands trembling slightly, while Mina tried to keep her usual smile but couldn't quite manage it. Even Suyu's normally stoic expression showed a flicker of something deeper as she whispered, she's serious. Izuku tried to process her words, his eyes wide with shock. What? He stammered, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of his chest. He instinctively took a step back, his mind scrambling to make sense of the confession. Why you like me? The weight of her words settled heavily on him, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. His thoughts drifted to memories of Aldera, of times when he'd dared to hope, only to have those hopes dashed. He knew Itsuka wasn't like that. She was kind, genuine, but that uncertainty, that doubt, still lingered like a shadow in his mind. Why? Izuku finally asked, his voice trembling as he looked at her, confusion and vulnerability etched across his face. Why would you like me? He glanced away, his hand rubbing the back of his neck as he struggled to continue. I mean, I'm not confident, I'm boring, plain, I stutter all the time, and I can barely even talk to a girl without making a fool of myself. His words trailed off as he looked back at her, his emerald eyes filled with uncertainty. Why would you like me? Izuku repeated, his voice barely above a whisper, the question hanging heavily in the air. The girls listening outside felt their hearts sink, their expressions reflecting his pain as they clenched their chests. That's really how he sees himself, Ochako thought, her hands trembling. From the other side of the wall, Momo placed a hand over her heart. Izuku, she murmured, a lump forming in her throat. Setsuna, trying to keep her usual bravado, bit her lip, feeling uncharacteristically solemn. He really doesn't see it, does he? Inside the room, Itsuka stepped forward, determination lighting up her teal eyes. She took Izuku's trembling hands and placed them gently over her chest. What are you doing? Izuku stammered, his entire face flushing as he tried to pull away. Just feel it, Itsuka said, her voice steady but soft. Confused, Izuku hesitated before opening his eyes. His gaze widened when he felt her heart pounding beneath his palms, strong, fast, and unrelenting. It was like a drum echoing in a chamber. You feel that? Itsuka asked, her voice trembling slightly. My heart, it's going crazy. Every time I'm around you, this is what happens. It's not just today, Izuku, it's always like this. Izuku's blush deepened as he stared at her, the rhythm of her heartbeat almost overwhelming. You wanna know why I like you so much? Itsuka continued, her voice full of sincerity. You're just so amazing. Izuku flinched, the echoes of past insults battling against her words. Amazing. You are, she said with a warm smile. I love how kind you are. Even when people call you a coward or a wimp, you never lash out. You don't feel the need to show off or prove them wrong, and that's something special. Izuku's chest tightened, her words washing over him like a tide, slowly drowning out the voices of doubt. When we're together, you make me laugh. You make me smile, and honestly, I don't even know how you do it, Itsuka added with a soft laugh, her own cheeks burning. You're you, Izuku. And I wouldn't want you any other way. Izuku felt a lump in his throat, unsure of how to respond. Itsuka stepped closer, her voice quieter now. You're one of the bravest, kindest, dorkiest doofuses I've ever met, and, well, that's why I fell for you. Her words struck him like a thunderbolt, his mind spinning. Dorkiest, he muttered, flustered. She laughed nervously, her gaze softening. Do you remember how we first met? Izuku blinked, recalling the memory. Why yeah, I got my butt handed to me, and you had to step in to save me. That's part of what I love about you, Itsuka said, her heart racing as she used the word love again. Izuku froze, his breath catching in his throat. My grandpa used to say, it's easy for the strong to fight for what's right, but the truly strong are those who stand up even when they're weak, knowing they might lose. That's the real measure of courage, Itsuka said, her eyes soft as she looked at Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened, his chest tightening as her words resonated deeply. Itsuka smiled softly, her voice barely above a whisper. That's why I love you, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stared at her, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. He couldn't bring himself to look her in the eyes, his gaze shifting to the floor as he stammered, Itsuka. I mean, are you sure? Before he could finish, Itsuka stepped forward, closing the gap between them, and silenced him with a kiss. Izuku's eyes widened as Itsuka's lips pressed softly against his, the warmth of the moment catching him completely off guard. The softness, the closeness, it was overwhelming. His heart pounded in his chest, drowning out any doubts or insecurities, if only for a moment. The world around him seemed to vanish as they stood there, the same height, their breaths mingling in the quiet space. Itsuka wrapped her arms gently around his neck, pulling him closer, her heart racing as much as his. Izuku's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. For as long as he could remember, it felt like the weight of the world was pressing down on his shoulders. The expectations, the responsibility, sometimes, it all made him feel like a burden to those around him. But now, in Itsuka's arms, he felt that weight begin to lift. The constant voice of doubt in his head quieted, replaced by the warmth of her touch and the sincerity in her actions. Slowly, hesitantly, he lifted his arms, wrapping them around her as if afraid she might disappear. His eyes closed, and for once, the overwhelming pressure faded. Outside the room, Kyoka blushed deeply, listening in with her earphone jacks. She stammered, her face heating up. I think they're kissing. The rest of the girls gasped silently, their eyes wide as they peeked around the corner. Hands flew to their mouths, and cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Mina's hands tightened into small fists, a bittersweet smile forming on her face. Gee, good for them, she whispered, her voice faltering slightly. Yeah, Toru added softly, though her invisible form trembled faintly. Ochako placed a hand on her chest, her expression unreadable as she looked away, memories of her own fleeting moments with Izuku playing in her mind. From the back, Momo, Abara, and Suyu shared quiet glances, their emotions a mix of joy for Itsuka and quiet, unspoken pain for themselves. Inside, Izuku and Itsuka slowly broke apart, their breaths mingling as they stood just inches apart. Itsuka's teal eyes gleamed as she gazed at him, her voice soft yet firm. So, she began, a small smirk tugging at her lips. Still think I don't love you? Izuku's face burned red, his heart racing faster than ever as he struggled to form a coherent response. I was all he managed before her teasing smile softened, and she rested her forehead against his, waiting patiently for him to find the words. Izuku stammered, his face flushed. I don't think anyone's ever told me something like that before. Itsuka's teasing demeanor faltered slightly as she bit her lip. Her thoughts briefly drifted to the other girls, her friends, who she knew harbored feelings for him too. She wanted to know how he truly felt, but the weight of their emotions loomed over her. Letting out a quiet sigh, she steeled herself. Itsuka, he started hesitantly. I don't want your answer. Itsuka blurted out, startling him. Wait, what? Izuku blinked, confusion etched on his face. I thought you liked me. I do, and I want to be with you. Itsuka said. If you're about to tell me you like me or that you like someone else, just don't. Itsuka's voice softened, her eyes sincere as they met his. I couldn't hold my feelings in anymore, but. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. From their hidden spot nearby, the girls eavesdropping widened their eyes, a mixture of relief and guilt washing over them. Please, Itsuka pleaded. I don't really get it, Izuku admitted, scratching the back of his neck, his cheeks still flushed, but, okay. If that's what you want, I'll respect it. Itsuka exhaled slowly, her arms still resting lightly on his shoulders. She gave a small smile and swayed her ponytail. Though, if you ever feel like telling me how you feel, or even just want to hang out, just the two of us. Izuku's face turned even redder, and he gave a shy nod. The eavesdropping girls sighed in relief, though the tension between them lingered. Itsuka's smirk returned as she glanced at him. But, I have to ask, how was your first kiss? Izuku froze, his expression shifting to guilt. Well, he started nervously. Itsuka raised a brow, catching his tone. Wait a second, that wasn't your first kiss, was it? Izuku shook his head sheepishly. Itsuka gaped. Then who was it? Don't tell me it was Naomi. She's the worst. Izuku's eyes widened, and he quickly waved his hands. No, it wasn't her. Naomi would never. She said the thought of kissing me made her want to puke. Itsuka frowned, her lips pursed. That girl's horrible, she muttered before softening her tone. If it makes you feel better, kissing you just made me want to kiss you more. Izuku's face practically steamed at her words. Really? I really liked kissing you too. It felt really nice. And, why you were really soft, and. Itsuka let out a laugh as he launched into a nervous muttering spree, her heart fluttering at his flustered sincerity. So, I take it I wasn't half bad. Izuku nodded earnestly. Not bad at all. Itsuka snorted, her playful grin returning. Good to know. But Izuku, no offense, if I ever see Naomi, I might actually break her nose. Izuku blinked at her, then laughed nervously. Pretty good joke, he said, though his smile faltered when Itsuka didn't immediately deny it. Why, you're joking, right? Right, Kendo. She turned away with a mischievous grin. Anyway, I think I'll start calling you Izuku from now on. We've known each other long enough, don't you think? Are you trying to distract me from the fact that you're planning on breaking her nose? Who was your first kiss, anyway? Itsuka asked casually as they continued walking. Izuku hesitated before sighing. Well, technically, it was Uraraka. It was an accident, though. The girls, still listening in, all turned to Ochako, whose face turned a deep red as she froze in place like a deer caught in headlights. Wait, accident? How do you accidentally kiss someone? Itsuka asked, raising a skeptical brow. It's a little complicated, Izuku muttered sheepishly. Izuku and Itsuka eventually made their way back to the Class 1A seating booths. The first thing the pair noticed was that all the girls were missing. Where are the girls? Izuku asked, glancing around the nearly empty section. Oh, they went to the bathroom, Kirishima replied casually. Izuku and Itsuka exchanged a confused look. All of them? Yeah, at the same time, they asked in unison, Itsuka's expression shifting from confusion to irritation as a blush crept onto her cheeks. Izuku shrugged, scratching the back of his neck as he sat down. Meanwhile, Itsuka clenched her fists and spun on her heel, her determination set. She stormed off, her ponytail swishing behind her as she headed toward the restrooms. The girls froze under her sharp gaze as she entered the hallway. Hey, Itsuka, Ochako muttered nervously, trying to look anywhere but directly at her. Well, Mina stammered, her cheerful grin faltering as she avoided eye contact. Kyoka flinched under Itsuka's glare and immediately tried to sneak away, only for her escape to be blocked as Toru turned invisible and ducked out of sight. Abara lowered her head, bowing in shame as her vine-like hair drooped in solidarity. You were listening, Itsuka hissed, her voice a mix of embarrassment and frustration. They all flinched like children caught with their hands in the cookie jar, bowing their heads simultaneously. We're sorry, they chorused, their voices overlapping. Itsuka's face flushed red as she crossed her arms. She opened her mouth to yell, but the sight of their genuine remorse made her pause. Letting out a long sigh, she rubbed her temples. It's fine, whatever, she mumbled, her own embarrassment clear as she tried to compose herself. The girls exchanged glances, unsure if they were off the hook. But just so you know, Itsuka added, her tone firm as she pointed a finger at them, don't take this as me being soft or anything. I'm not letting him go that easily. Her cheeks burned, but her eyes were resolute. The girls stiffened, their faces a mix of guilt and surprise. Itsuka rolled her eyes, her expression a mixture of amusement and annoyance. Just saying, you're all way too obvious, she remarked with a smirk, crossing her arms. The girls froze, their faces flushing bright red as they glanced at each other. The air grew heavy with awkward tension. I don't know what you're talking about, Mina stammered, her voice cracking slightly, her hands nervously adjusting her hair. Yeah, totally no idea, Toru added quickly, her voice high-pitched and filled with uncertainty as she floated nervously in the air. The rest of the girls murmured similar denials, but none of them could mask the visible blushes creeping onto their faces. Itsuka smirked knowingly, her gaze sweeping over the group. Sure, just try to keep it cool, all right. She shook her head, turning to leave, but then she froze mid-step, her back still to them. Mina couldn't resist, and with a teasing grin, called out, so, how was it? The kiss. Itsuka's face immediately turned a deep shade of red as she whirled around, glaring over her shoulder. Not another word, she snapped, her blush on her cheeks now rivaling the color of her hair. Mina laughed nervously, raising her hands in mock surrender. Okay, okay, geez, no need to chop me, she said. The girls exchanged glances, trying to stifle their giggles as they watched Itsuka walk away, still flushed and muttering to herself. Izuku sat down, unable to stop the smile from spreading across his face. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the warmth in his chest broke through, tugging at his lips in a grin reminiscent of the day he got into UA or the moment All Might told him he could be a hero. And now, as Itsuka returned with the rest of the girls, that same feeling surged again, only stronger, brighter. The girls, seated nearby, couldn't help but notice the happiness radiating off him. It stirred something in each of them, a soft ache in their hearts. Ochako, with a permanent blush on her cheeks, nervously took a seat next to him, her gaze lingering on his smile. She hesitated for a moment before offering him a small piece of caramel chocolate. "Here," she said, voice barely above a whisper. Izuku blinked, clearly caught off guard. What? Ochako gave him a curious look. You look surprised." He tilted his head slightly, eyes still wide. "You never share sweets with anyone. No candy, no mochi, not even a little bite of anything sweet." Ochako flushed, looking away. I share," she stammered, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of crimson. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. "Okay." She held out the piece to him, and his eyes widened when he saw that it already had a bite taken out of it. An indirect kiss. Ochako's eyes went wide. It's not like that." He blinked, slightly flustered but amused, before taking a cautious bite of the chocolate. "Well, if I'm going to be honest, it's pretty good," he said with a smile. The words were almost enough to make her heart skip a beat. Before he could say anything else, Ochako rested her head gently on his shoulder, her blush deepening. Izuku froze for a moment, not sure how to process this new level of closeness, but then his own cheeks flushed as he settled into the moment. As if on cue, Kyoka, who had taken a seat on his other side, wrapped her earphone jacks around his wrist. She glanced at him, her usual calm expression softening just slightly. "Don't get too comfortable," she teased quietly, her tone light but playful. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Nezu stared at the plumber's badge in his paws, his gaze unreadable, unblinking. His mind was elsewhere, fixated on the troubling information it represented. 13, sensing his distraction, tilted her head and spoke softly. "Nezu, you seem lost in thought." 4 days, Nezu muttered, barely acknowledging her, his voice tinged with worry. "Tetrax hasn't reported back for 4 days. Not a single word." A heavy silence fell over the room. The teachers exchanged concerned glances, their attention turning to Izuku, whose bright, content smile stood in stark contrast to the dread beginning to settle over the group. "And what's worse," Nezu continued, his tone darkening, "Vilgax sightings have become far more frequent across the galaxy. Seems we may have to prepare for the worst." The words lingered in the air, thick with tension. The teachers couldn't shake the feeling that something dangerous was looming, but as they watched Izuku, who seemed to be smiling like never before, his cheeks flushed, his happiness contagious, the weight of their responsibilities pressed down even harder. All Might's gaze softened as he watched the boy, but a deep sense of guilt settled in his chest, knowing the looming threat Izuku might one day face. Young Midoriya, Cementos wiped the sweat off his forehead after repairing the arena. "Phew, all done." Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium. "Thanks, Cementos. But don't get too comfy. Midoriya and Bakugo still have matches coming up." This earned snickers from both Class A and B, and Cementos shot a pointed glare at the commentator's booth. Meanwhile, Izuku shrank in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck. "Ah, man," he muttered, his face flushing in embarrassment. Bakugo, sitting a few seats away, scoffed and stood abruptly. "Tch, whatever," he grumbled before storming off toward his waiting room. Uraraka, noticing Izuku's discomfort, gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Izuku turned to her and smiled, grateful for the gesture. "Well, you did destroy the arena. Twice," Kyoka teased with a smirk, her tone deadpan. Izuku winced, his blush deepening. Technically, Monoma melted part of it before me," Hagakure added, her voice light. Izuku sighed in relief, silently cheering at the small defense. "Guess I'm up next," Momo said, standing from her seat. Her usual composed demeanor wavered slightly, betraying a hint of nerves. Izuku blinked in surprise, then quickly smiled. "Good luck, Yaoyorozu." Her lips curved into a soft smile as she nodded. "Thank you, Midoriya." With that, she turned and walked toward the battlefield entrance. Izuku watched her leave, his gaze lingering for a moment as her figure disappeared. He then turned back to the arena with a determined focus, ready to cheer her on. "After Yaoyorozu's match, it's Bakugo and Shiro, right?" Ojiro asked, glancing at the bracket. Kirishima nodded, but winced sympathetically as he glanced at Shiro. "Yeah, that's gonna be rough." The group collectively turned to Shiro, whose shoulders slumped at their unspoken pity. "Come on, you guys could at least pretend I've got a chance," Shiro muttered, shaking his head. Kirishima scratched the back of his head sheepishly. You got this, dude." Shiro groaned. "Gee, thanks for the confidence boost." Offense and defense in one body. The embodiment of darkness, Fumikage Tokiyami. Momo Yaozoru took a deep breath as she stepped onto the arena platform, her mind already analyzing the situation. How would Midoriya approach this? He's always thinking ahead, balancing offense and defense. He'd probably use fast-track speed to outmaneuver Dark Shadow and finish the fight quickly. Versus the Mistress of Creation. Admitted through recommendations, her abilities are certified from the hero course, Momo Yaoyorozu. Begin. At the signal, Momo immediately started sprinting toward Tokiyami, her creation quirk activating as she formed a sturdy shield. Across the arena, Tokiyami folded his arms and his quirk sprang to life. Dark Shadow emerged from Tokiyami's body, a smoky, humanoid figure with glowing yellow eyes. It loomed over its master like a shadowy guardian. "Dark Shadow, go," Tokiyami commanded. The creature surged forward, striking Momo's shield with incredible force. She gritted her teeth as the impact pushed her back slightly, but she held her ground. Dark Shadow's movements were swift and precise, leaving little room for error. Dark Shadow is connected to him. It moves independently but still follows his commands. How can I exploit that? She thought, rolling underneath another swipe. Her mind flashed to Izuku. Midoriya wouldn't hesitate. He'd test everything, even his opponent's limits, to find an opening. That's what I have to do. She dodged another strike and kept her distance. Dark Shadow's strength increases in darkness, but it's tied to Tokiyami. I need to find a way to weaken it. Creating a pair of goggles, she slid them on. Then, several Russian nesting dolls appeared in her hands. If darkness makes Dark Shadow stronger, then light must weaken it. The dolls popped open, each releasing a burst of searing light. The arena glowed with brilliance, forcing Tokiyami to shield his eyes. Dark Shadow recoiled, shrinking and writhing in visible discomfort. Momo's eyes widened. Light. That's it. Seizing the moment, she dashed forward. Tokiyami struggled to regain his vision as Momo slammed her shield into his side. The force sent him staggering back. Dark Shadow attempted to block her, but its form was unstable, shrinking further with each flash. With calculated precision, Momo created a metal staff and swept Tokiyami's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could react, she pinned him down, her knee pressed against his chest. In her hand was a small trigger connected to another set of flash bombs surrounding them. "Surrender," Momo said firmly, her voice steady despite the adrenaline rushing through her veins. Tokiyami squinted at her, trying to summon Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Another flash erupted beside them, forcing the creature to retreat entirely. Tokiyami winced, knowing he had no chance to recover. "I yield," he muttered reluctantly, his voice laced with frustration. As the crowd roared in approval, Momo stood and extended her hand to help him up. Tokiyami has surrendered. Yaoyorozu wins. Midnight announced, her voice booming across the stadium. The crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating Momo's victory. In the stands, Ishida scowled, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Momo, while Naomi remained silent, her gaze fixed elsewhere. Midoriya smiled down at Momo as she exited the arena, brushing her hair back as she surveyed the remnants of her creations, flashbangs and other tools now being cleared away by cleanup robots. Looks like I'm up against Yaoyorozu next, Midoriya murmured with a small sigh, already running through possible strategies. Do you have a plan? Iida asked, his tone sharp with curiosity and concern. Ojiro nodded. Her quirk's almost as versatile as yours, Midoriya. You'll need to be careful. And unlike yours, her quirk doesn't randomly screw her over, Kyoka added dryly, a teasing smirk tugging at her lips. Midoriya groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. Don't remind me. Why does that happen, anyway? Yanagi asked from the Class B section, leaning slightly forward to catch his attention. Her thoughtful expression piqued everyone's interest. It's weird, she continued, her voice calm but curious. Has anyone else had their quirk act up like that? Like it has a mind of its own? Midoriya flipped open the Omnitrix, scrolling through the available forms with a slight frown. I have no idea. What's the point of having a dial if it just picks for me half the time anyway? And it's been worse today, Iida noted, crossing his arms in a manner that suggested he'd already been thinking about this. Using fast track in a confined arena nearly cost you your match against Monoma. True, Yanagi agreed, tilting her head. But you have to admit, it was still impressive. The way you skidded to a halt created a sonic boom that almost knocked him off his feet. If you could control that better, it could be a weapon in itself. Iida adjusted his glasses, his analytical mind visibly ticking. If timed correctly, you could halt just short of an opponent. The resulting shockwave might disorient them, disrupt their balance, or even create an opening for a decisive blow. Midoriya's eyes lit up, and he immediately started scribbling in his notebook, muttering under his breath as he did. If I calculate the velocity change, match it with a midair pivot to redirect the force. No, maybe if I factor in wind resistance. The group stared at him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. There he goes again, Mina said with a grin, leaning back in her seat. It's basically his art form, Toru chimed in, her voice light and amused. Yui's gaze lingered on Midoriya as he muttered furiously, her expression unreadable. Finally, she spoke, almost to herself, cute. As if on cue, Tokiyami and Yaoyorozu reappeared at the entrance to the stands. Momo offered a polite nod to her classmates, though her gaze briefly caught Midoriya's as he furiously jotted down notes. A small smile touched her lips before she turned away, her usual composure returning. Meanwhile, Tokiyami quietly took a seat, his shadowy companion still faintly flickering by his side. Way to go, Yaomomo. Ashido cheered, pulling Momo into a tight hug. Thanks, Ashido, Momo said, smiling as she took her seat. I must admit, we definitely underestimated you, Yaoyorozu, Tokiyami remarked, his eyes still glowing as dark shadow appeared beside him. I never suspected you'd be so aggressive on the offense. Raven-haired rich girl is terrifying, Dark Shadow added with a small whimper, causing the girls to giggle. Thank you, but I'm sure my next match will truly test me, Momo said with a composed smile. Oh right, you're up against Greenie, Kyoka teased, smirking at Izuku. Hopefully, he won't beat you as badly as Kendo did. That match was terrifying, Mineta added, his voice dripping with exaggerated sympathy. Momo gave a small chuckle before turning to Izuku. I hope you won't hold back, Midoriya. Izuku nodded earnestly. I'll give it my all. Ashido grinned widely, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Oh, Yaomomo, if you want, I could give you some tips on taking down Midoriya. Not to brag or anything, but I did manage to get a hit on him during the capture the flag exercise. Both Izuku and Kyoka's faces flushed at the memory. You caught me off guard as all, Izuku stammered, his face now as red as a tomato. Mineta, sitting nearby, leaned in with a grin. Midoriya, this is your chance. You could finally get your hands on the melons that no man has touched before. The entire group froze, staring at Mineta as he continued with a drool-laden smile. Touch where no one has touched. A long silence followed, the air thick with awkwardness. The girls all exchanged glances, their faces varying shades of pink and red. Izuku, on the other hand, had turned a deep shade of crimson. Before anyone could speak, Kaminari piped up, his voice barely above a whisper, wait. Midoriya, haven't you already? Oof. Kyoka jabbed him in the ribs, cutting him off with a sharp glare. Izuku gave a subtle, "Please be quiet," gesture with his hand. Mineta raised an eyebrow, leaning forward. "Haven't you already?" Izuku's face turned even redder, and he quickly waved off Mineta's suggestion. "Mineta, I'm not going to grope anyone, let alone one of my friends. Some of us know how to control ourselves." Mineta scoffed. "Come on, Midoriya, this is your golden opportunity. Live a little." Izuku shook his head. "No. But why not? I know there's a perv in you somewhere," Mineta exclaimed, jabbing a finger at Izuku with exaggerated flair. "I've seen you checking out the girls." Izuku's eyes shot open in alarm, and he nearly dropped his notebook. I did and not," he stammered, retreating behind the worn cover as though it could shield him from the conversation. Around them, the girls flushed varying shades of red, though Mina's mischievous grin stood out the most. Mineta leaned closer, somehow managing to appear on Izuku's shoulder like a devilish whisperer. "Admit it, Midoriya, there's a little Mineta inside you, telling you to enjoy the view. I've caught you sneaking a glance before," he said, wiggling his eyebrows for effect. Izuku's face turned crimson, and his irritation began to creep through the embarrassment. That's not true," he protested, his voice a pitch higher than usual. Mina's grin widened like a predator scenting prey. She leaned in with a teasing glint in her eyes. "Midoriya," she cooed, "care to share what Mineta's talking about?" "Don't even think about it," Toru suddenly chimed in, waving her arms to break the moment. "Ah, man," Mina huffed, playfully pouting before adding with a smirk. Mineta shrugged. "Look, I'm just trying to bring out Midoriya's inner perv. This is his chance." Before Mineta could finish, Izuku stood up, cracking his knuckles with a sigh. He walked toward the ranting Mineta and, without warning, delivered a swift neck chop, just like Kendo had done to Monoma. Mineta immediately went limp and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Izuku returned to his seat, a look of mild annoyance on his face, while the rest of the group stared in stunned silence. "You could have done that the whole time," everyone exclaimed in unison, shock evident on their faces. Izuku scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. Well, it didn't seem necessary until now." The group exchanged deadpan looks. Even Iida shook his head in disbelief. The girls, too, gave Izuku disappointed stares. Okay, I admit it. That was on me," Izuku sighed, rubbing his temple. "I should have done it way earlier. My bad." He glanced at Mineta, still knocked out on the floor. "Though, he'll be out for a while." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Izuku's face turned beet red as his heart began to race. I just," he stammered. His thoughts immediately went to the recent kiss Itsuka had given him, her warm, soft lips lingering in his mind. The memory of her confession weighed heavily on his chest, making it feel as if his heart might burst out of his ribcage. "Great, now she probably thinks I'm a total creep," he thought, his mind spiraling. He couldn't explain it, the confusion, the warmth, the overwhelming feelings that had settled in his chest. His hands instinctively clenched, trying to control the rush of emotions. Itsuka giggled, clearly enjoying his discomfort, and Izuku could feel the heat in his cheeks intensify. "Stop, just stop thinking about it," he told himself. "She kissed me, she said she liked me." The thought of her confession didn't help matters either. From Class 1A, it's the blonde bomber, the angry Artillerist, the Grand Grenadier. Give it up for Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd erupted into a mix of cheers and nervous whispers as Bakugo stormed into the arena. His hands were already crackling with the anticipation of an explosion, smoke trailing from his palms. He was ready to prove that nothing and no one could stand in his way. And his opponent, also from Class 1A, he may have weird elbows, but don't underestimate him. "Or you'll be left in a sticky situation," Midnight announced, her voice a sharp contrast to the tension building in the arena. Zero stood opposite Bakugo, grimacing as he stretched his arms. "Yeah, take a shot at the elbows, nothing new," he muttered, eyeing Bakugo warily. The air between them crackled with tension, and Zero wasn't blind to the fire in Bakugo's eyes. "Are you boys ready?" Midnight asked, spinning in place, her whip making a crack like thunder. "I'm ready," Zero replied, his eyes narrowing, trying to focus through the nerves. "Let's do this," Bakugo growled, a smirk crossing his face as his hands ignited with explosive fury. "Begin." Midnight's whip cracked the air, and in a split second, Bakugo was a blur. Bakugo blasted off the ground with a force that rocked the arena. Die. His explosion-powered charge was a blur of destructive speed. Zero reacted instantly, firing a strand of tape from his elbow not at Bakugo, but beneath him. The ground exploded with a shockwave of dust as Zero reeled himself forward, propelling himself with an unexpected burst of speed. But Bakugo wasn't fooled. His left hand shot out to grab Zero in a point-blank explosion, but Zero was already gone. A second tape strand shot out, and Zero yanked himself to the side just in time. "Wow, I may have peeked at Midoriya's notebook while he wasn't looking," Zero taunted, eyes glinting with a sharp confidence. "You always start with that right hook, don't you?" Bakugo's lip curled into a snarl, and his eye twitched violently. "Shut the hell up, you tape-wielding freak." Zero fired more tape, aiming for Bakugo's legs, trying to trip him up. But Bakugo was too fast. He reached out, his palm crackling with power, and with a quick, violent explosion, he incinerated the tape, causing it to dissolve in a flash of flames. Bakugo's fury surged, and the ground shook with the intensity of his next words. "Enough of this shit," he roared, his voice vibrating with rage. "Die." An explosion of cataclysmic proportions erupted from Bakugo's hands, the shockwave sending debris flying. Zero had no time to react. The explosion caught him squarely, hurling his body across the arena like a ragdoll. His uniform shredded under the force, his limbs flailing as he slammed into a wall with sickening force. The audience gasped, their faces frozen in shock. When the smoke cleared, Zero was a broken heap on the floor. His body was covered in burns, his uniform unrecognizable, the air around him thick with the stench of scorched fabric and flesh. His chest rose and fell with shallow breaths, but his eyes were closed, his body limp. Class 1A and 1B were dead silent, staring in horror at the scene before them. This wasn't the clean, honorable fight they'd expected. This was brutal, violent, a reminder of just how far Bakugo was willing to go. Bakugo stood there, his chest heaving with the intensity of his breathing, his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles were white. His right wrist was shaking, still throbbing from the blast. He looked down at Zero's unconscious form with disdain, rubbing his wrist and gritting his teeth. "I need an undefiable win," Bakugo muttered, his voice thick with determination and anger. "There will be no question. I am the best, and once I destroy Deku, no one can deny it. That pink-skinned bitch will see that I'm not useless. Not like Deku." The words hung heavy in the air, laced with venom. There was no pride, no satisfaction in his voice. Just the need to prove something to himself, and to everyone else. "Zero is unconscious and out of bounds," Midnight declared, her voice cracking through the oppressive silence. "The winner is Katsuki Bakugo." The applause was sparse, hesitant. There was no celebration, no cheers of triumph, just a somber recognition of the sheer devastation that had unfolded in front of them. Bakugo turned on his heel, his eyes still burning with fury. His mind was consumed with the need to be the best, to crush anything and anyone that stood in his way. And Zero, he was just another casualty in his pursuit of victory. "Bakugo, pull a stunt like that and there will be severe consequences," Midnight warned. "TCH," Bakugo growled out before walking away. He stopped for a moment before sending a piercing glare at the 1A stands to particular green-haired boy. Class 1A collectively grimaced, many wincing as Zero was carried off on a stretcher. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, the shock of Bakugo's actions rippling through both classes. Surprisingly, Midoriya remained composed, though a flicker of something unreadable crossed his face. "That Bakugo acts more like a villain than a hero in training," Monoma said, his disdain evident. For once, no one in Class 1A could muster a defense, and even Kendo reluctantly nodded. "Yeah," Setsuna muttered, her face twisted in discomfort. "That guy's spooky. And not the good spooky," Yanagi added, her tone uneasy. Awase shook his head. "What an asshole. Who launches an explosion that big at a friend? Tetsu shouted, his fist trembling with anger. Kodai simply agreed with a nod. Abara sighed deeply, clasping her hands together in a quiet prayer, her lips moving silently. On Class 1A's side, the mood wasn't much brighter. Shock and anger simmered under the surface as they tried to process what they'd just witnessed. I can't believe he did that to Zero, Kirishima said, his wide eyes filled with dismay. Why yeah, Mina muttered, her expression pained. I knew the guy was an asshole, but doing that to a friend. Hyoka said bluntly, her brows furrowed in disgust. Bakugo's brutal. No mercy, Kaminari mumbled, visibly shaken at the thought of fighting him. Indeed, his tenacity will be difficult to contend with, Iida said, his voice steady but tense. He and Kaminari exchanged uneasy glances before departing for their match. Tokiyami turned toward Midoriya. You must have felt his glare, Midoriya, a silent declaration of war, no doubt. Izuku exhaled deeply, his unease showing for a brief moment before he straightened his posture. He's angry, Momo said, her tone tinged with disgust. Nearly losing to Uraraka, and the defeat against Midoriya, has only made him more volatile. Izuku grimaced. Yeah, he wants to prove he's the best, no matter the cost. He doesn't want anyone questioning his strength. And that means taking down anyone in his way, Hyoka added with a frown. Quickly and as brutally as possible. A heavy silence settled over them, each student exchanging concerned looks. But, why? Kirishima asked, struggling to reconcile his friend's behavior. Monoma scoffed. Isn't it obvious? That egotistical maniac can't handle not being the center of attention. Knowing he's not the best must be eating him alive. So, what does someone like that do? He lashes out. On everyone, to stroke his fragile ego. Kirishima flinched but tried to protest. Come on, Bakugo isn't that bad. Monoma raised an eyebrow and gestured toward Zero's stretcher. The members of Class B stared at Kirishima as if he'd grown a second head. Oh okay, Kirishima stammered. But maybe he was just giving it his all, you know. Treating Zero like a real opponent. Why yeah, probably, Kaminari added weakly, though even he didn't sound convinced. Itsuka folded her arms and glanced at Izuku. What's his deal, anyway? Why does he take losing so personally? Izuku blinked, startled by the question. I mean, the guy blows up over everything. Is that just who he is? Itsuka asked, her tone genuinely curious. Class 1A shared hesitant glances before Kaminari spoke up. I guess that's just how he's always been. He seriously hates losing at anything. Tokiyami nodded solemnly. Indeed, his temper is always worst when he's defeated. Those who best him are rewarded with his scowl, or worse. Shoji turned to Izuku. Do you think that's why he seems to hate you so much? Because you're always at the top of our class. Izuku hesitated, scratching the back of his neck. Maybe. He definitely hates losing, that's for sure. But I don't really know. Tsuyu tilted her head thoughtfully. He does blow up at just about everything, ribbit. Before anyone could respond, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the room. All conversation came to a halt as Bakugo entered, his expression a storm of fury and determination. TCH, let this be a warning to all you extras, what happened to Captain Office Supplies? Honta Zero, Hyoka cut in sharply, her voice cold as steel. Whatever, earlobe bitch, Bakugo snapped before pointing at Mina. And you, raccoon-eyed pink-skinned bitch, you're next if you get in my way. Mina's glare was immediate, her hands balling into fists. Izuku, sitting nearby, shot to his feet the moment he registered Bakugo's words. Hey, Izuku growled, his green eyes narrowing as a faint crackle of electricity sparked around him. The intensity of his glare carried a clear warning. Bakugo smirked, stepping closer, smoke curling from his palms. What, you got something to say, nerd? The room grew heavy with tension as their standoff thickened. Everyone could feel the air practically buzzing with the collision of their anger. Before things could escalate, Kyoka's voice cut through. Don't worry, Green. If Bakushit wants to keep calling us degrading nicknames, we can just return the favor. Don't you think, Bakushit? Kyoka said with a smirk. Snickers broke out across the room, cutting through the suffocating atmosphere. "The hell did you just call me?" Bakugo barked. "Relax, Bakubich," Setsuna chimed in, wagging her finger at him. "It fits you perfectly, always yapping and barking like an angry little Pomeranian." This earned full-on laughter from the class. Izuku let out a small snicker, while Siro clamped a hand over his mouth to muffle his laughter. Ochako's cheeks puffed out as she tried not to laugh aloud. "I think explosive dumbass has a nice ring to it," Toru added through her giggles. "What did you say, invisible bitch?" "Sorry, I didn't catch that, angry Pomeranian," Mina quipped with mock confusion, leaning slightly toward Toru. "The fuck did you say, you damn extras?" Bakugo snapped, his voice rising. Momo stepped in with a smirk of her own. "Oh, is someone who only ranked 5th in the quirk apprehension test trying to talk big again?" Bakugo froze for a moment, his pride visibly bruising. "What the hell did you just say?" "Someone get the spray bottle," Kaminari said, pretending to be serious. "Bakubich is out of control again. Watch out, he bites." Suyu tilted her head thoughtfully. "Maybe a muzzle would work better." "Ribbit. Or earplugs," Yui added flatly. "So we don't have to hear him screaming all the time." Kyoka smirked, turning to Izuku. "See, Green, we've got this. No offense, but we don't need a white knight in shining armor." Izuku gave her a small smile, the tension draining from his posture. "Yeah, I know." With that, he sat back down, and the group settled in to watch the next match, the earlier tension now a memory drowned out by the echoes of laughter. He quickly punched down the bubbling anger in his stomach. "I need to calm down." Next up we have the electrical user. Denki Kaminari versus the Speedster with engines, Tenya Iida. Denki Kaminari entered the arena, stretching his arms and loosening up his muscles as he prepared for the match. He shot a finger gun toward the approaching Iida with a grin, sparks crackling from his fingertips. Tenya Iida, adjusting his glasses with a focused expression, bowed to Kaminari in a respectful gesture, his posture as rigid and formal as always. "You boys ready?" Midnight asked, her voice echoing over the arena. "Yes," Iida answered firmly. "I'm always ready," Kaminari responded with enthusiasm, his body sparking with electrical energy. "Begin." As soon as the signal was given, Iida shot forward like a missile, his engines roaring with speed as he bolted toward Kaminari. Just as he closed the distance, Kaminari's body crackled with electricity, and an electric shield erupted around him, sending Iida flying back as he tried to grab him. Iida stumbled to his feet, his body spasming briefly from the shock as he quickly adjusted his glasses. His gaze flicked to Kaminari, narrowing slightly as he saw the shield flicker, revealing a glimpse of its instability. The crowd gasped in surprise, Class 1A staring in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Whoa, Mineta whispered, wide-eyed. When did he learn to do that? Tokiyami blinked, clearly surprised. An electrical shield, since when could he create electrical structures like that? Momo cupped her chin thoughtfully. Interesting. I didn't know Kaminari could manipulate his quirk to such an extent. Kyoka glanced at Izuku, who was watching the match with a proud look on his face. Her eyebrow arched in suspicion. You wouldn't have anything to do with this, would you? Izuku flinched, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Maybe. He pulled out his notebook, flipping to a page dedicated to Kaminari. Kaminari asked me for help with his quirk. He felt really guilty about what happened during the USJ attack. Izuku said, as everyone leaned in closer to get a better look at the notebook. The page was filled with dense, scientific notes, the writing messy and frantic. Electrical discharge of the idiot. Kyoka muttered. Blame brainstorm. Izuku replied quickly, clearly trying to downplay his role. Izuku shifted uncomfortably, tapping his fingers nervously on the edge of his notebook. I used Brainstorm to help him out. Brainstorm's ability to process information quickly really helped break down the mechanics of Kaminari's quirk. He paused, scratching the back of his neck as if recalling the moment. At first, Kaminari was just using his quirk the way he always had, charging up and letting it all out. But that wasn't really working. His electrical discharges would go everywhere, and he'd end up short-circuiting his brain, leaving him A bigger dumbass than he already is, Kyoka finished, her voice dry. Izuku stifled a chuckle, then gave a small, embarrassed shrug. So, I helped him understand his quirk's capacity. I explained how his body stores electricity like a battery, and how overcharging it causes a mental short circuit. The trick was learning how to regulate the flow of electricity, so he could release it in a controlled way. He glanced at the scribbled notes on the page, where various electrical terms and symbols filled the margins. It took about a day. Brainstorm was an excellent power source, so we could test out different methods. I showed Kaminari how to direct his electricity with intention, rather than just letting it explode everywhere. It's like controlling a current instead of letting it burst uncontrollably. Izuku's expression softened as he continued. And the electric shield, well, that was the result of him learning to concentrate and focus his electricity. The class fell into stunned silence as they processed Izuku's explanation. Everyone stared at him, a mix of admiration and awe in their expressions. The weight of their gazes caused Izuku's stomach to churn with nervousness. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Momo blinked, breaking the silence. That's actually really impressive, Midoriya. Izuku turned away. It's not that impressive. Izuku said. Iida, observing closely, noticed the brief stutter in the electrical force field. His eyes darted to the edge of the platform, the white line marking the boundary. He adjusted his stance, his mind racing. I need to be more careful. One misstep, and I'll ring out. This speed is a blessing, but it's hard to adjust to. Still, if that shield goes down, that's my moment. Kaminari's face began to slacken, his exhaustion evident as he strained to keep the shield active. His thoughts spiraled in frustration. Damn it, I may have better control now, but if I overdo it, I'll fry my brain. I can't hold this much longer. The electrical field around him sputtered, flickering erratically. Iida crouched low, his engines roaring to life as he calculated the timing. The moment that shield drops. The flicker turned into a full collapse, and Iida shot forward in a blur, closing the distance between them in an instant. With precision, he twisted midair and delivered a dropkick that slammed into Kaminari's chest. Gah! Kaminari gasped, the impact rattling him. Stumbling backward, his mind scrambled for a counter. But before he could recover, Iida grabbed his shirt with both hands, his grip firm despite his own fatigue. He's going to throw me out. Kaminari realized, panic surging through him. Desperately, he unleashed a massive pulse of electricity, sparks flying wildly around them. The attack crackled against Iida's armor, but it wasn't enough. With one powerful thrust, Iida hurled Kaminari out of bounds. The force sent the electrified student tumbling to the ground outside the arena. Denki Kaminari is out of bounds. Tenya Iida wins. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. Iida, hearing the declaration of his victory, dropped to his knees moments later. His body convulsed slightly, arcs of electricity still dancing across his frame as he panted heavily, the strain evident on his face. On the sidelines, Kaminari slowly pushed himself up, clutching his ribs with a wince. He staggered for a moment before letting out a defeated sigh, his shoulders slumping. Man, I thought I had it that time. He began to shuffle toward the exit when a familiar voice cut through the crowd. Kaminari. He paused, blinking in surprise, and turned toward the sound. Midoriya was standing near the edge of the spectator stands, waving frantically. Kaminari's lips twitched into a small smile. He probably wants to cheer me up, he thought. Don't worry, bro, I'm fine, Kaminari called back, his voice a little forced as he tried to downplay his disappointment. But Midoriya didn't respond with words. Instead, he pointed toward the stands behind him, his expression alight with excitement. Kaminari's brow furrowed in confusion. He turned to follow Midoriya's gesture, his heart skipping when his gaze landed on a familiar figure in the crowd. Esther, he murmured, his voice barely audible. There she was, a bright, beaming smile on her face, her pink hair catching the sunlight as she waved enthusiastically. Next to her, her father gave a small nod of approval, his expression warm. You did great, Kaminari. You and Midoriya have been killing it, Esther called out, her voice clear and vibrant. Kaminari froze for a moment, his face heating up as his brain caught up with the scene in front of him. His heart thumped in his chest, louder than any cheers from the crowd. Hey, he stammered, awkwardly raising a hand to wave back. His voice cracked slightly, and he coughed to cover his nerves. Straightening his posture, he walked toward the tunnel with his head held high, a determined smile creeping onto his face. Midoriya noticed the goofy smile plastered on his face as he walked back into the hallway, making him chuckle softly. His brief moment of joy, however, was interrupted by an ominous aura radiating from Mineta. "Oh, so you've gone and gotten Kaminari a girlfriend, huh, Midoriya?" Mineta asked, his voice shaking as blood began to stream from his eyes. Izuku instinctively took a step back, opting to hide behind Uraraka, whose wide eyes darted between Mineta and Izuku. Is he crying blood?" Shishida asked, his deep voice tinged with concern. "How is that even biologically possible?" Saburaba wondered aloud, his face a mix of disbelief and unease. "Should we take him to Recovery Girl?" Kodai suggested, pointing at the sobbing Mineta, who was now sniffing pitifully. Taking advantage of the commotion, Kyoka slipped away, her movements subtle but purposeful. Mineta sniffled loudly, clutching at his chest. I'm just so happy for him," he muttered, his tone a mix of despair and forced joy. Izuku noticed Kyoka sneaking off and decided to follow her. "Oh, wow, look at the time. I really, need to use the restroom," he blurted, hastily backing away before darting down the hall. As Izuku followed her down the corridor, he noticed Kyoka's tense posture. Her head was low, her steps unsure. It was clear she wasn't just walking away, she was retreating into her thoughts. "Juro," he called, jogging to catch up. Kyoka turned, a faint light returning to her eyes at his voice. "Green, what's up? Here to give me some advice on how to beat Todoroki?" she asked, her usual teasing tone undercut by a hopeful edge. Izuku winced. I would, but Todoroki's moves are so fast, and he finishes battles so quickly, I haven't been able to gather much intel, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Her shoulders sank as her lips twisted into a half-hearted smirk. "So, I'm screwed. Great," she muttered. Throwing up her hands, she turned to leave. "Thanks for the pep talk, Green. Real motivational stuff." "Wait," Izuku blurted, stepping forward. "Juro, that's not what I meant." She stopped, folding her arms as she glanced back at him. "Then what did you mean?" Izuku hesitated, his words catching in his throat as her eyes met his. She looked so small in that moment, far from the confident, sharp-tongued Kyoka he knew. Finally, he found his voice. "I think you're amazing," he said softly. "Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Just give it everything you've got. That's what really counts." Kyoka blinked, her breath hitching as her heart thudded in her chest. She looked away, hugging her arms tighter as warmth crept up her neck. You don't have to get all corny with me," she muttered, shifting uncomfortably. "It's just a stupid sports festival. It's not like I expected to get all that far anyway." Her voice softened, almost trembling. "But, thanks," she murmured, her words barely audible. Izuku tilted his head, his brow furrowing. "Juro." Kyoka's hands fidgeted at her sleeves as she tried to muster the courage to meet his gaze again. Her heart pounded harder with each second of silence. Finally, she took a shaky breath, closing her eyes. But instead of facing him, she stepped back, turning away to hide her face. "See ya around, Green," she said quietly, her voice thick with emotion. Then, as if trying to mask the vulnerability, she smirked and added, "Unless you're planning on giving me some good luck kiss." The words hung in the air, playful but with an undeniable weight. Izuku froze, his face flushing a deep red. What? Kyoka glanced back, smirking a little more genuinely this time. "Relax, it's a joke. No offense, but there's no way you'd ever be that bold," she teased, rolling her eyes and starting to walk away. Kyoka's teasing remark struck a nerve in Izuku, stirring memories of Mina's kiss, the warmth and reassurance she had offered him. But as those thoughts lingered, another realization began to settle in his chest. Kyoka had always been there for him, too. It wasn't as obvious as Mina's bold gestures, but Kyoka's quiet support meant just as much. She had noticed that Bakugo had probably bullied him, yet she never pried or pushed him to talk about it. She simply let him be, offering comfort in subtle, almost unnoticed ways. The thought made warmth spread through his chest. He hadn't realized how much her presence had meant to him. He suddenly saw Kyoka in a different light. His face flushed as he thought about the way her earphone jacks twirled nervously when she was anxious. They were so much a part of her, an extension of herself. A warmth spread through his chest, different from anything he'd ever felt before. His heart started to race, a sensation that confused him. He'd only felt this way around Itsuka, but now, it was happening with Kyoka, too. He admired how she had always looked out for him, even when others backed away. She hadn't hesitated to join his team during the capture the flag match, despite how most of the others had abandoned him. Kyoka had always been there for him in a way he had never fully appreciated until now. Izuku found himself noticing the way her earphone jacks would twitch and twirl when she was nervous, as if they were extensions of her emotions. There was something comforting about it, something familiar. His breath caught in his chest, his pulse quickening. His heart pounded in his ears as a new, overwhelming sensation surged through him. Before he could think better of it, something inside him, a spark of courage, pushed him forward. He reached out, his hand gently grasping Kyoka's wrist, pulling her toward him. For a moment, her surprised expression froze time. Kyoka blinked, eyes wide as Izuku leaned in. Her breath hitched, and in that instant, he saw the vulnerability in her eyes, a side of her he hadn't noticed before. Then, before she could react, he pressed a soft, lingering kiss to her cheek. Time seemed to freeze. Her heart pounded against her chest, the sensation stretching longer than it should have. It lasted only a second, but it felt like an eternity. As he pulled away, Kyoka froze, her body stiffening in shock. A gasp escaped her lips, and she instinctively raised her hand to touch the spot where his lips had just been. Her face turned a deep crimson, her mind scrambling for a response. I was joking, she stammered, her voice shaky, trying to regain some composure. But her flustered expression betrayed her, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Izuku, equally flustered, pulled back, his face flushed. His heart was still hammering in his chest, his head swirling with emotions he couldn't quite process. The feeling was all too familiar, like when he looked at Itsuka, his heart racing, his hands sweating, the world suddenly feeling more complicated than ever. Fighting a Nomu seemed easier than this. Sorry, I just thought, if it brings you some luck, then, maybe it's not so bad, Izuku said blushing. Kyoka turned away, hiding her face in her hands. All right, she mumbled, her voice muffled. She couldn't stop the tiny smile pulling at her lips. As Izuku walked the other way, he groaned softly, running a hand through his hair. I can't believe I actually did that. She probably thinks I'm a total idiot now. Kyoka leaned against the wall for a moment, her heart pounding as she touched her cheek again. I didn't think he'd actually do it, she muttered under her breath. A tiny laugh escaped her lips as she straightened up. Steeling herself, she turned toward the arena. Okay, Kyoka, focus. Don't think about him. Just go out there and give it your best shot, like Broccoli Boy said. As the crowd's cheers washed over her, she couldn't help but glance back briefly, her smile lingering. And we're back with our next two students. The girl with the unusual earlobes, Kyoka Jirou, taking on. Oh crap, him, what's she gonna do? I mean, Shoto Todoroki, back for his second round. Kyoka rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, thanks for the support, Mike. The crowd's energy felt tepid, the nervous tension palpable. They all feared a repeat of the brutal beatings from the previous rounds. A loud smack echoed from the announcer booth, followed by present Mike's pained voice, ow. Kyoka chuckled dryly, okay, that made me feel a little better. Midnight raised her megaphone, her voice commanding the attention of the arena, fighters. Ready yourselves. Kyoka's fingers curled around her earphone jacks, the metallic hum of anticipation thrumming through her. Her heart pounded so loudly she almost couldn't hear the world around her. Todoroki, on the other hand, remained stoic, his icy gaze fixed on her with an almost unsettling calm. The arena fell into tense silence. The battle began with a sudden crack of the whip from Midnight's hand, and before Kyoka could react, Todoroki launched a barrage of ice straight at her. She bolted to the left, narrowly avoiding the freezing storm that cut through the air. It seemed Todoroki had tempered his usual intensity, a far cry from his earlier battles, choosing not to overdo it. As she took a breath, Todoroki widened his range, unleashing an unrelenting wave of ice across the battlefield. Kyoka barely had time to react, her body frozen in a pillar of solid ice before she could escape. A collective sigh swept through the crowd. She tried, at least, a pro-hero remarked, his tone sympathetic. That Todoroki, he's a monster. He's been toying with his opponents, another hero muttered, shaking their head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Kyoka could barely make sense of the cold shock coursing through her limbs. Her breath came in sharp, shallow gasps. Her body was frozen, her muscles locked in place. A wave of numbness crept over her. Geez, Todoroki is a monster, Shiro said as he entered the waiting room, bandages wrapped around his body, a smile on his face, trying to lift the mood. Iida, ever the optimist, shook his head in disappointment. Quite, I almost hope I don't have to face him. Guess it all depends on whether I can make it to the finals. Izuku, still focused on the match unfolding, gave a small, encouraging nod. It's not over yet. Momo clenched her fist, visibly worried but determined. She's not out of this yet. It looks like Todoroki is moving on once again after a swift VICTO. Wait. What's this? From the ice, Kyoka's earphone jack suddenly vibrated with a surge of energy. A deafening crack rang through the stadium as her frozen prison shattered, sending ice shards flying. With newfound determination, Kyoka charged toward Todoroki, her jacks outstretched. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Whoa, Jirou broke through the ice. The fight is still on. Todoroki, clearly taken aback, quickly responded, shooting another wide trail of ice toward her. But Kyoka, relentless and focused, jammed her jacks into the ground and released a pulse from deep within, shattering the icy attack with ease. Cold mist billowed around her, obscuring the battlefield in a chilling fog. Todoroki, his brow furrowing with frustration, gritted his teeth. This is pointless. He wanted to end the fight quickly, but her persistence was grating on him. He had no intention of causing unnecessary harm, but she was relentless. She was closing the gap too quickly, forcing him to act. You can't beat me, he called out coldly, his voice barely a whisper over the biting wind. He didn't want to prolong it further, but as Kyoka charged forward, he released another glacier of ice, a desperate attempt to stop her in her tracks. Kyoka's eyes widened in panic as she was completely encased in ice once more, the freezing wall sealing her within its prison. Her head and chest were the only parts left free, her body frozen solid and numb from the assault. No, Kyoka whispered weakly as the ice began crawling upward, encasing her entirely. Her thoughts were muddled, but in the back of her mind, a memory surfaced. Izuku, how he never gave up, no matter the odds stacked against him. Midnight, call the match, Todoroki said flatly, his voice betraying no emotion. But just as he spoke, Kyoka gritted her teeth, fighting to stay conscious. I refuse to give up. Kyoka screamed with every ounce of her remaining strength. A powerful sonic blast erupted from her throat, shattering the ice around her and sending shockwaves through the arena. The audience recoiled, instinctively covering their ears as the sound echoed like thunder. Todoroki, caught off guard, was sent stumbling backward, a protective ice shield hastily erected behind him to shield himself from the attack. The mist cleared, revealing Kyoka's shivering form, her breath visible in the cold air. She touched her throat in shock, surprised by the power she had just unleashed. Whoa, Present Mike shouted, his voice thick with amazement. The crowd, initially confused, now understood that Kyoka had hidden a power they hadn't expected. Did I just do that? How? Kyoka muttered to herself, blinking in disbelief. But she quickly remembered where she was still in a fight. No time for that, she yelled, her focus snapping back to Todoroki as he unleashed another icy barrage. Kyoka tried to scream again, but nothing came out. She rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, her body shaking uncontrollably from the cold. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, realizing that she had no control over her power. He knew he needed to end it quickly before she gained more ground. His next move was even more decisive, another massive glacier of ice. Damn it, Kyoka hissed, the cold creeping into her bones. She focused all her energy into her throat, trying to force out another sonic wave. The ice loomed closer, the freezing storm nearly suffocating her. Come on, she screamed inside her head, trying to push her body past its limits. But as the ice inched closer, her jacks pressed into the frozen surface, her breath coming in short gasps. The moment the ice closed in, Todoroki felt something unusual, a drop of blood trickling from his ear. He touched it in surprise and quickly realized what had happened. The blast had caused damage. Midnight's voice rang out, breaking through the tension. "Juro, are you able to move?" Kyoka struggled, barely able to move her limbs. Her body was frozen, her strength fading. "I'm sorry, Juro," Midnight's voice softened. "But I'm calling the match." Juro is unable to move. Todoroki advances to the next round. Todoroki approached Kyoka's frozen form, his expression softer than before. He gently touched her midsection, his hand lingering for a moment before awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "That was a good fight. Even without your new power, you caught me off guard." Kyoka, still shivering as the ice melted around her, steamed with the heat of her body, her clothes soaking wet. "JJ, just wait until Greenie fights you. Fuck, I'm freezing." Her voice was barely audible as the med team moved in to retrieve her, the cold still clinging to her bones. Still cold. Kyoka let out a strained chuckle, her teeth chattering. "What do you think?" "I'll take that as yes," Izuku said softly, his eyes lingering on her as he tucked a blanket around her shoulders. "You did splendid, though," Momo chimed in, her smile warm and reassuring. "Gee, thanks, but I'm not sure the frostbite was worth it," Kyoka replied, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to shake off the cold that still clung to her body. After a pause, a thought seemed to strike her. Uraraka, Momo, would you mind heading back to your seats? I think I need to stay here for a little while." "Oh, okay, but what about Midoriya?" Momo asked, looking to Izuku for clarification. "Actually," Kyoka cut in, her voice a little quieter than before, "I was hoping he could grab me a few more blankets." Momo and Uraraka exchanged glances but didn't press the matter further. "Sure," they said in unison, heading back to their seats as Izuku headed to the nearby carbine to fetch the blankets. Once Izuku returned, he carefully draped them over Kyoka's shivering form. She sighed in relief, the warmth starting to seep back into her body. Greenie." Kyoka's voice was barely above a whisper as she spoke, her face flushed a light shade of pink. She caught Izuku's attention, and he paused, looking at her curiously. I'm kinda cold," she began, her voice faltering a little as she struggled to find the words. "And your matches aren't for a while, so I was wondering if you wouldn't mind." She hesitated, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red, the heat from her embarrassment only intensifying the coolness still lingering in her body. Izuku blinked in surprise, confused by what she was asking. Oh, I guess Heatblast could." Kyoka quickly interrupted, her embarrassment making her voice a little sharper than she intended. She opened up the blanket slightly, motioning for him to join her. "No, I mean, I was wondering if you could keep me warm," she finished, her face completely crimson now. Izuku's eyes widened, realizing exactly what she was suggesting. His face turned bright red as his brain tried to process the situation. Kyoka, sensing his hesitation, quickly looked away, her heart pounding in her chest. I can't believe I just asked that," she muttered to herself, horrified. "I'm probably coming on too strong." Before she could say anything else, the bed shifted, and a warm presence settled beside her. Izuku had hesitated for a moment, but then decided to climb in next to her, gently wrapping his arms around her. His voice was low, a little shaky as he spoke. I guess I can watch the matches from here, too." He kept his back to her, his blush spreading down to his neck. Kyoka smiled, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she turned around to face him. She wrapped her arms around him, her body pressing into his as she nestled herself into his warmth. "Thanks, Green, I really needed this," she whispered, letting herself relax for the first time in a long while. Izuku's heart was racing, his face now as red as a tomato. He tried not to focus on the closeness, but it was hard not to. I'm in bed with a girl. Wait, no, another girl, this is happening. Oh, something's definitely going to go wrong now, isn't it? Izuku thought, his mind a flurry of conflicting emotions. But despite the chaos in his head, there was a sense of comfort in Kyoka's warmth, and, for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to relax. Kyoka let out a contented sigh, her voice soft against his ear. But this is nice, though, she murmured, her words making Izuku's heart skip a beat. ... Next up we have the completely average and painfully boring Mashiro Ojiro from Class 1A. The crowd offered a sympathetic round of applause, a few of them even giving polite cheers. Ojiro scratched his cheek with a strained smile, taking in the attention as he walked toward the arena. Yeah, that sounds about right, Ojiro muttered with a sigh, his ears drooping a little. ... Yaoyorozu and Uraraka returned to their seats, but Midoriya was nowhere in sight. How's Jiro doing? Hagakure asked, her voice laced with concern. She's fine. Cold, but she'll recover, Momo reassured the invisible girl, giving her a small smile. And Midoriya? Iida asked, glancing around. Oh, he went to grab Jiro some blankets. She's really cold, Uraraka explained. The others nodded, accepting the answer as they turned their attention back to the match. None of them were aware that Izuku was currently sharing a blanket with Kyoka, the two of them in a rather intimate position. ... Versus. The pink skin she catches everyone's attention by entering the room. Mina Ashido. The crowd erupted in cheers as Mina confidently strutted into the arena, flashing a playful grin. Tehehehe. Mina giggled to herself, excited for the match ahead. Begin. As soon as the signal was given, Mina dashed toward Ojiro, her movements swift and fluid. Ojiro, however, was quick to react, slipping into a defensive stance, his tail swishing behind him. As she closed the distance, he used his tail to expertly perform a spinning attack, landing a solid blow to her face. Mina staggered back, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her balance. Ojiro didn't waste a moment. He charged, launching a series of rapid punches and kicks. His martial arts skills were evident, his tail snapping through the air with precision as he aimed at her midsection. Mina dodged some of the blows, but others landed with a painful thud, making her wince. Not bad, she muttered, narrowly avoiding a spinning tail strike. She quickly ducked and rolled, putting herself behind Ojiro. Without hesitation, she unleashed a stream of acid at his back. The sizzling sound of acid hitting his skin made Ojiro wince in pain. Damn it, my back burns. Ojiro growled, flipping backward to put some distance between them. As he landed, he noticed the acid was still sizzling on his uniform, eating away at the fabric. His tail flicked nervously, but he wasn't about to back down now. Mina lunged forward again, her attacks becoming faster and more precise. A barrage of kicks came at Ojiro, each one faster than the last. Ojiro blocked and dodged with skill, but when the acid was added to Mina's attacks, he found himself forced to constantly move. A spray of acid came at him, and he ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the deadly stream. However, he couldn't dodge the following kick to his stomach, and he was sent stumbling backward. Before he could recover, Mina grabbed his arm, pulling him forward. She landed a fierce kick to his stomach, and Ojiro fell to the ground. He didn't have time to brace himself as she launched a spinning tail strike directly at him. The force of the blow sent Ojiro crashing to the ground with a loud thud, the impact making the crowd wince. The audience roared in excitement as the match escalated. Though it wasn't the most dramatic or earth-shattering battle, it was clear that Mina was on the offensive, her quirk allowing her to overwhelm Ojiro with her agility and acid attacks. But Ojiro wasn't done yet. He was a martial artist through and through. He had no intention of giving up easily. Mina came at him again, her movements lightning fast as she spun and released a flurry of acid-laced kicks. Ojiro gritted his teeth, using his tail to block and redirect some of her strikes, but the acid stung and burned through his uniform. He could feel the heat on his skin, but he kept his focus, slipping into a more fluid stance, ready to defend. In a split second, Mina's acid shot toward him once again, and he was forced to duck, narrowly avoiding the spray. Seizing the moment, he launched an uppercut, his tail sweeping behind him to add extra force. The blow connected with Mina's chin, and she stumbled back, dazed. Before she could recover, Ojiro charged, using his tail to sweep her legs out from under her. She hit the ground hard, but with a quick roll, she was back on her feet, ready for round 2. Mina didn't let up, she backflipped, launching another stream of acid at his chest. Ojiro barely managed to dodge, but not without taking some of the acid on his arms. His uniform burned in places, and the pain was starting to get to him. Mina closed the gap, launching a powerful spinning kick to his chest. Ojiro was sent flying back, crashing into the boundary line. Makiro Ojiro is out of bounds. Mina Ashido wins, Midnight announced, her voice echoing through the arena. Ojiro blinked in disbelief, looking down at the line he had crossed. A frustrated snort escaped him as he pushed himself to his feet. He turned toward Mina and gave a respectful bow. "You're fast, Ashido. I didn't expect that." Mina smiled sheepishly, waving him off. "Don't worry about it, dude. You did great. You almost had me there." Ojiro gave a small grin, his usual calm demeanor returning as he gave a thumbs up. "Next time, right?" "Yeah." Mina grinned back, feeling the rush of victory as she prepared for her next match. When Ojiro made his way to the infirmary, he was eager to get patched up, and Recovery Girl, as usual, was more than happy to help. After healing him up, she handed him a gummy bear with a warm smile. He took it gratefully, thanked her, and made his way back to his seat. However, what he saw upon returning was far from what he had expected. Izuku Midoriya, his badass classmate and one of the most formidable fighters, and one of the most terrifying girls in class, Kyoka Jiro, were sitting close together on the same bed. Ojiro's eyes widened, and he quickly averted his gaze. I hope I'm not interrupting anything," Ojiro mumbled, his face flushing slightly. Izuku and Kyoka both blushed, quickly sitting up in the bed, clearly flustered. Kyoka kept silent, her face still as red as a tomato. "It's not what it looks like," Izuku stammered, trying to explain, though the situation clearly wasn't helping. Recovery Girl just smiled knowingly, her eyes twinkling. "I've always been rooting for you too." The teenagers' faces turned even redder at the comment. Ojiro chuckled softly as he popped the gummy bear into his mouth. "Don't worry, I won't." Just then, the door swung open, and Ashido, Hagakure, Momo, Tsuyu, and Uraraka filed into the room, only to freeze when they saw Izuku and Kyoka still sitting on the bed. Both were missing their shoes, an obvious sign that they had been lounging there for some time. Their jaws dropped in unison, eyes wide with shock and horror. Kyoka, sensing the awkwardness, quickly slid on her shoes and, without warning, leaned over to plant a quick kiss on Izuku's cheek before bolting out of the room like a criminal fleeing the scene. The room was quiet for a long moment, filled only with the awkward sounds of shifting feet and nervous glances. Izuku, still processing what had just happened, decided to follow Kyoka's lead. He quickly put on his shoes and stood up, ready to leave. Ojiro gave him a sympathetic pat on the back, clearly understanding his discomfort. "Yeah, you definitely screwed up somehow," Ojiro said, his tone light but understanding. Izuku sighed heavily. "I have the sinking feeling you're right." The nurses, who had been quietly observing the whole situation, shared a knowing smile. "Remember when we were so young?" Nurse White mused with a chuckle. "Maybe when you were young," Recovery Girl responded with a wink. "I'm still in my prime." She gave a hearty laugh, and Nurse White just shook her head, amused. Meanwhile, Kyoka was sitting alone, shaking with embarrassment and fear. Her hands instinctively covered her blushing face as the other girls gathered around her, looking at her with a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Jiro, you didn't do anything to Midoriya, did you?" Hagakure asked hesitantly, her voice dripping with suppressed jealousy. Kyoka, flustered, quickly shook her head. "Nothing like what you're thinking." Momo crossed her arms, her lips pressed in a thin line, but her tone was still gentle, albeit strained. "I hope you didn't do something unprofessional," she said, her words laced with an undercurrent of possessiveness that even she couldn't hide. Kyoka groaned, her embarrassment making it hard to focus on anything. So, you cuddled with Jiro, huh? Uraraka asked, her smile tight, almost strained. It was clear she wasn't as carefree as usual. Well, yeah, but she was cold, Izuku explained, her voice quiet and defensive. I didn't know what else to do. Don't you have literal fire form? Mina said, her tone indicated Posse's vines. He blushed, shrinking in his seat. Her smile that held a dark sense of entitlement, like someone who had just touched their favorite toy without permission. So, you cuddled with Jiro, huh? She repeated, her voice laced with a quiet, barely contained irritation. Izuku, feeling the heat of the situation, blinked at her in confusion. You said that already, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Uraraka screamed in her mind, her smile tightening. The guy the first really liked was all warm and cozy with another girl. The smile remained on her face, but it wasn't nearly as friendly as it had been moments ago. Izuku's attention was pulled away from the increasingly awkward situation when the next match was announced. The mind-controlling General Ed Who won his last match with ease. Hitoshi Shinso versus the French boy himself, Yuga Aoyama. Ah, mon ami, your winning streak ends here. My naval laser is flashy and sparkly. I won't even have to touch you to defeat you, Aoyama said with a confident smile. Shinso grinned in return. Izuku, watching from the stands, couldn't help but wonder. Monoma only used 2 quirks in our battle, and I'm sure he would have copied Shinso's quirk, yet he didn't even attempt to control me. Your quirk is super flashy. Please, can you tell me all about it? Shinso asked with an amused grin. Begin. Ah, so you want to witness, Aoyama started, but then his expression suddenly blanked. Okay, I still have a few matches left. Maybe I can still fool them. They can't know that they need to respond. Shinso thought, his voice lowering to a whisper. Attack me, but miss. He said aloud as Aoyama fired a beam of light, narrowly missing Shinso. Shinso shifted his position, making it look like he had dodged the attack. In the stands, Bakugo, Momo, Izuku, and Todoroki all noticed something odd. Whoa, Shinso actually managed to dodge his attack. Shinso ran forward toward Aoyama, who continued to fire his beams, only for Shinso to dodge them effortlessly. Closing the distance, Shinso struck Aoyama in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Aoyama's pupils returned to normal as he collapsed to the floor. What happened? Aoyama mumbled in confusion. Suddenly, Shinso smacked the back of Aoyama's head, sending him stumbling back. I will not fall under your control again. Aoyama protested, his voice shaky. Oh really? But you make such a good puppet, Shinso teased with a grin. Aoyama's eyes glazed over as Shinso took control, forcing him to stand up and turn toward the edge of the arena. Aoyama began to walk off the field as if in a trance. Yuga Aoyama walks out of bounds. Hitoshi Shinso wins. Another win for Shinso. The boy can't believe he's in the general course. Present Mike exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. Aizawa simply cupped his chin, watching intently. Interesting, so he's going to keep the ruse going as long as he can, huh? Aizawa murmured, sounding impressed. As Shinso made his way off the field, the pro heroes in the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. You were awesome out there, Shinso. One of his classmates from General Studies shouted, waving at him. We're proud of you. Didn't know you were that good. Yeah, you're the star of our program. Can't believe you made it this far. At this rate, you might win the whole thing. Listen to them, one of the other students said, pointing to the heroes in the crowd. That quirk of yours would be great for dealing with villains. I wish I had it, one of the pro heroes remarked. Is not too bright if they have him in the general studies, another hero said. Well, they've got a lot of students applying, so some decisions just can't be helped. Even though he doesn't have a fighting style, he's managed to hold his own, a third hero added. What a waste, another commented, but their voices were drowned out by the applause. You hear that, Shinso? You're amazing, one of his classmates cheered. For the first time in his life, Shinso felt a rush of happiness. He could barely believe it, he actually felt proud of himself, of his quirk. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced before. He felt blessed. He grinned, unable to suppress his joy. As he walked, his eyes fell on the Class 1A students, particularly the green-haired one. Monoma copied my quirk, but it didn't work on him. If I have to fight him, I'm screwed. Thankfully, we're in different brackets, or he would have wiped the floor with me. At least I can put on a good show. Meanwhile, Aoyama walked down a dim hallway, his head lowered. His usual confident smile had completely vanished. The words Shinso had said echoed in his mind. But you make such a good puppet. He clenched his fist tightly as he walked further into the shadows. Izuku could only gaze down, his face reddening in embarrassment. Midoriya, you saw it too? Momo asked, her voice a mix of confusion and concern. Yeah, I saw it. Kirishima, Ojiro, before he took over your minds, did either of you talk to him? Izuku asked, trying to make sense of what had happened. Everyone turned to look at him in confusion, except Todoroki, who was starting to piece together Shinso's true quirk. I think so. Why? Kirishima responded, clearly trying to remember what happened. Yes, he said something rude before I shook his hand and everything went blank, Ojiro added, his voice unsure. I experienced the same, Abara said, her voice darkening. His control over me was almost as invasive as when Midoriya defiled me. The room fell silent as the others stared at Abara in horror, unable to process what she had just said. Defiled. Tetsu echoed in disbelief, still processing what Abara meant. A heavy silence followed, and everyone slowly turned to face Izuku, who looked alarmed. Oh, she's talking about when I controlled her vines while I was Swampfire, Izuku explained awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. It probably felt uncomfortable for her, I didn't mean for it to go that far. The group looked horrified, unsure of how to react, some of them thinking that Izuku had done something far worse than what he had. I'm really sorry, Shiozaki, Izuku said, his voice apologetic. It just kinda happened when I was trying something new. I didn't mean to hurt you. The group exchanged shocked glances, some of them paling as they tried to make sense of the situation. Well, when I struggled, yes, but when you overpowered me, it was something I've never felt before, Abara admitted, her voice softening a little, but still tinged with discomfort. The shock in the room deepened, and everyone looked at her in disbelief, unsure how to take her words. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me, Izuku said, his tone filled with sincerity as he looked at Abara. He's asking for forgiveness. I guess that's okay. They all thought. It's all forgiven, Abara said, her voice softening a bit, though there was still a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Just don't do that again. It was quite the experience. You really don't compare to others. The others were still processing, exchanging glances. She forgives him, they thought, unable to wrap their heads around it. Wait, what did she mean by, he doesn't compare to others? The girls whispered to each other, their faces flushing in confusion. I won't do it again, Izuku promised, holding up his hands in apology. I guess it could be useful if I face a villain someday, Abara said, her voice more thoughtful now. They could try something like that, so more practice in taking back control could be beneficial. The room went completely pale at the thought, and Kodai flushed a little, her discomfort clear. Oh, you did put up a good fight in the beginning, Abara added, her expression serious again. Maybe some more training would help, especially since I wouldn't want a villain doing that to you. We could train together when you're free, but I'll have to do it again, to help you learn. The group's faces turned even more horrified, as they realized she was suggesting it again. He wants to do it again. They thought, their fear palpable. Splendid, Abara said, standing up with a slight smile before walking away, Pony trailing behind her, both of them looking as uneasy as the rest of the group. She's okay with it, they all thought in unison, still unable to believe what had just happened. Izuku waved at Abara and Pony as they left, both girls giving him a wave in return. The rest of the group stared at him in stunned silence, unable to process the situation. Izuku, completely unaware of how serious the situation was, just smiled and pulled out his notebook, acting as if everything was perfectly normal. Midoriya, you bastard, Came the combined voices of Subaraba, Mineta, and Kaminari, all of them looking furious. How could you do that to Shiozaki? Iida shouted, shaking him in frustration. It was the only way to win, Izuku said, looking confused. I had to do what I did. Though, I did feel bad about it afterward. Midoriya, you should never do that. Ashido screamed, her voice filled with disbelief. I know it was mean, but I had to control her vines so she'd let me go, Izuku explained, looking genuinely apologetic but also a bit too matter-of-fact about it. Mina and Hagakure sniffed nervously, their faces turning pink with embarrassment. You can't just control her vines? Mina asked shakily, still processing what had happened. What? Izuku asked, genuinely confused, completely unaware of the strange tension in the room. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank God, they murmured. Izuku glanced at him, still not understanding what the fuss was about. Don't worry about it, dude, Kaminari said with a wave, trying to downplay the awkwardness. Just forget it. Izuku shrugged and turned his attention back to the fight, completely oblivious to the chaos he had just caused. Our next match, both from Class B. The girl with vines returns, Abara Shiozaki. The crowd erupted into applause as Abara stepped confidently into the arena. Her opponent, her classmate from America, Pony Tsunotori. Pony entered the arena, striking a playful pose, her horns pointed forward as she giggled. Are you two ready? Midnight asked, her tone energetic. Both girls nodded, preparing for the fight. Begin. Midnight cracked her whip, signaling the start of the match. Pony wasted no time, launching her horns at high speed toward Abara, who quickly sent out her vines to intercept. The horns hooked under her armpits, lifting Abara off the ground as she struggled to maintain control. Some of Abara's vines buried themselves into the ground for stability, while others lashed out toward Pony, trying to restrain her. In response, Pony acted swiftly, launching 4 more pairs of horns. One set latched onto the first, allowing her to propel herself into the air. Pony has launched herself into the air, the announcer shouted, and the crowd roared. Whoa, she can stay in the air as long as she wants. Shiozaki's vines have a limit, but Pony can go as high as she needs. Midoriya marveled, muttering to himself as he leaned forward. His classmates gave him a knowing look. That's Midoriya for you, someone said, shaking their head with a smile. In the air, Pony's horns spun rapidly, cutting through the vines that had been holding her back. Abara, now helpless in the air, tried to sink her vines into the ground, but Pony's precision proved too much. Abara's vines were sliced one by one, and soon she was flying out of bounds. Abara Shiozaki is out of bounds. Pony Tsunotori is the winner, Midnight announced, raising her arm to signal the end. The crowd cheered as Pony gracefully descended to the ground. She helped Abara to her feet, offering a kind smile. Are you all right? Pony asked gently, concern in her eyes. Abara nodded, offering a small, appreciative smile as they both walked off the arena together. There were no hard feelings between them, just mutual respect. Pony really showed off her skills. Setsuna shouted, cheering excitedly for her friend. Hey, Abara was awesome too. She gave it her all. Momo added, trying to give some credit to Abara's effort. Uraraka, however, looked around, noticing something strange. So, that means the next match will be. She began, only to realize that Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were nowhere to be seen. They left, Iida asked, his eyes scanning the area. Guess so. Some students shrugged, not having noticed their departure. Our next match is kind of poetic if you ask me. The announcer boomed, drawing attention back to the stage. The girl WHO can create anything, versus the boy WHO can transform into anything. Izuku Midoriya versus Momo Yaoyorozu. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.